results of our great election in this great country. And right now we're 4 up. This is our first 4 up. We're psyched. We've got Morgan Kimbrough, who is the president of the San Diego Young Republicans, and he is at the Republican Party headquarters over there. I'm not going to say where it is, just in case we have some naysayers. We've got Derek in the great state of Georgia, and if Georgia does not go red tonight, we can all blame him.
I'm wearing my red though.
He's wearing his red. We're all wearing our I voted stickers. We got Price, who's been very diligent in his returning of ballots from many of the people in the greater Fallbrook area. So even with food poisoning, he fulfilled his due diligence to do this. He can tell us about what foods to avoid in your favorite Mexican restaurants.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
I'm wearing my Padres hat. I'm trying to represent, and we are fired up, man, to get people's reactions, and hopefully we'll get maybe even some people from the other side of the aisle as we come in here. Oh man, I screwed up our setup. It's going out as Ryan Cunningham. All right.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can change that. But why don't we get you guys started chatting with Morgan at least, and figuring out what some of the energy is like over there. Are there people showing up there already, Morgan?
Yeah, so the event starts at 7.
One call to get started. My score wasn't where I needed it to be.
Here.
I think we're having some audio trouble.
Mike, you gotta mute. You have to mute your TV.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Okay, yep, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, well, the vibe is good. The event doesn't start until 7 o'clock, but people are trickling in and getting their early, getting some early watching in. But it should be a good event. Should be about 500 plus people. But, we're just waiting in anticipation to call for President Trump.
Nice.
So what is the feeling on the ground? I mean, obviously, you've been working on the ground in California. I know the president, I saw on your Facebook page you posted recently, is running ads in California. Is there momentum on the ground, especially in some of the races that you've been working on down there? And what are you seeing? What are you hearing from the people you've been talking to?
Certainly. Well, I can speak from what I'm seeing specifically on the Darrell Issa campaign. There was a poll released 2 weeks ago that had Darrell Issa up by double digits in the 50th district. And what was interesting about that poll is that independents in the previous poll that was taken a couple months ago, it had Amar Kambadjar and Darrell Issa in a statistical tie. Now, and with that poll, independents were for Amar by 4%. In this new poll, independents were with Darrell Issa for 15%. So that was about a 20-point slide. And so I think Republicans are really coming home, and independents that usually lean conservative, they may have looked at the Democratic Party for a little bit or been somewhat upset on some measures with what Trump has done. But I think as the election neared, they really started to, get down to what they truly believe in as conservatives, and pull the trigger for President Trump and Republicans one more time. So I definitely think that there is a zeitgeist in California. You're seeing some very big rallies here in San Diego and also in Orange County. Now, how does that translate to votes? I am not quite sure, but we will see. And I think we'll probably be able to flip some from House seats, specifically in Orange County, is my goal.
I was just about to ask you about that, because in 2018, some of our listeners may not know, or some of our watchers may not know, a lot of those House seats that were traditionally Republican seats in Orange County got flipped during the supposed blue wave. So it's your thought right now that we possibly have the opportunity to flip a lot of those seats back to Republican control?
I think it's quite possible. There's some great candidates up there. Greg Raths, Michelle Steele, Young Kim, right, that are looking to flip Orange County back to red. And I think you have some really good, some really good voter turnout. I've worked closely with the Orange County Young Republicans, and they have a very cohesive group. And I think it's just more so this time, Trump is on the ballot. So I think that is going to bode well for Republicans in Orange County as well. So you're going to get some good turnout there. And I think these traditional red districts are going to flip back red. And that's what I'm hearing. I think there's some there's a lot of optimism there.
Now a race that kind of got a lot of press back in the day during the primary was Mike Garcia's seat up in the Ventura County area north of Los Angeles. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that he's going to be able to maintain control of that seat, or do you think that it's because it's a high turnout election year in California that he's not going to be able to maintain control.
Certainly. Well, it's a traditional Republican seat, right? I mean, Katie Hill had that seat for a couple months, and then with her infamous had to step down. So Mike Garcia has pretty high approval ratings in that district, right? I mean, he's certainly a great congressman, great candidate at the time, right? Former naval fighter pilot. So I think that's a strong hold opportunity. I think they'll be able to hold it. Christy Smith, who's running again, is particularly weak, right? Union Democrat, your typical Union Democrat. And I think she's also ticked some teachers off as well. So that's a really hard combination to be in the union, but also tick teachers off. So, I think that's a very strong hold opportunity for the Republicans in CA 25.
Great. Well, Derek, moving over to you. You're in Georgia, a state that is literally the poll or the early results are coming out. Obviously, take every exit poll with a grain of salt, but there is some mail-in ballots that are coming out currently. Right. I think it's around. Last time I checked, it was around 3% reporting, 4% reporting now, with currently it's 45% for Donald Trump, about 53% for Joe Biden. How do you think? What's your feeling on the ground right now in Georgia?
Yeah, I drove by. I'm in Cobb County, and as I'm looking right now, what was just reported in Cobb is Biden is up about 33,000 votes in Cobb County. Cobb County is a good, sizable county as well. What'll be interesting?
Where is that in relation to Atlanta?
Cobb is the northwest county just outside of downtown Atlanta. So we're about 20 minutes from Atlanta, but a very, what has traditionally been a very red suburb, but has trended more blue. It went for Hillary Clinton in 2016. A lot more, Northerners coming here as well. So, but right now what's being reported is all the mail-in ballots. So I drove by precincts today. They're empty. So there was two churches and the police government center. There was nobody outside. So I did hear earlier today that the rural and suburban areas were not turning out the votes. There weren't lines, but downtown there were. So it could. But I think coming into today, the stuff that I was looking at had Georgia up about 5.5% for Trump, which is not. It could be one of those things like Michigan or Wisconsin for Biden, right? There's not that big enough lead to potentially take in a lot of the minority vote that'll be coming in from downtown and the truly more liberal areas downtown. So, and it's just 27% of the votes reported right now. I think most of that is indeed the mail-in ballot. So we'll see as the night goes on. I do think that more of the in-person voting will come in. It was about 20 to 30 minutes for in-person voting in the last probably couple of weeks for people standing in line. But as we both know, there's a lot more people are sending in their mail-in ballots, which I think is what always gets released first. So we'll see that gap close, I believe.
So if that is correct, I'm looking at the New York Times right now. They have a real-time elections map that's kind of updating as we go. Right. And I have the 2016 results pulled up, comparing them to the current 2020 results. So let's say Donald Trump is currently with early voting, 35% of the vote in Cobb County. That would be underperforming from his 2016 showing where he got 45% of the vote.
Right.
With 4.3% of that vote in 2016 going to Gary Johnson. Now, it comes to the question of libertarians. Do you think that they're going to be splitting more towards Biden or towards or Trump? I think they're more towards Trump with Joe Jorgensen on the ticket this year, who's kind of taken the Libertarian Party in a more woke direction.
Right.
I think that a lot of that's kind of turned a lot of libertarians off to voting on the Libertarian ticket and could mean more votes toward Donald Trump. And that's including in places like Georgia and particularly in places like Pennsylvania, where there's a large Libertarian contingent.
Right. Yeah. I don't disagree with you at all that when it's all said and done, I think that, if independents do break for Trump in any way, shape, or form, I think it's only going to pad the lead for him. I think you're going to see more Democrats leave the vote for Biden and vote for Trump than you're going to see vice versa of GOP voters voting for Democrat. However, I had lunch with a friend yesterday who's Ukrainian by background, and she's staying with friends here in Atlanta right now. And she was saying that unfortunately, most of her friends are voting for Biden just because they're afraid of what their friends may think of her or think of them if they don't vote for him. So it's interesting. They had no other reason really other than, all my friends are doing it, so I'm going to do it as well. So that gave me a little pause, but I do think that the rural areas are going to come in, especially the north and the very far south of Georgia, Statesboro, down in the country area near Florida border, will come in very heavily for Donald Trump.
Now, going over to Florida right now, in real time, what we're seeing is that, Biden just overtook Trump again. It's kind of going back and forth. It's fluctuating between the two. The New York Times currently has Florida on their election tracker at 3.1 points lead for Trump over Biden. It has Georgia at about 1.5 points, a little under 1.5 points, and then it has North Carolina, which I don't know how they're making this prediction. North Carolina, which hasn't even closed their polls yet and hasn't released any of their exit polls. They don't close until 7:30. So,
right. What are they showing?
It's at 0. They say that's a leaning Biden about 2 points.
Points. I mean, friends of mine in North Carolina were saying today that one of them, I think their poll went. Let's see what he said. I think it was. He sent me their poll or their current updated numbers, and he was at. For 2020, he's at 64% total turnout, and it was almost 20. Let's see, 17,000 turnout for Trump on that one. So you were looking at about 80% Trump support in that one. 65% has voted. In Florida, I'm looking at what is called. There's a couple guys. One, I've got the Christian Ziegler, the Florida vice chairman of the GOP. His numbers they're updated pretty much on the spot. They are showing right now for total votes cast. This is just by party. I have no idea, obviously, how they voted. By total votes cast from Republican to Democrat, Republicans are now up 220,000 votes. So in Florida going into the election day in 2016, Hillary had a 96,000 vote lead, at least again based on registration and how the ballots came in. She lost by 113,000. So Trump won that by flipping from 96 to plus 113. We came in today supposedly down 114,000, and we're up on registrations by 220,000. Now again, that is assuming that the majority of those people obviously are voting for Trump, and that the independents are also breaking for Trump.
But now there are also some key counties that haven't come in Florida yet. It's like Suwannee County, Jefferson County. I mean, those northern Florida counties surrounding the Tallahassee area, the Tallahassee suburbs, those are still have yet to come in as well. And I on North Carolina, I was speaking with some individuals who have connections with the Trump campaign yesterday, just trying to get their thoughts on what their predictions were going into today. And they said the internal polling numbers for the Trump administration have North Carolina going in a direction similar to that of 2016.
Right. Yeah.
But obviously it's all up in the air. It's all up in the air until they actually release numbers.
Yeah. What I've heard in North Carolina is that the African-American vote is down, which is actually bodes well for Trump. But they're seeing that Trump numbers or Republican numbers are going to be about 15 to 17% in North Carolina. So if it's a depressed vote, but that many votes are going to be coming for Trump, it's going to actually enlarge his lead.
But a lot of the folks that are registered as Democrats, like for instance, when you're talking about the African-American vote switching for Trump, if they're registered as a Democrat,
correct.
We're evaluating all these incoming results or how many have come in with regards to their original registration as if they're going to vote for the party.
Correct.
And I think we'll have a lot more people break from Dem for Trump than break from Republican for Biden.
Yeah, and Price, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe Morgan, you as well, from what you're hearing out there. But from what I'm hearing is that the break will probably be a 9% reduction from Trump supporters to Biden, but about 12% from Democrat to Trump. So, I've been seeing that kind of consistently in the people that I follow and stuff that they talk about on the polling. Is that again, Democrats there'll probably be a 12% move from Democrat to Republican, but about a 9% GOP to Democrat. It's specifically for president. It doesn't mean going down ballot.
Yeah.
So Morgan, what are you seeing? What are you hearing in San Diego and California in particular for where it was? I think San Diego County was 36% Donald Trump in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. Are you hearing any enlarging of that number on your side?
So I think that you probably see a slight increase just based on the weakness of Joe Biden. And it will be, I think, in the primaries, might be able to back. I think some type of a blue wave, and so it'll be interesting to see whether that's an increase for Trump or a decrease for Trump. But we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, here in state.
Yeah. Jumping back to Florida real quick, Price, on your thing, Helmut Norpoth, who's the guy whose polling has shown, or his tabulation has shown 25 of the last 27 presidents just based on his model. He just tweeted out that of all the worries about Miami being bad for Biden were right. This is an atrocious result there. He's got Biden up only by 9 points in Miami-Dade County. That's a county that Hillary took like 30.
So in Miami-Dade, currently as it stands, Trump is sitting at around 45% of the vote.
Right.
In 2016, he only received 33%. So that's a significant increase.
Oh, wow.
Over. And Georgia just went ahead for Trump as well.
Okay. And to follow on what Price just said, so again, I'm following. It's called joeisdone.github.io/Florida. He's now showing, and this is updated pretty much as the counties come in. He's showing an advantage Trump in Miami-Dade County over 2016 of 44,459 votes. In Broward County, it's Trump 8720, and in Palm Beach, it's Trump 8,576. Now there are counties where Trump carried them in 2016 that are going for Biden, but those numbers are far less. 931, 4,400, or whatever. But the 40, if it holds that Trump takes 45,000 and keeps increasing on that lead, it's a 4.39% difference. If he does that going forward, that's their most populous county. Obviously, that will most likely be a Trump deal.
So that is Google's got Florida at 50% reported, or 77% reported.
New York Times has it as 73% reported currently.
And with the Biden lead.
Yeah, with the Biden lead of 2 points. But once again, if you look at the actual counties that have been reported so far, Glades County has not reported yet. St. Lucie County has not reported yet.
Okay.
Baker County has not reported yet. Jefferson County has not reported yet. And a lot of these cases, you're looking at around some of them. I mean, some counties are only halfway reported. I mean, you look at
Polk County, which is a big Republican county. Supposedly their numbers were only from dumps this morning. So they haven't actually updated their numbers all afternoon. And Polk is a red county. And so Trump carried it, and Biden's winning it right now, but that's again based on the mail-in ballots and early ballots. So yeah, Florida will be interesting.
One county in particular, though, is Duval County that Trump won in 2016, where Biden currently is sitting at 51% with 90% estimated votes reported.
Right.
Which is interesting. Trump won it pretty handily. He won it in 2016. He won Duval.
49 to 47.
Yeah, 49 to 47.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously there are some people in the midst that maybe are making a change. But once again, the New York Times ticker for Florida has remained at 3.1 points in favor of Trump this entire time, even with the reporting going through. And like I said, these happen in real time.
Right.
So they still seem optimistic on their estimate that Donald Trump is going to win Florida.
Yeah. I mean, I think a 200,000 point margin or 200,000 swing margin between where we sat yesterday of negative 113 or negative 113,000 to being a plus 200,000, then that's a 300,000 point vote swing. Again, just based on party registration. We don't know how those people actually voted, but and I've got to imagine again that independents are going to typically when you see polls tighten, at least my experience has been that tightening really occurs from the independents, right? I mean, Democrats and Republicans are usually pretty locked in. So if you're up by 7 points, as Biden was in Nevada, now it's a 1.1% number. Those are independents breaking late. So it's not all of a sudden Republicans going or Democrats going, I'm going to go vote for Joe or for the Republican or vice versa. So I think Florida's a pretty safe lock. You heard the Biden campaign putting up the flares already earlier on during the day saying, hey, we can actually lose Florida and Pennsylvania and still win the White House.
That was very auspicious.
Right.
We've got a listener chatting in with us. Chris Riley says Miami-Dade will lock Trump up. All right. Florida
Nice.
red. You can bank it. All right.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
What's interesting?
Go ahead.
Biden-
Go ahead, Morgan.
Not to cut you off, Price. But what's interesting with what Biden is saying, right? We can lose Pennsylvania, we can lose Florida. I mean, I think Georgia is looking pretty good for Trump, even though he's down a little bit right now. And so what that really banks on is North Carolina. So even though the polling looks good for North Carolina for Trump in the Real Clear Politics average, it has him up 1. I was talking with an insider today from Maryland who's involved, and he was telling me that he's worried about North Carolina because of how some of the polling has been conducted in North Carolina. That's oversampled Republicans, right? Like the reverse problem that we've had in the national polls, that they've oversampled Democrats. He's worried about North Carolina because of the oversampling of Republicans, and so that would have to be their way to victory.
Right.
Combination of either winning North Carolina or winning Arizona or winning both. So
Okay.
and then winning Michigan and Wisconsin. So
Yeah, because I know that from the early polling stuff going on today is that Maricopa County has already turned red by about 50,000 votes. So if Maricopa County has already flipped for Trump this early on, then it's usually a harbinger of the way the rest of the state's going to go. So that'll be interesting if Trump takes Arizona. Does that then also sweep into Nevada as well?
So one thing interesting too, we have some numbers coming out in Ohio, in Pennsylvania, in Virginia, and a few votes coming out in North Carolina right now. In Virginia, Trump is leading by a little under 100,000 votes. But if you look at actually go into the counties, the Richmond area, he's leading currently by 51%, and Henrico County, in the surrounding Richmond area. If you go over to Alexandria, he's running in Loudoun County. He's up by about 6,000 votes. So it's coming in. Obviously, Virginia, it was a toss-up in 2016. A lot of the suburban areas decided to go for Trump, but these kind of dense inner city areas flipped for Biden or Hillary Clinton. So it'll be interesting to watch, especially, like I said, in the areas surrounding Richmond, Alexandria, Roanoke, Virginia Beach, and Norfolk. I mean, those are the areas you want to watch. But currently, as it's coming in, a lot of those areas in the surrounding suburbs are leading for Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing if I'm on the LA Times site, and they've got two precincts reporting in Ohio, but Biden's got 140,000, almost a 200,000 vote lead. So that must be Cleveland. They must have gone ahead and just put Cuyahoga County in. And it's showing that Biden is leading by 170,000 in Florida, and he's leading Georgia by 6,000 votes. So LA Times right now has Ohio, Virginia, Florida, and Georgia going for Biden.
Yeah. So Cuyahoga County currently, they received it's a 74% swing for Biden. Down to the Columbus area, it's a 76% swing for Biden. But obviously, that's with about 50% reporting. And in Cuyahoga County, it's a 42% reporting. So we'll keep an eye on that one as we keep moving forward. Yeah. Moving forward into Georgia, I have Donald Trump at 51.2% with Joseph Biden 47.9%. Obviously, that's still a 6% reporting, so stay tuned on that. In Florida, we're at 80% reporting, and I believe last time we went into Florida, Biden was sitting around 51%. We're currently looking at that is reduced down to Biden being at 49.7% and Trump inching up at 49.4%.
Okay. Wow.
All right. We got some Maui in the house. We got Daniel DeBeer. What's up, everybody? We're getting some good traction on chat. Good people.
Nice. Oh yeah.
People are fine.
Yeah. Thanks for piling in.
I gotta run.
All right, Morgan.
Hey, join us later. Let us know what the turnout is at the event over there, and if anybody's has got some compelling ideas to share with us, bring them. Put a phone in front of them.
I'll be reporting on the ground.
Perfect. Awesome. You're the man, Morgan.
Thanks for popping in. You look very presidential.
Thank you.
All right.
But no, so overall, I mean, let me ask you guys this question: does anyone really think that Texas is in play?
No.
I know the mainstream media narrative has been that, Biden has the possibility of flipping Texas. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that great? Republicans have no chance. I mean, it's pure propaganda.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I pay attention a lot to Steve Deace. I don't know if you guys know who Steve Deace is, but he's on So Steve Deace was the chief campaign pollster for Huckabee back in 2012, and then for Ted Cruz in 2016. And he analyzed the TargetSmart data. TargetSmart's a Democrat-leaning firm. He took all of their stuff over the weekend and went through from Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, and Michigan, I believe. It's 10 states in total. And he basically said that of all of this data, if I'm a Democrat right now, I'm sweating. I'm nervous about all of them. He was more optimistic that the Democrats could pick off Georgia from what he saw. But his thing on Texas was saying, one, they were at 106% already of their total vote for 2016. And Trump going into election day, Trump had a 9.1 point lead based on voter registration in 2016. Based on voter registration, the Republicans were up 10.1 going into today. So, he was just saying, look, if that's the case, what TargetSmart is telling, unless they're horrible at their data collection, what they're telling you is that it's already that Texas is already Trump. And he said the same thing for Florida as well. He just said, based on trends and the way that the voting is going, that he assumed that Texas and Florida was a lock for Donald Trump. He felt the same for Ohio. He said, Pennsylvania, I don't know what to make of it. It's like, nobody knows. If you see a poll, don't buy it. And then in Wisconsin, I think going into election day, Hillary was up 9.8 in Wisconsin. And of course, Trump won it by 0.7. Going into election day today, Biden was up 0.1. So if the trends are the same, he will take Wisconsin. Now, I updated a map. And if I've got Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania going for Biden, then if Trump takes Wisconsin and Michigan and Nevada, he's still at 264. So Biden would be the president if he takes Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, assuming he can give away Michigan and Wisconsin and Nevada and Arizona. So that doesn't bode well for Trump. But again, no Republicans ever won the White House and did not win Ohio and Florida. So that's where it starts. So if Trump can win Ohio and Florida, then the rest of the puzzle can fall into place. But knowing that there's multiple pathways for Trump to get there, whereas if Biden loses Georgia and Florida and North Carolina, it's almost impossible for, well, I shouldn't say impossible, but it's very, very difficult for Biden to win going forward.
Well, especially the general trend that would set moving forward.
Correct. Yep.
Now, let me kind of step away from this because we can stare at the computer for hours going crazy as these results keep coming in.
Yeah.
So what are your predictions in Pennsylvania? Oh, pardon me. I got some dogs barking. But I want to hear what your predictions are in Pennsylvania in terms of a post-election outcome. In the very real reality or possibility that it could be a close election that ends up going into the next few days for deciding who actually won the state. Let me go put these dogs away real quick.
There's no doubt that they've set up Pennsylvania to be this kind of question. I mean, what we saw, you shared this morning, the poll worker, Derek, when the poll watcher coming in, we thought there's been a decisive effort by the AG to basically say that, if every vote is counted, then Biden for sure wins. And he says that 24 hours before the close of polls.
Right.
That's simply not that's not giving us a lot of confidence in that.
Correct.
Oh, real quick side note here. We got Tom Piazzi in Dallas, baby. And he's telling us there's no way Texas goes for Biden.
Yeah. The only reason why I think that Texas has a shot to go for Biden is when you have 24-hour polling places and you pull up inside of a tent, right, and it's covered, and you have 127,000 votes there. It's like that's some shenanigans going on there that just doesn't make any sense, right? It's like, but no, back to Pennsylvania. If the overwhelming outpouring of voters in Pennsylvania comes through, honestly, I believe that that's a positive for Trump, and so I think that if you have that many people showing up at election day to vote, I mean, generally speaking, if you have a wave election, it typically is good for the Democrats, right? The more people that come out to vote, it typically goes for Democrats. This time, though, I don't buy that. They push so much about having mail-in ballots. Don't go out to the polls. Whereas now you've been seeing them in panic mode. Michigan governor, the Wisconsin governor, right? I mean, even in North Carolina, don't put your vote in the mail. Go to the poll, right? They need to get people out to the poll.
Right.
So I think in Pennsylvania, my personal gut feel is that Trump takes it by such a wide margin tonight, wide enough that even if you do a recount, it's not going to be enough to bring the Biden back to even.
Right. Well, and one point too that I think is worth mentioning on all the elections across the board, both for the presidency, for the Senate, and for the House, is the sheer magnitude of the money being spent by the Democratic Party on seats they know they won't win.
Right.
I mean, a great example of this is Amy McGrath, who's running against Mitch McConnell in Kentucky. Right. I mean, she raised $88 million and she spent $73 million for a race that she's not going to win.
Right.
And so when you look at where the resources are going for a lot of these races across the country, you have to ask yourself, one, obviously this is the money's coming from big tech, from we really break down the focus groups. It's big tech. It's a lot of really brainwashed low-end liberals who don't really know what they're supporting. But they like to be trendy and they like to go ahead and say, hey, I want to be part of the movement, so I'll give you $50. Right. Or it's, like I said, most importantly, just the woke corporate business class that's trying to get behind these Democrats in order to put in place a Clinton-esque Democratic corporatism.
Right.
That's what they want. That's what they want in a lot of cases. And so you see the business community, especially the big business community in a lot of cases, get behind these Democratic candidates and just funnel money into their campaigns.
Yeah. Well, I think that follows on Mike, and I'm just going to talk. I'm going to bring this in as based on what Price is talking about, but also about what people are talking about in the chat over here is with the movement side of it. The BLM, the Antifa. And
that's what Piers wants to talk about. I mean, you covered a lot of it this morning in your podcast, but we probably should at least talk about the possibility that some of the strategy is the unrest strategy, right?
Correct.
The idea of, that's the whole reason for these push polls was to create this simulacrum of potential cheating upsetness on our part that says, oh, wow, it's impossible. If the polls were this spread, then clearly, it's our rightful duty to take the White House by siege.
Right.
And that's very concerning, especially the degree to which people who are elected officials have been seeding sowing the seeds of doubt,
right?
To basically empower people to think that there's a violent way to go about this.
Right. Yeah, I think that to answer or kind of address the Beer's question or comment, Sunrise Movement and the quote unquote siege of the White House. Now, the siege of the White House was supposed to start, was it 50 days before the election? But then I guess rain set in and they said, oh, well, we don't want to be out there in the rain, so we're going to cancel that event.
God forbid we get wet.
Right, exactly.
The hardiness of these guys.
But, to me, when you sit down and just think about it and you say, all right, if your candidate is going to win, then why do you go siege the White House, right? I mean, can you honestly not live for one more day that the person that you just voted out remains in the White House? Now, that's been our history since we're founded, right? And since we ran as a country and put the first president in. The next president gets sworn in January 20th. So for these people to go in and doing this siege, and all the businesses in DC, all the businesses on Rodeo Drive, right? All these areas across the country are boarding up. It's not Trump supporters that are going to go out and riot, right? Trump supporters are going to go, all right, look, shit, we lost, right? Sorry, my language. We lost. Let me finish off my wine, right? Wake up in the morning, go back to work. So when you're seeing this movement of all this BLM and Antifa stuff, and it's all violence, it's all, we're going to come out and attack. I mean, if you look at the stuff that happened this weekend, all of these Trump rallies, I mean, walking down Rodeo Drive or Cannon, whatever street it was in Beverly Hills, I mean, they're just people peacefully walking, right? Carrying their flags. They weren't, antagonizing the people, eating dinner or drinking a beer.
Right.
And so it's a civil thing. So seeing all this money flow to those groups as well makes it understandable why they support McGrath with $88 million, right? And Lindsey Graham's opponent with, I think, $40 or $50 million, right? The most expensive seat in South Carolina history. So, right. Yeah, it's just, it's alarming that, you know, and think about all we've heard since the Citizens United thing happened is, oh, Republicans are just buying elections, right? They have all this money pouring into these super PACs. You haven't heard one thing about Act Blue when, again, and you donate to Act Blue, what people don't realize as well is there's a in the fine print, it says they can forward the money to whoever they want to.
Yeah, that's the whole idea of the super PAC. I mean, the Republicans have Win Red, and right. It's the same sort of thing. It's basically where whoever raises the money gets some percentage of it. The super PAC takes a piece of it, and so no matter what, they're skimming 20% off the top of anything you do to any particular candidate. But what we see during the BLM riots that they were doing, that was all into the super PAC. So I'm wondering how much of that 88 million for McGrath was allocated from Act Blue, or does she really have that much grassroots support, or is it just kind of coming from this giant umbrella where they say, let's just throw as many ads as we can and see how unlikable, see if we can get enough unfavorability on Mitch to get her in there.
Right.
So we do have I have one concern going into Ohio, looking at these numbers.
Okay.
There's Wood County, which Trump won with 50%, and then Gary Johnson got 5%, Hillary Clinton got 42%. Currently, with 55% estimated reporting, we have Joe Biden in Wood County with 56% of the vote. And that's a key Toledo suburb. And in 2016, in those surrounding areas, Trump managed to get all those suburbs in Ottawa County, Wood County, Henry County, and Fulton County. So, and what we're seeing right now is, in Henry County and, although my computer's frozen, Fulton County has yet to report. But in Wood County, I mean, like I said, only 55% reporting. But there is a significant gap between Trump and Biden in those numbers.
Okay. Yep.
So there's just something to keep an eye on.
But the thing is, those are the most populous counties, right? Cuyahoga and Wood and Fulton. Mm-hmm. So if they're dumping their early thing, right, to try to suppress the vote, right, to show that, oh, look, Biden's up by 500,000 votes, yet there's still 3.5 million votes to come in from Ohio. It can still easily trend to Donald Trump. So, it's definitely not good.
Okay, we just got an update here. They just dumped a bunch more votes onto the map at 31% reporting, and it helped Trump a little bit. He's now up to 40%. He was, I believe, hovering around 35 before. So, like I said, we'll just keep an eye on Ohio. We'll let you guys know, whoever's watching, as the results keep coming in.
Okay.
Get back to your conversation, though.
I guess CNN's already reporting that, and this is a shock, Oklahoma is going to go for Donald Trump with 0% reporting.
New York Times just called Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and South Carolina all for Trump.
Well, now, and Alabama's an interesting one because, you got Doug Jones running down there against Tommy Tuberville. And I went to Auburn, so I'm a proud Tommy Tuberville fan. But I did have a good friend of mine, when I was asking him, like, what do you think about Tuberville? And he said, look, honestly, and he's from Louisiana, but lives in Alabama since we graduated college, that, for the most part, he was like, all he really stands for is the Second Amendment, which, again, I'm all pro Second Amendment, but I wish he stood for more. So he's kind of concerned of just how he's going to actually vote in the Senate. So will he actually be a Republican or not? So that'll be interesting. But yeah, a buddy of mine was a little bit concerned. He didn't really have anything more to say that Tommy's platform was more than just, I'll do what Trump says and I'm pro Second Amendment.
Okay. I'm seeing the Google Maps still updating here. So Georgia's now, you're seeing about a 50,000 spread difference between Trump and Biden in Florida.
Yeah. What do you, what are you seeing? Who are you watching on price with regards to Georgia? I'm watching it right now. It's 50 to 49%.
I'm looking at the New York Times real-time update. I'm seeing 49.5% for 50-50. 49.5% for Biden, 49.5% for Trump at 10% reporting. And I would encourage all the people who are currently watching our stream to share it with your friends. You know,
Right, yeah.
share it on your Facebook feed. I just wanted to throw that out there. If you are watching and you enjoy what we have to say,
Yeah.
feel free to share our content and help spread the word.
Yeah, and like our page on YouTube, so we get past all of the demonetizing stuff as well. Because I think we're up to like 700 and something thousand views right now on YouTube. We got 700,000 watchers right now, which is fantastic.
So we have 10%. We have 10% reporting in Texas now. 81% of the votes in Dallas, and let's see, Houston hasn't come in yet, but in Dallas we have a shocker, a 66% for Biden, and then 32% for Donald Trump. Moving over into the surrounding, at 52% and Biden at 45%, and that's with 98% reporting. So you can pretty much call Denton County.
Yeah. So the total vote in Texas right now is with. I think, what does it say? 38 electoral, or I'm sorry, it doesn't show me precincts are reporting. I'm on CNN site showing that it's
there's
59% Biden.
Three precincts reporting so far.
Okay.
And so 58.7% Biden, 40% for Trump. But like I said, that's with 10% reporting. Most counties haven't even come in yet. The big one, though, is definitely Dallas being at 98% reporting, because that's a big population center. But that was predicted to go blue anyway, so it's not really a shocker.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
In Florida, interesting. Donald Trump has now flipped on Biden. He is at 49.8% with 86% reporting, while Biden is at 49.2%. That's with around 10 million votes in total so far. So we'll just keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah, I'm still seeing a flip of 192,000 votes for GOP.
Trump seems to be pulling away a little bit in Georgia. He's currently at 51%.
Okay.
And if you go up to Ohio, he's ticking up. He went from 40% to 41.9%. So he's ticking up there as the results come in. They're at 34% reporting. Indiana, I think, based on the results, based on the spread, I'm saying pretty safe bet. You could call that for Trump.
Yeah.
You know, prove me wrong. But
so they're saying that if say we get to the end of the night and Pennsylvania is not called, right? Which is likely, that's what everybody's kind of trying to say.
Right.
We've got to see, in order to call this race tonight. I mean, they're saying that Trump is not allowed to statistically say that he has won, but they're allowing that for Joe Biden. They're
that was from Axios, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a real double standard. Now the question is, if we have a decided victory in enough other states, Pennsylvania may not matter.
Right.
While it is the keystone and the keystone state, it doesn't need to go for Trump. There are other combinations which would get Trump another term.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, there's multiple paths if Trump loses Pennsylvania and still be able to take the White House, because I mean, again, from the early polling, and I was even listening to someone today on I forget what channel it was on Pluto, but was saying that the Democrats were definitely sweating it, and that they didn't have a big enough lead in a lot of these blue states that gave them comfort. Not to say that they won't win those states, but that if the polling or if the actual voter shows up, and you're seeing a lot more you saw a lot more red in lines. I heard that throughout Pennsylvania, through Ohio, Florida. You saw a lot of people saying there's a lot of people in line wearing reds, whether a hat, shirt, whatever, which typically means that you're voting that color.
I showed up in blue. I want my vote to be counted.
Well, then maybe it's a trick, right? Right. But
I don't know. Yeah, you're right.
But the ballot,
saying that Rogan says 50 to 60%, we're not going to have a president tonight. That's a bold call, Joe.
Yeah, well, Joe, 50 to 60%. That's like Nate Silver saying that Trump has a 10% chance of winning.
Right? So we do have some numbers in at around 9% reporting. I'm sure these are mail-in ballots from the Pittsburgh area, which those are finally coming. We have around, how many votes total in Pennsylvania have currently been cast? We have 12,000 votes for Trump, putting him at 18.8%, and 51,555 votes for Biden, putting him at 79%. That's in the early mail-in stage around the Pittsburgh and Pittsburgh suburbs.
Okay.
At 9% reporting. And let's see, going over my 2016 map, let me pull that up. I mean, to be expected.
Right.
To be expected.
What was the difference though? What was Hillary up in 2016 at this time?
So I don't have the actual timeline of at what point, but total in that county, Hillary Clinton received 55% of the vote.
And what's it at right now?
It's currently at well, obviously it's 10% report or 9% reporting, so it's 79% of the vote.
Okay.
So we'll keep an eye on that as those vote counts grow as well.
Okay.
Yeah. They just love having a light blue Texas on their Google map.
I know.
Okay,
right? They're going to keep it there.
Yeah. So we just got Houston. We just got Houston and the surrounding areas in. For Houston, we have 42% for Donald Trump, 56% for Joe Biden, with 82% reporting. Going over to the 2016 numbers, Donald Trump got 41%, Hillary Clinton got 54%.
Wow, and what'd you say that the latest results were?
Donald Trump was at 42%, Joe Biden was at 56% currently. That's with 82% reporting. So they're about what he did.
Right, so they're both outperforming the 2016 totals.
Correct,
okay.
And that could just be for a whole litany of issues. That could also be because there was no third party in Jill Jorgensen. Because in Houston, Gary Johnson got 3% of the vote. So
okay,
so that would make sense.
Let's see. Look, what'll be interesting to show, and it's one thing that Steve Deace was talking about this week or last week was that, generally speaking, Republicans have, I'd say a good amount of them always vote straight ticket, right? Democrats always vote straight ticket, and that having Republicans this time now start to say, oh, well, rather than me going and voting for this libertarian for this position, or maybe I'm going to not vote for this, for the senator. He said that what he's seen and what a lot of his talking to Trump supporter or Trump internal people with their canvassing is that most Republicans this year are going to vote straight red ticket. And he said that could end up actually being the coattails that maybe bring, some House seats that maybe weren't expected to go Republican. You did see a late flourish. I think it was 56 or 36. Sorry, 36. There were 36 House races that Democrats all of a sudden started flooding money into to hold. And so they were getting worried that, from what they were seeing maybe on the ground with, straight line voters or whatever, was that some of these, if there's a wave election in support for Trump and he carries the coat, that the tails are going to end up going along with him. So therefore you could bring in more Republicans to the House, not necessarily say it's going to flip the House by any means, but that you could have seats that weren't originally thought to be contested that could be going for Trump. Now I did see, or for a Republican, I also saw one poll this week that had the Oregon Senate race at a tie at 47%. Obviously, if Oregon flips to taking a senator on a GOP, that completely mucks up the system. But it just obviously we won't know that until much later on in the night. But if it's anywhere remotely close to being 47-47 in Oregon, that could tell you some other things that may be happening on the West Coast as well for a lot of these states that ended up going through a lot of this chaos and looting and rioting.
So I do have one more concern around the Dayton area in Ohio. They have early reporting. This is around with 55% of the votes in Greene County, Montgomery County, Preble County. I think that's what it's pronounced. Butler County. And those are the ones that are currently reporting 55%, 51%, and 25% in Butler County. Those are all seeming to lean for Biden.
Okay.
Which were Trump wins in 2016. So, especially let me pull the map up over here. In Greene County, Trump won with 58% of the vote. Currently, with 55% of the vote in, Biden's leading by 0.4 of a percentage point.
And again, remember, we need to understand too, because it is a concern for sure. But we also need to, the first poll, the first dump that happens is all of the early mail-in ballots.
Exactly, it's all the early mail-in ballots.
Right,
and these maps are being updated in real time.
Right.
So,
and what we also have to understand too is that even though you may be saying 55% of the precincts, it's not counting actually all the votes that came in late in the day, because those those are still being tabulated and counted. Yeah.
But like I said, if you're at home, watch the Dayton area. Look at how those
Right.
areas are going, because currently the turnout, especially in the Dayton County, Montgomery County area, which Trump barely won. He won it by a hair in 2016, won it with 0.7% of the vote. But
Yeah.
he's currently sitting with 51% of the estimated votes reported, with a Joe Biden at 63.5% and Donald Trump at 35.3%.
Okay.
So just something to keep your eye on.
And what do you see in total for Ohio as far as what's reported?
Ohio, we have about 1.5 million votes counted so far.
Okay, so I'm seeing right now on Twitter political polls. They've updated. They've got election results right now at 36% of the total vote has been reported.
Okay.
So 2.3 million votes. They've got 56 for Biden and 43% for Trump.
Yep, I'm seeing it. So Trump's numbers are ticking up. He's at 43.2% now. Biden's down to 55.6. So, and that's with this is an estimate from the New York Times. 41% estimated votes reported. So
okay.
Going over to Pennsylvania, 3% of the vote in. So we got the Allentown. Oh, we have Philadelphia. Anyone want to guess what the numbers were in Philadelphia?
Oh, geez,
9% reporting.
I'd say it needs to be at least 80-20 for Biden to have a shot in Philadelphia.
So as it currently stands, Biden has received 70,000 votes counted so far, 93.8% of the vote.
Imagine that.
I know. Wow. Mind blowing, right?
Yeah.
Over near Allentown, with 17% of estimated votes reported, Biden has received 77% of the vote, while Donald Trump has received 22%. And then over in the Pittsburgh area, it's still, all these, like I said, it's still coming in. In Uptown, Pennsylvania, with 14% reporting, in Luzerne County, Biden has received 69.3% of the vote so far, and Trump has received 29%, and this is with 14% reporting. So, let's see.
So do we know that they count these things in the order in which they come?
Well,
I mean, are we
that's a good question. I'm not sure.
We are still counting the ballots from people who have been mailing it in since October 5th, and the people who are, I mean, obviously the polls haven't closed here in California yet.
Right.
The likelihood is that we're still right. I mean, even when they would tell us what the vote, they were telling us what the total vote counts in were and what the registrations were of those ballots, but they hadn't opened them or they hadn't started to count them. Does anybody have any insight on how that works?
No, I'm actually not sure. I'm not really sure about when it goes to counting. Okay, so update on Georgia. Like I said, it seems like Trump's kind of pulling away in Georgia. It's currently at 54-44 right now, Trump to Biden.
Right.
That's with 15% of the vote reporting. Illinois, shocker, they called it. With less than 1%, they called that for Biden.
Yeah, I think that one may surprise. No, I'm kidding.
So we have some numbers out of Michigan now.
Okay.
Though.
What do we got?
So this is with less than 1% of votes reported. Oakland County, which is the suburb surrounding Detroit,
right,
has gone 38 for Trump, 59% for Biden. Let's go take a look at what it was in 2016.
Trump was testing at like 43% approval with the Latino vote. They had a 30,000.
43%. 38. So he's underperforming a little bit based on the current numbers.
Okay.
In Oakland County. In 2016, he received 43%. Once again, this is still with 7% votes reported. Up in Alcona County in northern Michigan, Trump is leading with 61% of the vote with a whole 1,100 votes.
Yeah.
So he's doing well up there.
Yeah, I just saw on, what am I watching here? I'm watching Newsmax. They just showed Texas. Mm-hmm. It's Biden 51-49.
In favor of Biden?
In favor of Biden, yeah. Biden was 51-49 with, I forget, it was like he had like 2.1 million votes, and Trump was at like 1.9 million.
Oh, geez.
So 4 million votes in Texas.
Well,
again,
okay. So far, based on the map I'm looking at, the only areas that have really come in have been the suburbs of Austin, Dallas, and Houston. The city of Houston, the city of Dallas and Dallas County, and the suburbs surrounding North Austin, which once
Okay.
again, that's to be expected. We're talking about a state of, I think it's 25 million people.
Yeah,
25,
and
26 million people.
4 million people are in. Yeah,
Right.
And this is with 32% reporting. So, I mean, yeah, there's about a 400,000 vote lead in favor of Biden right now. But,
Right.
I mean, you can easily make that up as more votes come in throughout the night.
And looking at New York Times, as far as Florida goes, they're now they show an estimated 79% reporting. They're now giving a 95+% chance of Trump winning Florida. And it started out at like 71. So looks like the trends keep moving Trump's way for Florida, at least.
Let's see.
So,
and yeah, no, and I mean, I'm getting 89% estimated votes reported on the New York Times website. Yeah.
Okay.
And it has Trump at 50.3%.
Okay. Yeah, so that's most likely going to go for Trump. So, so the concerns, it sounds like right now, is really Ohio is the main concern from what we're looking at. Yeah, now Newsmax has President Trump down 55-44 in Texas. 49% of the votes are in.
Let's see here.
But that can't be right. 50% of the votes are in, and they've only got.
I'm only getting 32%.
6 million. They're showing 2,986,000 for Biden, 2,365,000 for Trump.
And based on the numbers I'm looking at, Trump's total vote tally is going up. I mean, it went from 1.6 to 1.743, while Biden is stalled at around 2 million. So I don't know.
Newsmax just had 2.986 for Biden, and it was I don't remember the number. 2,365,000 for Trump.
Okay. So we're at 55% reporting in North Carolina. I have not looked at this yet, so I'm not sure what it says. Currently, that does not look good. With 55% reporting, 55% for Biden, 43% for Trump.
Okay, yeah, that's not good for North Carolina.
How can they consider that? The vote count itself is under 150,000, right around 150,000.
Which side are you on?
I'm just looking at the AP.
Okay.
So currently, Biden has around a 400,000 vote lead on Trump in North Carolina.
Okay.
Let's see.
Wow.
Obviously, this is early reporting, but if you're 55% of the way there, you don't exactly. And once again, this could be a case of early night polls while people are still voting, votes are still being counted.
Yeah.
Everything under the sun, but and the number. Okay, this is with 60% reporting. Currently, 54-44 in favor of Biden
in North Carolina.
Wow.
In North Carolina.
Okay. All right.
Pretty substantial. So Derek, break the math down for me. What do we need to win if we don't get North Carolina in order to equalize that out?
Yeah. So if you don't get North Carolina, then you have to get Pennsylvania. Then if you don't get North Carolina, especially if you don't get North Carolina and Georgia. Now you're saying what's your latest poll? Up Max
55 for Georgia. It's saying 55% for Trump.
For Trump. Okay. So if we put
17% estimated reporting.
So if we put Georgia in his camp, then he can lose. He still has to pick up Ohio. And again, as we know, no Republicans won the White House without winning Ohio and Florida. So he still has to win Ohio. But if Trump keeps Georgia and loses North Carolina, then we have to get Michigan and Wisconsin, Nevada and Arizona and Ohio. This includes Ohio to get 280. So if you lose, say Nevada, if Nevada stays with Biden, that's 274. So you can lose Nevada, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, but you've got to hold Michigan, Wisconsin, and Ohio.
Okay. And Trump is now leading in Michigan.
Really?
At
okay.
2% of the vote. Yeah, with 55%. Or 50,
wow.
Yeah, 55%, 55%. That's with 2% reporting, obviously. But I mean, if you look at it, Detroit. Hold on, let me go in here. Currently, votes being counted. This is with less than 1% estimated. This was 16% estimated. Oakland County, which flipped for Biden in flipped for Hillary in 2016. Trump is currently leading with around 10,000 votes.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
And that's with 16% reporting.
Okay, so it's probably not the downtown area.
under
If
20% reporting, we cannot start to say anything about this.
But if he wins,
And
if Trump in any way, shape, or form stays close to even in Oakland County, that's pretty much a telltale sign he's going to take Michigan. And
so in our scenario, he needs Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada.
If he loses North Carolina, but holds Florida, Georgia, and Ohio. So assuming that Georgia, Florida, and Ohio stay in Trump's camp, then he can lose Nevada. He has to pick up Arizona, but he can lose Nevada and still win with 274. That's putting Michigan and Wisconsin in his camp.
Okay. Let's see here. And in Texas, the numbers are equalizing. Trump's now up to 46 and Biden's down to 51.
Wow.
The numbers are, Trump has increased by around 500,000 votes since we last checked in.
And that's with 41% in, right?
Yeah, that's with I have 36% in currently.
Okay. So I'm seeing on NPR's website, they're showing 41% in, and it's 51 to 47.5.
51 to 47. So like I said, the New York Times numbers are 51 to 47.5. That's with 37% reporting. Yeah.
Okay.
So the numbers are lining up. But in Pennsylvania with 3% reporting, now with 4% reporting, I'm just going to pull off that one for a second and not even go back to that until it's done updating. With 90% of the vote in Florida, Trump is leading with 50.5%. In Georgia, we're looking at 56% for Trump. Going over to Ohio with 42%, it's still not looking great. I don't know which one of these areas. Trump's only down by around 300,000 votes, and there's still some counties that have not come in yet. And let me pull this up, particularly Athens County, Meigs County, Ross County, Highland County, Brown County, Hamilton County.
But you're saying 50% report. It's only half reported, right?
42% of the vote is in. 42%. And in 2016, if you go over to that map, most of the counties I just named off all went overwhelmingly for Trump.
Yeah.
But they're outside of Athens County. But you're talking about counties that only have a few, 10,000, 15,000 people.
Right.
Per county, so they'd have to win most of them in order to make it up. Like in terms of how's he looking in Claremont County?
Well, if you look at like Erie County in Ohio and was it Wood County, but Erie County, it's looking like right now it's 54-45 Biden to Trump. I don't know what happened in Erie County in 2016. Do you have that map?
Erie County, where is that in Ohio?
It's one county over, so it's not the next county from Cuyahoga, but two over going westbound. So it's on the lake.
Okay, so Erie County went for Trump 51% in 2016.
Okay,
he won it by 3,000 votes.
All right, so Biden's up by 9 points right now in that county. So, it's worth saying if he doesn't win probably Erie County, then if that's a 10-point swing, then Ohio is looking suspect.
Yeah. So so let me ask you this, Derek. Is there a situation where we don't win Ohio, where there's a path to the White House? How much more difficult does that make the calculus on?
Yeah, it makes it a lot more difficult. Yeah, because then you have to pick up obviously Nevada, and you probably have to pick off Minnesota. Actually, no. Even if he picks, no, hold on, that didn't go. Yeah, so he would have to then sweep the Rust Belt of Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and pick up Nevada, and that leaves him at 272. And that's assuming he gets Maine. I've got Maine, and since New Hampshire went for him last time, and it's still a very independent state. I've got him winning Maine too, which right now he was up 90 or 87% in, but it's only like 1% of the counties.
So actually, it went to Clinton. New Hampshire did in 2016.
Oh, did it? Okay, I thought he picked up that one
by a hair.
Okay,
by a hair.
All right.
It was 46.5 to 46.8.
All right, so if that stays with Biden and Trump wins Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Nevada, Biden wins at 270.
Yeah.
So he's got to then get either North Carolina or Ohio, and again, he can still this whole map assumes he loses Pennsylvania.
Correct. And we are at, let's see. In Ohio or Michigan, we're at 4%, and Trump is leading with 57% of the vote.
Okay. And how's Virginia looking? Somebody just posted here on Twitter that, and I don't know how many precincts are reporting, but it's showing that Trump is 59-39 in Virginia. What are you showing on your map?
In Virginia?
Yeah.
So in Virginia, as it currently stands, I'm having Trump with 30% reporting with about a 300,000 vote lead. Let me look at what counties reported.
Yeah, it's probably not the DC
because
counties.
Richmond is only at 10%. Let's see.
Actually,
Fairfax is at 7%.
Oh.
So once Richmond and Fairfax come in, I mean, those are going to be. But let me compare these.
Well, hold on, but
2016.
I'm looking right now. Loudoun County is population of 385,000. 96% are in, and Trump's up 56-42 in Loudoun County.
Interesting. So let me go over to
in Fairfax County, Biden's only up 6 points, and that's a population of.
So in Fairfax, Trump won. Hillary won. It was a 64-28 split. What is it right now?
Well, hold on. Fairfax was 52-46 Biden right now.
Wow. And that's with how much reporting?
That's 30% reporting, but showing 52-46. What did Hillary win it by?
64.
Wow. Okay.
64.
And then right next to that to the north is
Loudoun County. So in Loudoun County, it went 55% for Trump, 55% for Clinton, 38% for Trump. So what is it sitting at currently?
Wow. With 96% in, according to, I'm on NPR, it's 56-42 Trump.
Interesting. Yep, I'm seeing 55%, but I'm only getting that with 31%, 30% reported.
Yeah, I mean, I'll refresh my screen, but yeah, it was just showing 96%. Yeah, 96% in, population of 385,000 is 56-42 Trump. The only counties that they have is and Fairfax right now, they just have grayed out, which means they haven't kind of put it in a camp yet. And Prince William County is tied at 49-49. What does Prince William County show? The one just to the south of Fairfax.
Let me take
for 2016.
Prince William County was 57% for Clinton, 36% for Trump.
So again, and I'm on NPR, so I don't know, if this is accurate or not, but 98% of the vote is in Prince William, and it's deadlocked at 49%.
See, I'm only getting 24% on the New York Times website, so I don't know what the NPR. So North Carolina on the New York Times scale is now leaning towards Trump.
What is?
North Carolina.
Leaning towards Trump. Okay.
Correct.
And I'm just, I like because you said you're on the New York Times. Mike, what are you on? Are you on CNN?
Yeah, I was on the New York Times as well, and it showed sub 40 reported.
Hop over on CNN or Fox or just somebody else different maybe. I'll stay on NPR, and if Price is on New York Times, maybe grab a different one so we can maybe align numbers. I'm looking at the county results table on NPR's site. And Loudoun County is 55.7 to 42.3. So it's a vote margin of R plus 13 for Trump. Chesterfield County is R plus 25. Henrico is R plus 3. Arlington County is R plus or D plus 66. But of the population, it's D plus 7 for Fairfax County, which is the biggest county. Prince William County is the second most populated county in Virginia. It's dead even. In Virginia Beach City, it's R plus 26 right now. It's the third most populated county.
Yeah.
And then Loudoun, then the next three most populated. So Loudoun, Chesterfield, and Henrico, combined population of 1 million plus. They're R plus 13, R plus 25, R plus 3. Norfolk City is D plus 23. Chesapeake City is R plus 31. So, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, if he can somehow,
if he swings Virginia, that's
if he swings Virginia, it puts a whole monkey wrench into. I don't know if Trump was counting on winning Virginia, and I definitely don't know if Biden was planning on losing it. Right. So, yeah, that could definitely That could definitely switch.
That could definitely swing. I mean, and so in Pennsylvania, once again, it's not looking entirely promising based on the numbers that are coming out.
Right.
Trump's currently up in Pittsburgh with 30% reporting.
Right. Wow.
But let me go to my map in 2016.
It's only 5% reported on the AP. I think we leave Pennsylvania because it's simply, there's so many shenanigans that are planned and happening there.
Right.
Ohio is looking better though. Ohio, Trump is narrowly just edging up every time I look at it. He's now at 44%. With Biden 54% with 44% of estimated votes reported. So there's definitely still a shot for him there to flip that red, which would be great. Kansas has 31% estimated votes in, and it's currently 54% for Biden.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah, my map doesn't have Kansas going to Biden.
But that's mostly the Kansas City suburbs of Johnson County.
Yeah.
And the Topeka suburb of Riley County. So those are the areas that are really in right now. Wichita went for Trump with 62% reporting. So obviously, I mean, I don't think there's going to be any surprise, and Trump is about to overtake Biden in Texas. So we can all have a sigh of relief there. It's at 48.8 to 49.9.
Okay. I'm just going to refresh the Florida GOP vice chairman's website. Right now, by votes cast by party, Trump is, or Republicans are up 200,000 votes there.
Let's see. Trump ticking down a little bit at 50% reported votes in Ohio, which isn't great. Let's see.
Oh, you said Trump's at 50% in Ohio?
No, he's at 43% in Ohio.
Okay.
He just went down from 44%, with Biden comfortably at 55.3. But that's still with 4 or 5 counties not reporting, and most of these counties only about half reported. So let's see here. What's the actual vote total? Biden is ahead in Ohio by right around 350,000 votes. So I don't know how they can make it up, but it's going to be hard.
It's going to be tough. Yeah.
It's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah.
And North Carolina, it's a 66% reporting. It is a 45 for Trump, 53 for Biden, with Biden having around 200,000 votes in the lead. But that's just still with a lot of counties not coming in, including Halifax County, Nash County, Chatham County. Has the suburbs of Asheville come in? Let me just take a look at this. Because Raleigh is important. Charlotte's come in with 84% reporting. It's a 29 to 68 split. In Raleigh, it is 65 to 33%.
Right.
Comparing that to 2016, Trump is underperforming in both those counties. Actually, that's not true. In the counties surrounding Charlotte, he's underperforming there as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, hopefully there's, for Trump supporters, hopefully that's just the early votes coming in. But Ohio, you would think that by now it's only 8:30. So actually you probably haven't seen the actual in-person votes coming in Ohio yet, right? Ohio is
true.
Eastern, right? It's Eastern time.
Correct.
Amish, I don't know if the Amish are taking their votes in wagon or not to the polls. So, right?
True.
It's true. I saw the viral video of the Trump train.
Right. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Pretty impressive, huh?
Let's see.
Almost like our great viral video today of almost Mike.
So town hall is now called Florida for President Trump. So
that's bold. I'm surprised by Virginia.
Yeah. Now Fox Business News has already called Virginia for Biden, but I mean, if those numbers,
so is the New York Times as well.
So that's interesting. I mean, because a lot of those rural counties, unless they're just expecting that 300,000 vote margin to be made up, rather easily in Fairfax County, But
I mean, Fairfax County is huge. That's the suburb surrounding DC.
right, 1,150,000 is the population.
Exactly. No, it generally, traditionally leans blue.
Left, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I would have thought even with mail-in ballots and early voting that you would have seen kind of the 2016 splits as well, right? You'd have seen, what'd you say Fairfax County was for Clinton in 2016?
In 2016, Fairfax County went 64-28 in favor of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, and right now it was showing 56. Where'd it go?
Let's see. CNN predicts a win for each where. It's got to update on my phone.
Yeah, so right now Fairfax with 41% in, Fairfax County is only 52-46. So again, unless some major blue stronghold districts haven't been reported yet, and they're going to come in and be overwhelmingly they have to be 65-40, probably 65-35 to even start making a huge dent. And he's got a 308,000 vote lead right now. Trump does with 34% of the precincts in. But yeah, they've already called it for Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
And so
let's see. Biden appears to be. This is from CNN. Biden appears to be doing better than Clinton in some suburban counties elsewhere in the state.
Virginia.
The former vice president. If the former vice president were to underperform Clinton in Miami-Dade, he would need to run up Democratic margins in other parts of the state, like Hillsborough County. So this is just talking about Florida. Right. CNN projects Trump will win Indiana, Oklahoma, Kentucky, and Tennessee. CNN projects Biden will win Vermont, Delaware, Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Massachusetts. So no real shockers there. Call them the easy ones.
And Political Polls just tweeted out, which is per the Florida CBS or CBS News exit poll, has for the entire state of Florida has Biden only winning the Hispanic vote 53-45.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's very impressive. And so what, the interesting thing is now granted you have a lot of Cubans and Venezuelans and Argentinians that live and Brazilians that live in Miami. But what'll be interesting to see is, and I made this comment earlier this week, is that it'll be interesting if Trump loses suburban women, but gets swept into the White House by bringing the minority vote to him. And that'll change the whole landscape of how not polling per se, but how campaigns work.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but if that CBS exit poll is right, and Biden's only getting 53% of Latino voters in Florida, then Biden or Trump.
So in Texas, with 61% of the vote, it just went down. They were neck and neck at 49%, and then it just fluctuated back to 51% for Biden.
Okay.
So, and that's with 61%.
Where's that?
Yeah,
Florida? That's Florida.
That's in Texas. That's Texas.
That's Texas.
Yeah, North Carolina results right now has Biden 82 or estimated 70 to 82% in of the votes, has Biden up 52-46, almost 53-46.
I'm only getting 62% or 67% of the vote, and once again, it's strange. The New York Times, they have these scales that go left and right, and they still have North Carolina as a 1.1 lead for Trump.
Wow. Okay.
So I don't know what we're not seeing as a result, but it should be interesting to see why. I'd love to hear why with their. Let's see. Let me click on it and see what it says.
Let's see. What do we got here? Yeah. So what's interesting is I'm in the market, and yesterday and today the stock market took off up over 1,000 points, and a lot of indication was that that was signaling a Trump win. I set my markers for above and below pivot points and that type of thing. So right at the beginning tonight, around 7 o'clock when the polls were closing, the futures took out today's high, which was positive. You would think if that's a Trump win and maybe the Senate staying with the Republicans, it now just went through. It's heading towards the low of the day on the futures. So you're seeing a turn in the market, which may be saying that the market now is hearing the results coming in that maybe it's going to be a Biden win.
Victory. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just saw futures drop.
Yeah. Well, I've got my gold is down 15 points in the last hour.
Gold would be down with a Trump win, right? To some extent.
To some extent, yeah. But if you're getting into uncertainty, you would think that gold's going to be up as well, right? So gold would rally.
Yeah.
And then you're seeing, and futures aren't tailing off too much. I mean, the Dow's off 100 points, but I mean, it was up 800 points or whatever in the last couple of days. So you may just see some hedging overseas taking place. But yeah, you're definitely seeing the market turn in the opposite direction. So
no results from New York. What, they can't get their act together? Nothing. Yeah, I would love to see at least some more people in Manhattan move to the right side of the political spectrum.
Yeah, right.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I don't see anything. I see New York for NPR.
Got nothing.
Yeah, not nothing. 0% in.
Definitely not the major swing, though, and that a lot of the polls were predicting in terms of how Biden was just going to sweep the map with an overwhelming victory.
Right.
I mean, once again, numbers are still coming in. Like you said, Derek, they're probably still counting ballots from the people who just voted.
Right.
So
yeah, exactly.
all those have yet to come in.
Right.
But
let's see what we've got here on. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see a lot of these congressional races. If if a lot of the congressional races stay blue, or move from Republicans to if they lose more seats in the House, then is that a harbinger of kind of where we're headed as a country? That you're seeing more people be like, all right, I'm perfectly fine with all of the social justice warrior stuff. And people kind of moving away saying, wear masks and mandates and lockdowns and shutting businesses down, that type of thing. So
let's see. So in the margins, they currently have Biden at 11 point plus lead from exit polling.
Okay. Is that from a particular state?
That's from what?
Is that from a particular state?
That's from Ohio.
Oh, just Ohio.
Yeah. Which does not bode particularly well for Trump. If that is correct.
I know the least about this stuff, but the Virginia.
Yeah, I think there's definitely there. It's not just a shy factor; it's a shame factor.
Right.
We've been saying for a long time. Who wants to tell anybody that they voted for Trump if they feel like their property could be at risk, or I'm walking on my way to my car? And so it's not just I'm not going to tell you exit polls that that people are fearing for their safety. So these cities are not boarding themselves up for fear of a bunch of red MAGA hat wearing people, smashing their plate glass windows and stealing their merchandise. And so I suggest anything along those lines is totally disingenuous.
Exactly.
So, that should be enough to tell you their confidence factor in this. And it is a toss up, which I can't believe. I mean, you've got a guy who gaffes nonstop. He's going to be the leader of the free world. We've uncovered all this corruption. We've uncovered, we've whatever policies he wanted to engender, he's had half a century to do. We were discussing today the notion that, Democrats can stomp their feet and lose their minds. But at the end of the day, Hillary Clinton was a poor choice. She was highly corrupted, and people knew it. I mean, Peter Schweizer was writing Clinton Cash and detailing everything from, buying off the CFIUS court for the Uranium One deal, and talking about, Dan Bongino, who used to be her Secret Service guy, throwing lamps and plates across the White House, and her incredible sense of rage. She was a poor candidate, and Biden is a poor choice for candidate. And so now we're sitting here going like, I do feel sorry. I would love to have somebody who has a track record simply on, whatever their idea. They ran a city, say Buttigieg is the mayor of South Bend and he doesn't have any baggage in his past and they get somebody to do this. But it's almost like we see now the corruption of the D state requires a flawed candidate.
Right.
On the Democratic side, it has to be a flawed candidate so that they're owned.
Yeah.
And so in some ways it's like, well, the party of love, peace, and tolerance is now the party of statism and corruption. And the people who don't see that, I guess we're just sitting there scratching our heads going, why are you at this place where you can't see, or maybe they're not being shown it, but
right.
We hope through our work and our social media and whatnot that, at least if you can be the one to make an argument that says, why should we deal with a guy who is so compromised with China, with the Ukraine? I mean, the very fact that Trump was impeached for being quizzical about the crime that Biden committed or his son committed, that should tell you everything.
Right. Yeah.
So I have a question. Are we allowed to bring people into the stream if they want to come on?
Yeah. But anybody?
Sure.
Yeah.
We have a couple other guests that want to pop on through the night, but anybody?
Yeah, no, I got a guy who hosts a podcast out of Boise called And Coffee, where he goes and he comes in and in a lot of cases, him and my friend John Koenig, they're both good friends of mine, but they do a podcast. They interview everyone from super far left liberals to right wing conservatives, and he'd love to come on and talk about potential election violence regarding whoever wins.
Yeah, bring him on.
You want? I'll send you a link to get him in, or you can send him that link.
Yeah,
you can send him the link I sent you and hop him.
Since I last brought you the change in the futures, they have since bottomed out and are turning positive now. The Nasdaq in particular, which would the Nasdaq would be more of a telltale sign that they want Biden, right? Because he's not going to restrict he's not going to take away their Section 230 rights. So, but the Nasdaq just in the last 15 minutes has now pushed up.
Oh, you mean because Nasdaq is a tech favored?
Yeah, he's going to be pro tech, and that's up now 100 points just in the last 15 minutes, or since 8:45.
Wow. So you're saying Nasdaq bumps indicates a Biden win?
Correct, because most of the heavyweight tech is Apple, Google, Facebook, and Amazon.
Going back to North Carolina, Trump is edging up with 47% with 72% estimated votes reported. Okay. It's neck and neck. Biden's only about 200,000 votes ahead. So as these counties continue to come in, it looking like Biden or Trump is continuing to close the gap. There are still a bunch of counties in North Carolina that haven't even started reporting yet. So, and then in Texas, it's equalizing. It looks like it's about to flip again, where Donald Trump is at 48.6% and Biden is at 50%. So,
wow. Okay. So he's still there.
All right,
still leading Texas.
Looks like we got Ben coming in here.
Okay.
There he is. Hey, Ben.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Ben, thank you for joining us, as always.
Where are you joining us, Ben? Are you from Boise?
Yeah, well, I'm from DC, but I live in Boise. We've lived in Boise for a long time.
Thanks for popping in.
Ben, let me ask you a DC question.
Okay.
What's going on in Fairfax County?
I don't know, man.
Right now, or Loudoun County. Right now.
Whoa, I'm getting a serious delay. This is so weird.
Are you?
You can delete the delay on your advanced settings on the gear, on the little settings thing. You can get your echo cancellation there.
Okay, let me do that.
Or stop watching us on the main stream. Just use the restream.
Oh, that's probably what's happening.
Yeah, because if you're watching it on the main thing, it's good.
There we go. We're good.
There you go. No worries.
I have no idea what's happening in Fairfax County. I mean, look at the guy they elected for governor. I mean, you know, I don't really put a lot of faith in the people in Virginia. Even though I lived really close to there for a long time.
Hey, I lived in Richmond for 5 years. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When I moved to Richmond in 2010, we were looking at, I was very excited to move from New York, having been in New York, LA, and San Francisco my entire adulthood. I was very excited to all of a sudden be in a place where it was purple, and it was purple with like a real red hue to it. And I was like, this is awesome. This is my people. I'm telling you, in the 5 years subsequent, I felt it go, deep purple to blue, and it's palpable. It's palpable. So yeah.
Do you think that's election fraud, or do you think people actually changed their minds?
I think there is I think, in addition to gentrification of particular cities, I think you start to see a sort of wokeism, which tries to kind of ride the coattails of, these Silicon Valley microcosms, right? So you kind of have this feeling of, there's a plethora of coffee shops, and the restaurant scene is really good, and there's a lot of digital agencies, and you start to feel all these things that kind of move together. And in my experience, you really started feeling this, the woke factor kind of taking over all things. And, kind of the way we're seeing now with every corporation having to wear their BLM banner, or their, everybody who has to make a commentary on something related to social justice. We're now in that zone where it's everybody has to weigh in on it. So
it's unbelievable. I totally agree with you.
Oh, Ben, I was going to tell you, share the stream too if you haven't already. We're trying to get as many people.
Well, I'm trying to focus on. Yeah, I will. How do I?
Oh, you will? You will?
Okay.
No, I know you, Ben. I know you well enough. I got to get.
We're reacting to these with these polling results, but having ideas from we want thoughtful ideas from all kinds of people. So
right, absolutely,
sure. No, I get it. Well, I actually work at a pretty big corporation, and I was going to say, like, they're making us wear masks. They're talking about BLM. They made it explicitly clear in the orientation. Hey, you guys can never talk politics at work. And I get that. I totally understand not wanting to pollute the well, and making sure that people are behaving at work. That makes a lot of sense to me. The part where I differ is, like, the executive team started talking about Black Lives Matter and how they were going to intervene in Wisconsin after the Jacob Blake thing. Was it Jacob Blake? I think it was. And I was like, okay, wait a second. You guys shouldn't be talking about this at all. Like, we're a memory company. This is totally irrelevant. And it's just, it's permeating everything. And I totally resonate with what you said.
This woke capitalism is crazy. One of the other guys that was running for Congress here in Southern California in San Diego, and I were having a chat this weekend, and he's a finance guy, and we're starting to really look at, okay, so what is it about bankers that's all of a sudden they're grabbing on, you've seen Jamie Dimon, say they're not going to support 501c3s for patriot organizations, anybody who kind of leans right and is trying to be nonprofit. Just to think about the legacy of JP Morgan Chase, and, over a century of, nonpartisan finance. And now the CEO is going to say, we're only going to service, 60 million potential customers instead of, and it's unbelievable what we're seeing happen. And I think, I guess we're not seeing enough of a backlash from that tonight. Of course, we're not all precincts reported,
right?
But we're hoping that people are pushing back against that, right?
Well, it's still early. I think we are going to see I think it's going to sweep. I think really, like, I've been kind of.
Are we in a Brexit style situation? No. And what I mean by that is, everyone thought in the early polling for Brexit, when all the exit polls came out, when they were first tallying all the votes, no one thought that Brexit was going to happen.
Right.
Okay. But later on, as the night went on, as more votes came in, what ended up happening is it got him over the edge.
Right.
So are we in that Brexit scenario? Are we in the long game right now? Because I don't think it's going to be a red wave. I think we're going to have to fight for every vote in a lot of these swing states. But I think if we play our cards right and we bide our time and we're patient, I think the numbers we're seeing right now do not reflect the actual situation on the ground in a lot of these states where we have concerns, because a lot of them are like 12 to 14% reporting. Ohio's the only really big concern for me at 52%. Let's see.
Night's still young.
And that's the night's still young, and Trump is creeping up in Ohio. So
yeah.
So
I don't see how you can not vote that way.
if the Michigan numbers stay where they're at right now, it's going to be a landslide for Trump in Michigan. Like,
but didn't he
unbelievably so.
in 2016?
He did, but not by. He's doing better in all the suburbs that he did not do well in 2016. All the areas surrounding Detroit, in Oakland County, in Washington County, in Wayne County. So currently in Oakland County, he's leading with a 55-43 lead over Biden. In Wayne County, it's 53-45 over Biden. And in Macomb County, it's 74-23 over Biden.
Isn't it Macomb County?
Is it Macomb County?
You dork.
So wait, yeah. Well, we talked a little bit about this in one of our previous podcasts. That Detroit, in a unique behavioral shift, did not go down the crazy George Floyd riots path, right? Their chief of police came out and said, "No, we're enforcing law and order, and that's what we're up to," right? I mean, like that, and to some extent, does that paint a different picture in those counties?
I mean, I guess we'll find out. I mean,
or maybe or Gretchen Whitmer, the way maybe she, maybe she incentivized people to, I don't know. I mean, sometimes these people are kind of forcing functions. I agree with what you're saying though about Ohio. I'm staring at Ohio, going, how can at 53%, that is not looking good. An 8-point spread.
Yeah, and I just saw somebody update on Twitter saying, "Don't pay attention to Ohio right now. That's all the early votes that are coming."
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're gonna be okay. I really like. I mean, who was that guy? The Northrop poll. He predicted 326 electoral votes for Trump.
Yeah.
So in the lineup of us,
we just lose somebody.
Did we lose someone in the stream?
It may have been Mike. He may have just dropped off. Go ahead, Bryce.
Oh no, I was going to say. So even
here's set up some more lights.
Okay. No, going in, I was just kind of I was on 270 to win right now. So even if we don't win Pennsylvania and Ohio, let's say we win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, I mean, that puts Trump at 270.
What else are you giving him? Because I've got him sweeping the.
I've got him winning Arizona. I've got him winning Texas, Georgia, North Carolina. I've got him winning just all the states he won previously outside of Pennsylvania and Ohio.
Okay.
And I added.
What are you using to calculate this?
I'm using 270 to win.
I've never even heard of that. I'm going to check it out.
The number 270 to win.com. You can do your own map. Price, what's interesting is I was just watching on the Blaze. Steve Deace was just talking about it. Loudoun County, again, going back to Virginia, 99% is reporting, and Trump is still up 14 points.
Which is pretty astronomical.
Yeah. Biden is still up in Fairfax with 66% reporting. While ago it was 37. He's still holding a 6-point lead, but it doesn't look to be growing that lead. But in Loudoun County with almost 100% reporting, Trump has held his 14-point lead in Loudoun County.
Interesting.
But again, Virginia has already shown, even NPR has got it tagged for Biden. So everybody's thrown it in the Biden camp. But given that those are the two most populated counties and Donald Trump right now, it's showing only 39% of total precincts are in, but 66 of Fairfax, 99 of Loudoun, And then you have Prince William 98% in, and Trump's up by 1. Stafford County, which is these are all right together, 96% in, and Trump is up 35 points. So he's up.
Yeah,
by,
I'm not sure if the New York Times just hasn't updated their map, because, like I said, I'm seeing those numbers, but it still has it at 24% in Prince William County, 31% in Loudoun County, and about 18% in Fairfax County.
Yeah, something doesn't make sense. If you hover over on NPR's county by county site, I mean, most all of the counties are 70, 80, 100, 100, 100, 100, 82. You're seeing a lot of counties already be put in, and Biden's got to go make up 341,000 or 339,000 votes. Where does he find those? I mean, if we only have 44% of Fairfax to return, and he's gone from 37% of the precincts to 66, and he's still holding it just a 6-point lead, he's not expanding that. Where do you find those votes?
Yeah, because I mean, currently with 38% reporting of Virginia as a whole, which I'm seeing right now on New York Times, they just updated their map. Trump is still leading Biden by around 300,000 votes.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. 339,000 votes he's up by.
Yeah, well, I mean, once again, they're probably still counting. And if most of what we're looking at, and this is what makes this election different than any other election that we've had previously, is that we could probably be looking at numbers or votes that happened, a month ago.
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
And they're just filing them in now. And that's what we're finding.
What I don't understand about these county by county votes is if you're showing that the percentage is 99, 98, 95, 31, whatever, like Loudoun County is still only 31% in, so maybe that's why. Maybe that's going to flip, right? Maybe it's a big suburb that's a pro Biden suburb, but if he's still holding 14% there, I don't know. It's interesting that he has 300,000 votes to make up, but really only 2 counties to get that from. And so that's what's interesting to me, just from a math perspective, part of it.
Now, Ben, let me get your perspective. I know we brought you on. We wanted to talk about a few different things. Oh, and Trump just ticked up again in Ohio, which is good.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. He's at 46% now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's close. I told you he was going to close that gap.
Yeah, yes, he's closing.
I told you.
But I wanted to ask
you. It's like the Eagles winning the Super Bowl against the Patriots. I called it like years before it ever happened.
You were the prophet. You were the oracle on the hill.
America's team, man. It's going to happen. Just like America's president is going to get reelected, America's team beats the Patriots.
Yeah, there you go. I like it.
Yeah.
But no, I was going to ask. So let's say that Biden does end up losing. Is there going to be violence on the streets of America?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you think it's going to be hardest hit? Do you think that siege on the White House has any merit to it? You think so?
I think it's going to be DC. We saw it in 2016. They threw bricks through windows. I never imagined that they would attempt to go after the White House, but I mean I heard the same thing you did, apparently, like that Zoom call, I guess. They're gonna go after the White House. Like, are you serious? Are you people nuts? Like, I mean, I can't imagine. If I was on the left, you would have to pay me like $1 million, like more than that. Like, I wouldn't do it. Like, not in a million years would I be that stupid.
No, but they're useful idiots for them, I mean,
they are.
They don't look the notion of the federal. You're going to have a 10-year stint in a penitentiary at the minimum, but they don't truly care about these people who they're inciting towards activism. They don't.
Yeah,
they're fine with ruining these people's futures in something that feels like an organized effort. Oh, this is, they have to set a precedent, and they have to say somehow that you're participating in the political process. Sure. They've kind of bastardized the notion of sit-ins. There's plenty of nonviolent processes for political change that have been used over the years. And somehow they convince these people that the Weather Underground that these were people just really trying to affect change. It's like,
well, that's a really good point. I don't mean to interrupt you, but this popped into my head. I had an amazing conversation yesterday, and by amazing I mean really disappointing conversation with this unbelievable moron and he was talking about how like in Maryland, where I'm from, this lady was being harassed by Trump supporters. They were shouting racial slurs at her, and we're like, "How do you know they're Trump supporters?" "Oh, they're holding up signs." Okay, whatever. But why are you? And her justification was that that's why you shouldn't vote for Trump, because he's encouraging white supremacy, all this stuff. And I'm like, wait a second. Antifa is hunting down Trump supporters and murdering them. We have evidence of that that's happened in the past month. I mean, they are killing people for believing something different. And one guy says, "Oh, he's defending Nazis. He's defending Ben Chaffetz is defending Nazis." Really? You just labeled him as a Nazi and therefore it's okay to kill him? Are you actually making that argument? And then the same guy is saying how he is, "Oh, I have sound morals. I don't need to defend myself." You just advocated murder.
It's the bunch of Nazi people. Those are the people are
cognitive dissonance of not knowing who you're actually dealing with.
It's not okay, but if you're people are justifying their behavior by saying, if you could go back in time and stop Hitler, wouldn't you?
Right.
And so whatever it takes, whether it's assassination or whatever it takes to get Trump out of office, to get Trump, then you are justified and you're doing the right thing. And that is exactly what we are up against with radicalism. I mean, for us, look, if we lose tonight, well, look, I'm going to be bummed. I'm going to start looking at other countries to go to.
I hear Antarctica's nice,
but not from a standpoint of, I'm not thinking of it from a standpoint of, I disown this country. I love this country, but from a standpoint of, they're going to come after us. I mean, Maxine Waters has said, Kamala Harris has said, we will not forget, we will leave no stone unturned to find those who were supportive of this president. Now, of course, it's all hyperbole, right? Everything.
Is it though? Is it hyperbole?
Truth and Reconciliation Committees.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
from Robert Reich.
These people are, exactly.
Oh yeah, Robert Reich. I mean, come on. We somehow let the academic institutions start teaching these Keynesian economic theories and this weird supply side, Krugman, all these guys, they live in an alternate universe, which is fine. Propose your theory, see what works. A/B test. Right. Trump has shown the sorts of policies that Trump has done are not designed to encroach upon our liberties, but rather to create incentivizations that make our behavior better for society as a whole. Opportunity zones, step one, I know it's Tim Scott's idea, but I don't even know the full count. Last time I checked, it was $9 billion total invested into opportunity zones. These are, census districts that are, they have to be 33% lower than the median income of an entire county. And they're very small little groups, but you can find some good ones. I mean, getting people to invest in the most depressed areas in our country is genius. There's a sentiment. I was reading a Hoover Institution document today, and it said Black livelihoods matter. It's the latest issue. Black livelihoods matter, and the author does a great job of saying, look, minimum wage has always been a bad idea. Actually, I was a very interesting quote from JFK when JFK, I didn't realize that as a senator in the 50s, he had basically argued for minimum wage as a way of crowding out Black workers who were willing to work for less. And I was like, wait, John F. Kennedy, senator from Massachusetts. I was like, wow, he said these words. I'll have to pull up the quote. And I sat there and I was like, okay, interesting. And then it talks about affordable housing and how basically the constriction and housing supply in California is the key thing that is affecting Black livelihoods here. And then the other thing was, the other great stat that I got from this was, in the 1950s, 5% of all jobs had some sort of licensing requirement. Now we have over 20% of all jobs have a licensing requirement. And so the author used the example of hair braiding, right? Like, so do you really need a cosmetology certificate to do hair braiding because you don't use any chemicals? And the whole reason for creating the certificate is, can you safely handle chemicals that you would use with like hair coloring or whatever? But the entire premise of this is that, look, all these things are hurting Black livelihoods. All of these things are hurting Black livelihoods, and let's let's retrain our legislative behemoth that is our law, our code, and make it so that it works for people. And I think Trump has proven that, and we have to be fired up on this kind of stuff. I mean, I just, I can't say enough positive things about Trump. And I was, I had that moment today. I don't know if you guys had this moment today. Like, I almost today, because it's the last day of the potential. If Biden wins, right, then the mandate, it tapers, right? Like we have till December 20th or to January 20th. And so if Biden wins, this is the last day I can say when Trump is in mandate, the last day I could write like a love letter. And I just think of like the elegance of Melania Trump and Donald Trump, and how much, I mean, there couldn't be more of a hyperbolic. I mean, I almost feel like he did these events in the last few weeks, like on purpose. I mean, like, it was an unreasonable amount of rallies that he did. Right. I mean, any stretch of the imagination, it was unreasonable how many places he went to. And you literally were exhausted for him. You were like, dude, it's after midnight. Like
1:30 in the morning, the average end time for a lot of his rallies.
And it's like, dude, he is showing how much he is going over the top to work.
Well, I think the biggest example of what you're talking about that you can just point to a map on is the difference between the RNC and the DNC this past round. The RNC was an event that promoted American values, the American spirit. It promised hope. It promised prosperity. It promised all the elements that make being a Republican great. The ideas that you can lift yourself up out of a horrible situation and become something better as a nation, as a person, all these things. The Democratic National Convention was, you're bad because you're an American. The American system is inherently racist.
Right.
You have failed because there is an inequitable society that we all live in. The people that we looked up to in the founding fathers and the Constitution that was written, that guides all of us and gives us those God-given rights, is wrong and needs to be changed. I mean, it was the campaign of hope and the campaign of the traditional American dreams, and then the campaign of despair. I mean, that's what you had.
Yeah, very much.
Hey guys, you guys probably got the same update I just got, but Fox News just projected that Democrats are going to keep the House. So it's a little pepper to put on that meal.
Really?
So, yeah.
Well, I know they flipped 2 seats down in Dade County. I saw earlier.
Yeah, and Colorado got a Senate seat.
Okay.
Well, that was
Gardner's Cory Gardner.
Cory Gardner was a surprise win in 2014 when the Republicans took back the Senate. So, I mean, and plus, if you look at the demographics, the way Colorado's going, I think the last time I just took that the recent results, Trump's currently sitting at a cool, calm, and comfortable 31% of the vote, with 14% reporting. So, I mean, I think it was to be expected that we were going to lose Gardner's seat.
Yeah.
Over in Maine, with 4% of the vote in, though, we have Donald Trump up 54 to Biden's 42. Obviously, that could change. He didn't win Maine in 2016, but it was close. It was super close, as well as New Hampshire. New Hampshire was literally 0.3% between Hillary and Trump, and that's 4 electoral votes. So if he's able to get New Hampshire as well as Maine was only about 3 points difference. And Gary Johnson did very well there. He got 5% of the vote. So if that Gary Johnson vote went towards Donald Trump in the 2016 election, he would have won the state.
And looking at Virginia, 41% of the vote in. Trump has a 340,000 vote lead. But again, I keep coming back to Fairfax County has now 78% reporting, supposedly. and Loudoun County is still holding at 31%. So again, unless Loudoun County is going to make up that $300,000 person difference, a lot of these counties around DC are already, unless they're lying to us, they're already 95, 88, 95, 98% in. So if
we're getting. Hold on, they just put up initial. This is less than
The very swamp that hates Trump is voting for him. How is that possible?
the what?
The very swamp that hates Trump is voting for him. I mean, Loudoun and Fairfax and Alexandria. I mean, come on.
So Trump is now leading in Texas.
Okay.
Thank the Lord.
What about Ohio? What are you seeing for Ohio?
In Ohio, Trump's up to 47%.
Okay,
which is good, with 60% reporting or 58% reporting.
I told you it was going to go red.
But Pennsylvania, 16% reporting. Still, once again, this must just be the big urban areas. I was comparing it. The one, Washington County is the one, it's a Pittsburgh suburb, that we won in 2016 with 36% reporting, is a 61-37 split in favor of Biden right now. So that could be, once again, that could be that initial mail-in vote, though.
Right. Yeah.
Rainey is watching the Bannon podcast, and she's.
But are you guys looking at Michigan, though? Are you guys seeing Michigan?
I'm not.
59-38 for Trump.
How much? How much is
that? Hold on.
That's 17%
reporting.
Yeah, 17% reporting. But if you're looking at the like I said, the key areas, the suburbs surrounding Detroit, which are key. Those are around 40%, and those are all leaning red.
You've always been more positive than me, Price. So I'm gonna just chalk that up to your optimism.
What are you
but I mean, I hope you're right, of course.
20% reporting. Also, we don't know. I mean, look, these guys are trying to make for great TV,
right? Of course,
right. So, like, when are they going to unveil the truth on any of these things?
Yeah, because looking at
if you look at North Carolina, Trump's just slowly ticking up there. It was at 48.4% to Biden's 50.
Ohio, the same thing. He's pretty much almost closed that entire gap. He's now only down 109,000.
Yeah, which is very doable.
We still have like 37% of the vote.
All right, so Rainey has given us the play-by-play here. She's covering Fox and watching Steve Bannon. She says Steve Bannon's War Room Twitter account was just blocked.
Really?
No.
She also said, and he said that Bannon just said we have to win Georgia. That's on you, Derek.
Okay,
man. I think we're fine in Georgia.
He said if Georgia. He says
we didn't really do introductions here. So Derek, you're in Georgia.
Yeah, I'm in Georgia.
Okay, and Mike, where are you?
Well, Price and I are in San Diego.
Okay, well, I know Price is in the swamp and like the absolute underbelly of California, but I've never been there, so I get to say that.
Yeah, Ben is a traditional transplant to Idaho. Regardless of where you're from, you have to hate Californians. I mean, it's not a requirement. It's a requirement. You're getting married in California. What are you going to do?
Well, no, we changed the venue.
You had me at trans.
Oh.
Hey, you had me at trans, dude. Say no more.
For what it's worth, looking at the futures, the NASDAQ has now pulled back below where it started off the candle at 6 o'clock or 6:45. So the NASDAQ is now selling off, as is the the Dow.
Oh yeah, stock market prediction: if Biden wins, stock market tanks. If Trump wins, stock market skyrockets.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Biden is now back ahead in Texas.
Okay. No, stop it.
Okay, they're 70%. They're literally 50-50 right now. 3,999,199 to 3,993,918.
You're watching an old update. I'm at 4,100,000.
Are you really? So see, once again, I'm using the New York Times map.
Why would you use the New York Times?
Because it's pretty intuitive, and I can go down into all the counties, and I can compare it to their 2016 map.
What are you guys showing for how much precinct is in Texas?
This is just total vote counts. Right now, it's currently sitting at 49.3% for Biden and 49.3% for Trump.
Okay.
And that's with around 4
Yeah.
million votes each.
Yeah, I'm showing Biden is up with 63% of the precincts in, but he's only up by 45,000 votes.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, because a lot of those, well, I mean, again, you still have El Paso that needs to come in, the areas around El Paso, but a lot of these red counties are, I mean, Lubbock County hasn't come in yet.
All the areas west of San Antonio haven't come in. All the areas west of Fort Worth haven't come in.
Right.
All the areas west of Corpus Christi and north of Corpus Christi haven't come in. So there's still
Right.
plenty of play in the game.
What did he, well, for Harris County, what was it 2016? What was it split?
In 2016, Harris County was 54-41 in favor of Clinton.
Okay, so Biden's still overperforming there, 56-43 with 70% in.
But that was, once again, I think we covered this. That was with Gary Johnson.
All right.
Taking up 3% of the vote in Harris County.
Right.
So that's kind of just probably disseminating out into the Republicans and Democrats.
Okay.
There. But
yeah, but I mean, again, man, I'm still confused on Virginia because everybody still has it counted. But now with 86% of the vote in Fairfax County, Biden is still only leading at 6 points. And so he's still down by a larger margin, 343,000 votes.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at Virginia, it says 40.2% for Biden and 58% for Trump, but they called it for Biden.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And only 41%
doesn't really make a whole lot of
vote.
sense.
And again, if you look around, I mean, Fairfax County is now, assuming that they're correct, right? 86% of the votes in.
Mm-hmm.
Loudoun County now is 99% in, and Trump held his lead of 14 points.
So Trump at 3% of reporting and early results coming out of Wisconsin is leading 54-44.
Wow. Okay.
In Michigan, it's still at 18% of the vote, but it's 60-38. In Pennsylvania, it's at 19% votes reported, and Trump's edging up. It's at 37.1% to 61.9% in favor of Biden. But that's just because all those big mail-in counties have come in.
Right.
And they're counting votes in all the Amish country and, oil country and everywhere else under the sun. 72% in Texas. Biden is still leading by 0.6% of the vote.
Wait, did you say 72%?
Yeah, we got some.
72% reporting is what I got.
I only have 57%. What the heck?
Yeah, I'm showing 63%. What were you about to say, Mike?
So Florida's going to be decisive. Come on,
Trump.
be honest, dude. Texas is going to be decisive. This whole soft blue thing that they're doing. I mean, this is just making for good TV. You can't. I got feedback from the peanut gallery. What's going on? Yeah, Madison Cawthorn.
Oh, he won?
He's winning. He's North Carolina.
Nice.
Well, hold on. We always hear about down ticket races. What about up ticket? If Cawthorn, he's in North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
A handsome kid.
Yeah.
God, what a handsome kid.
Yeah. So right now, Florida with 91% in has Trump +3. So 300.
I just want to go on record, and this is going to make me very unpopular with a lot of people who may be libertarians who might be watching.
Well, I'm a libertarian, so I'm not going to get mad at you though, Bryce.
It's okay. I'll tell you what, I don't know. Personally, the Libertarian Party has a habit of coming into elections and taking votes from Republicans, because 9 out of 10 issues in a lot of cases, Libertarian is just one step removed from a Republican on a lot of things.
Yeah, there's some Republicans.
Like in the Senate race in North Carolina right now, it's a 47-48 split in terms of in favor of the Democrat, with Shannon Bray, the Libertarian, with 3 points. 3 points.
That's a pretty big take.
I know.
Yeah, but if you look across the board, I mean, right now for North Carolina for president, other candidates are only 1%. They're only pulling 53,870 votes with 82% in.
No, I get it. I know they're going for that. Was it 5%?
Right.
5% national for that federal money.
Right.
For their election, but I don't know. For me, they always seem to be detracting from one side versus the other.
Yeah.
I mean, there's more libertarian support out there than there are Green Party supporters out there. Let me just put it that way.
So you're telling me that they already called Kanye. So they already called Illinois, and Kanye didn't throw enough of an upset into that race?
No, he didn't get enough, man.
Because I know on our ballot this morning, he was listed as a VP for Rocky De La Fuentes. You couldn't vote for Kanye as the president, only as the vice president, which I thought that was a little weird, right? That you can be for different positions on different states' ballots. So Kanye is apparently not throwing us Illinois. That was the big dream. Was that Kanye was gonna cut out enough of the Democrat vote in Illinois such that he would give Illinois to Trump, which would be
not a chance.
Probably a bigger slap in the face to Obama than what's about to happen next.
Hey, I gotta interrupt for a second. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm too deplorable and small-brained, or I know so much that isn't so. But like, is Virginia? I gotta understand Virginia. Virginia is 41.2% for Biden and 57% for Trump, and Biden is somehow winning Virginia. Somebody explain that to my little.
Well, they called Virginia very early in the race.
How do they call? Yeah, right. They called it. Yeah, you're right.
They called it with like. So let's put that in the maybe column.
I mean, they have 43% reporting.
Right, and if you look at the county breakdown, at least on NPR, underneath the map, they actually show the county breakdown.
Yeah.
Fairfax County is the most populated county. It's still Trump is still holding that at 52-46 with 86% in. And then Prince William County is the second largest. Trump's winning that one 49-48. And I think you were saying earlier, Price, that 2016, Hillary carried that like 54-46.
In Loudoun or
no,
Fairfax?
Prince William County, their second.
57-36.
Okay. So he's got a 13-point swing.
With 2.5 for Gary Johnson. But
all right. Yeah. And other is 2.5% on this ballot cast as well. But yeah, I agree, Ben, because you're seeing the top four, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the top 6 populated counties. Trump's winning 3 of those. Actually, he's winning 5 of them with 99, 98, 86, 31, and 31 in. But 31, Loudoun County is still sitting at 31%. It hasn't moved in the last hour. So unless they're waiting to say, oh, shoot, how many ballots do we have to go find?
Right.
They haven't moved in an hour.
Those pricks.
Where everybody else has.
No, you're right.
Okay, Donald Trump's back in the lead in Texas with 70%.
Yeah. I told you, stop talking about that. Like,
hey, Ben, do you think Trump's going to win Texas, Ben?
I think Trump is going to win Texas.
Are you positive?
Do you not? Like,
Are you positive?
Okay, whoa. Hold on. Let's back up. Let's rephrase the question here. Are we talking about a fair election, or are we talking about?
Well, this is the main question.
That's the main question we're going to come in, because the thing is, what Trump has to do for any of these states, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, any state that would be considered a battleground or toss-up, he's going to have to win by more than 1%. So that they can say, look, there's no, even if you do a recount, you're not going to find that many ballots, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the big thing is, Florida, it's key for him to win. He's up by over 3 now. It's key for him to win a state like that when the Biden campaign had already said they have 4,000 attorneys ready to go in to fight results in Florida. So if now they can redeploy those 4,000 attorneys somewhere else, it may end up in Virginia if what we're looking at holds.
Actually, that might be really good for us.
Yeah. And Texas, Trump is up in Texas now by 21,000.
Hey, should we have a quick little break here and enjoy
the leftist tears?
No, I want.
He wants a drink.
I want to play. Almost Mike's.
Yeah. Play Homeless Mike's video.
Can you play that into the stream?
I can play it into the stream right now.
Yeah, I'll be back in just a second.
All right, cool. Let's see. I'm gonna pull it in here. All right, let's see. You guys ready? Hold on.
I was born ready.
Let's see. Let's take you guys off. Let's put him in.
You vote for Trump?
Damn right I'm voting for him.
I mean, you can't vote for Kamala Harris. Don't vote for any of these people. You're reading the Democratic Guide.
Well, I'm
Getting
voting for
some
Donald
echo.
Trump, man.
Yeah, man, you should be. I'm getting ready to vote for him too.
I like for Trump, man.
You're getting some bad echo.
Yeah, that was. Whew.
Hold on. Let me do better than that. 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 Hold on. Let me get it
Do
right.
more, be better.
Let
It
me
was
get.
probably audio into your mic or something.
No, because I'm wearing headphones. Let's see how this works. Maybe this is the full one. Okay, let's spotlight it.
Trump.
You vote for Trump?
Damn right I'm voting for him.
I mean, you can't vote for Kamala Harris. Don't vote for any of these
No,
people. You're
the
reading the
echo's still really
Democratic
bad.
Guide.
I'm voting for Donald Trump, man.
Yeah, man, you should be. I'm getting ready to vote for him too.
I like for Trump, man.
All right, it's not to the full.
Why don't we all no, hold on.
Alright, so-
Let's be practical. Why don't we all just try to mute our mics and then play it?
Muted.
Please go to our Facebook page or go to our Instagram account to see the full video. You will appreciate it. It's great. It's great because we actually homeless Mike was a part of our campaign for Congress. I spent an hour with him talking to him about his experience as a homeless person. He's lived in Balboa Park here in San Diego for a good 15 years. And, he told us all about his experience. And so I was excited to see him at the bus stop. And he was going through his Democratic voter guide that the Democrats do a really good job of doing the homeless outreach to the community. And they say, look, you're a warm body. Can you go vote for these people? Here you are, top to bottom. And this guy was not having it. And I did not influence him in any way. I simply said to him, listen, I want to go vote with you to the polls. Of course, I called him this morning. His phone he has an Obama phone. He calls it the Obama phone just because Obama gave phones to all the homeless folks, which is cool. They all have a phone. I think that's pretty slick. I can text them and whatnot. But he basically said that, he is not down with the Democrats. And he said he's voting straight red. So I said, what are you reading a Democratic voter guide for then? And he said, what are you talking about? He said, first of all, he said, why are you not on here? And I said, because I didn't make it. I didn't make it to the finals, buddy. We have a jungle primary and 2 Democrats made it to the finals. And then we got to talking. So it was good. So you can check it out on Instagram. Instagram has the full 2-minute video. So please share it with your friends. We're trying to make it go viral. I sent it to Donald Trump Jr. I sent it to a couple other key patriots who are spreading the good word on Instagram. So make sure you share it to your people. Let's get that view count up because, man, the guy's laugh is infectious. I challenge you to watch the video and not laugh when he laughs, because when he laughs, your belly will convulse in a way that is just, it's contagious. He's awesome. So, all right. So what's our, so we can talk, if we don't have results coming in, we can just kind of talk loosely about what we think is going to happen in terms of violence. We can talk loosely in terms of what we think is going to happen.
Well, Mike, explain the situation in downtown San Diego right now, because you said you were down there earlier and all of downtown was boarded up.
All of downtown is on watch. There's at least a security guard in front of every hotel, which I guess is somewhat typical. I would say about 50% of the businesses are boarded up. The understanding I have is that most of Beverly Hills is boarded up. What we
I just went red. Sorry.
What? Go ahead.
Ohio
Ohio,
just got red.
red. Wow. That was a huge gap too to make up, right? Price, we were down like 500,000 votes or 400,000 votes earlier, right?
Correct.
That's just good TV, man.
Jeez.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, this is critical stuff.
And Trump's only down by 16,000 or 26,000 in North Carolina now.
Okay.
But no, so
Anyway.
anyways, Mike, you were saying how downtown San Diego was boarded up and how businesses look like they're preparing for some sort of civil unrest in the streets.
That's right. That's right. They're preparing for some civil unrest, but that does not mean it's going to happen. I don't know that we are one of the areas. I mean, obviously there's a very big focus on DC, right? There's a big focus on creating the simulacrum of a siege of the White House. They want that feeling. Whether or not that translates well into other cities, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what the sentiment is on the ground in Atlanta, Derek, where you are. Idaho, lucky you, Ben, you get to be amongst the friendly.
We're not all friendly here, man.
Well, for sure. Well, that's the funny thing, right? They leave the blue states and they come to the red states, and then they start
and they ruin them.
They start voting blue, and I think the real sentiment that people have is don't carry your problems, with you to these places.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think, look, we're seeing in general, obviously a lot of enthusiasm for Trump, and I think more than anything, on a demographic level, just seeing the Latino vote. I mean, we talked about this in one of our previous podcasts when we saw, the SACB did the article about the 12% of Latinos that were registered to voting for Trump in 2016, and then the latest poll being 33%. I mean, to have a 3x bounce amongst Latinos, it really dispels this myth that we are dealing with this racist president. Right. I mean,
we're watching the Daily Wire, my fiance and I. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
no.
That's one thing that just drives me crazy. I hear Republicans saying it all the time. I've heard this man speak for the past 5 years. I've seen his actions. I was a Ted Cruz guy in 2016. 2017 Christmas, he won me. I loved Trump from that day on.
Yeah.
And that was when he decided to make the embassy in Jerusalem. And this man is so much more dignified than any of the Democrats that I can think of. He has done so many kind things. He loves this country. He cares about its people. He cares about our military. I mean, even Ben Shapiro. Well, I don't know why I said even Ben Shapiro.
Well, but he's a never Trumper. That's fair.
Right. But he's voting for Trump this time. And Jeremy Boring both say, he's not that nice of a person, but he has done a great job. He is a nice person. I reject that premise.
Yeah.
He has done so many lovely things. I have a problem with how they have painted him. I really have made a complete 180 on him. I adore this man, and it just hurts my heart.
No, I think you're right. I was a Ben Carson. Well, I was a Rubio guy, Ben Carson guy, and then I reluctantly came around to Trump because I knew that his past had a lot of kind of Democratic ideas in it.
That's what I was scared of.
And I didn't think that anybody who had made a career in Manhattan would have the ability to divorce themselves from some of these ideas. Yeah. And in August 2016, I read Art of the Deal. And when I read Art of the Deal, because I was like, all right, I got to really get this guy. Let me read this book that was written in 87. I don't care that he didn't write it. It's about him. And it's actually correct. There's not when he goes
Did
up.
Did Laura Loomer win her seat in Florida?
Did she?
I know she was running.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So when I read Art of the Deal, I was like, I understood the gambles that Trump was willing to make. And, we just watched Dinesh D'Souza's Trump card movie last night. And he tries to truncate the entire story of the Commodore Hotel into a very short snippet. And I don't think he does it justice, because the truth of the matter is Trump took 3 bold moves with Javits Center, Commodore Hotel, and the Tiffany's air rights property, which became Trump Towers. Those 3 major gambits he made all netted him huge returns, right? And I just was like, wow, this guy's a huge risk taker. I knew the story of Woolman Rink, right? Because I lived in New York, and I remember like enjoying ice skating in Woolman Rink on the southeast corner of Central Park, and hearing, learning more about the story of how he had said, look, you guys are like $6 million into this renovation and you're not doing anything with it, and let me take it over. And he basically, owned the project and made it come to reality. So, and to his credit, he's literally the only guy who can deal with the red tape of that kind of bureaucracy, the kind of what we have seen with, I think the real efficacy of Trump has been in the face of a House that's not controlled by Republicans. He has been able to do so much. Like, think of what he could do if he actually had people who were like willing bipartisan participants.
That's what I'm looking forward to, man.
It would be over the moon what he could possibly do. He has done everything he's done with tons of pushback. I mean, he's done it into the headwinds.
Just a quick second. Looking at a couple of things here. Sorry to interrupt, Mike.
Yeah, no.
CNN has walked back Virginia for Biden. And then the Spectator Index. The Spectator Index is now showing that Donald Trump is now the favorite to win the U.S. presidential election according to betting markets. So just to throw, I don't know. The Spectator. I follow the Spectator for some trading stuff. And they're saying now, they just tweeted out 4 minutes ago that Trump is now a favorite to win the U.S. presidential election according to the betting markets.
I just want to say, dude, I really love that news, but you're scaring the crap out of me.
No, I know.
Too much positive news before 8 o'clock. Yeah.
So just wanted to throw that out there. Sorry to excite you, Ben.
Trump is now leading in Wisconsin with 15% in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So far,
and the 26% in price.
Okay.
Well, where are you?
I am
on this.
I
map?
know it's bad.
Where are you getting your sources?
I know it's basic. I know, but I'm on Google. Like,
oh my God!
I actually like to drill down on Google, even it's partisan. Hey, we do have a North Carolina voter who's at the ready. Should we pull Pez in, Derek?
Sure. Yeah, bring him on in.
Should we pull Pez in?
Yeah.
Let's get Pez in here, because he's telling me that he's feeling the pulse.
Right. He's in Charlotte.
Right. And he's on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, loop him in for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to update. Yeah, so Texas, it looks like Trump's starting to pull away now.
Yeah. I noticed that too. Ben, like you said, he's going to win Texas.
I told you he wasn't. I told you he was going to win Texas.
I'm still dumbfounded on Virginia, guys. I really am. I just don't understand it. I really don't.
They're just trying to lie, man. That's all they're
doing. I know.
Dude, give me the high level on Virginia again.
Well, I'm looking at the most populated counties. Loudoun County has now flipped towards Biden, right? 62-37.
Yeah.
But 100% are in. So again, I'm assuming that NPR's numbers are right. If 100% is in Loudoun County, which is their second most populated county, Fairfax is their first, 95% in, and he's only up 8, but yet he's down in total votes by 260,000 votes. So again, just hovering over a lot of these counties, 95, 98, 88, 86, and some of these counties are small. So even if 83% in, it's a population of 26,000. Where's he going to find these votes? That's what's concerning to me. Virginia City Beach is 60% Trump right now, at only 32% in.
Oh, but Virginia City.
So it's 64. It's 64% in Ohio. Trump is about to overtake Biden.
Okay.
72%. He's already
He's
overtaken Biden price. You
Yeah,
got to get with the times, man.
Yeah, I'm at
You're like-
72%.
Okay, I'm ditching the times.
I'm up 72. I'm at 72% for Ohio, and he's up 75,000.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Election results. I am moving over from the paper of record or whatever.
It's like Biden was playing
And-
poker price, and he just laid down
Yeah.
his hold'em hand with the cards facing up. You know what I mean?
I love this guy.
Mhm.
Come on, man. Come on,
Yeah.
man.
No malarkey. No malarkey.
I still am.
Is that-
I'm worried about Georgia. I really am, because right now they're showing that only Fulton County only has 6% of the vote in.
Derek,
And-
it's not your fault.
I know. And Cobb is only 27% in. DeKalb, which is a huge, very liberal area, is only 1% in. Gwinnett's more. That's probably more conservative. But
The Times prediction for Georgia has a 15-point in favor of Trump,
really,
according to them. Yeah.
jeez, wow.
I don't know how you
That's
trust
their
anything
prediction.
from the New York Times, but I mean, I'm enjoying the
Hey,
positivity.
listen. I'm just going off their numbers. Okay, if they want to say Trump has a 15-point bump in Georgia, I'll
Well,
let 'em.
and off the Spectator Index news on that tweet that broke, the stock market now, the futures on the NASDAQ has now pushed above where they were earlier, so it's at its high now, and the Dow futures have now rebounded off of their low.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's promising then.
Yeah.
Okay, so North Carolina just went projected. What is this? They just projected North Carolina going blue, but this doesn't make any sense because Trump just jumped up, according to Google, not New York Times, that he's at 49.3%. Trump is, and Biden's at 49.5%.
No, but at what
I don't
point do they stop doing their push poll methodology and start actually saying what is happening? Because nobody can vote. Oh no, actually no. What is the deal? What's the latency that you're allowed to vote in North Carolina?
I'm not sure.
Because there's
North Carolina, I think.
Look at it, because these guys, there's some states that have a full week grace period for waiting for ballots, and that's been the key thing.
Isn't that Wisconsin? No, Wisconsin got rejected. Maybe it's North Carolina that has 3 days after the election.
Yeah, and I know Pennsylvania does too. I believe they go till Friday.
Yeah, which is such.
And
BS.
but some of them went into next week. I know there was some that went to next Tuesday, and I think some to next Thursday. And so,
hopefully, Amy Coney Barrett will, put her boot on that.
all right.
All right. Quick question: who's excited for all the tears that we get to drink tomorrow?
Yeah, no, I think
I'm looking forward to the Young Turks breakdown.
Oh my gosh,
Mike!
Yeah, I don't know what Mike has to say.
Oh, Mike's not here anymore. Once again, I'm sure the number one person who would be looking forward to that is Mike.
Yeah.
But
and another betting market, as far as we're concerned from America's standpoint in the world, the yuan just took a nosedive as well.
The what?
The
really?
yuan, the Chinese yuan, their currency. Yeah.
Good.
And so
they need to be punished more than that.
So we're leading Wisconsin. We're leading in Michigan. What is this? I keep up. My page keeps updating here. Pennsylvania, they're still at 19%. Some of these states are just stalled out on their reporting.
Yeah.
I wonder if
they're not liking the news they're reporting.
So Ben, what's the situation like in Idaho, though? I mean, was the turnout good? I mean, do you see people out in force going out in election? I mean, I know most people, Idaho's going to go red, but I heard some crazy numbers out of Ada County in terms of turnout.
Yeah,
it was near 75%.
Whatever, man. Like, it's going to be fine. Idaho's going to go red. It's going to be fine. We're not that worried. Yeah. But in Idaho, I don't know if you know this, Price, but we get to conceal carry without taking a class. So but there's horrible snakes that live here, and nobody should actually move here. So if you're watching this, don't come to Idaho. It's a very dangerous place, and everybody is carrying guns like these. So
Scary people with big guns everywhere you go.
huge guns, huge. But don't come to Idaho. Very dangerous.
Well, no, if you do go to Idaho, though, wear a "I am a Californian" sign.
Yes.
Or T-shirt,
Sure.
or whatever.
They'll treat you very nicely.
Let's see. So yeah, no, Virginia. What is going on?
I'm telling you, man, that's the one that I don't understand. I really don't.
Like,
I mean, NPR is still showing it as. Yeah, NPR is still showing it as.
I mean, it looks like it's equaling out a little bit.
Yeah.
No. It was at 48% for Biden, and it went down to 45.
Yeah, it's at 45 now. But he's closed the gap on number of votes. He was down over 200,000 or almost 300,000. Now it's 105,000. So he's now closing the gap.
The only state that they've done that. That I've found
53% reporting.
Yeah,
total.
Hey, and he just closed the gap by 200,000.
Ben has more fans than we do. He's our guest here.
I do.
Everybody wants to know who the cute guy in the maroon shirt is.
Nice. Look at that.
Look at this guy. Look at this hunk.
Oh, Bryce, look who wrote that.
Wow. Wow. Who knew? All right, Ben.
Oh my God.
Ben, you can join.
Yeah.
Ben, you can join anytime.
Huge gun.
His fiance.
Biden in North Carolina is up by 9,000 votes.
Trump fan because she didn't use a Y. She used an H. All right, guys. Hey, here we are.
Let's get serious.
That's good. Well, let's figure out what's happening here.
Well, Biden's up. He's holding a lead at 87% reporting, and he's holding a lead of 8,000 votes right now in North Carolina. And Mecklenburg is still only 82% reporting. That's Charlotte. And so were we going to be able to get Pez in?
Yeah, I texted him. I don't know where.
Okay. I thought he was on the ready.
He was in the holding pattern for a little bit, but
okay. Yeah, North Carolina is going to be a tough one. And this Virginia one's really just screwing me up, man.
Yeah, we want somebody in North Carolina. Virginia is confusing to me.
Yeah,
I thought I wasn't even thinking about Virginia as a possibility.
Well, they must.
PA just started leaning red.
Are you serious?
On the Google map.
We knew that was going to happen.
PA.
Oh yeah. Well, 23% reporting. Biden or Trump's up 48.4 to 48.3.
That's because of Super Bowl champs Philadelphia
1.4 million votes in.
Everybody knows it.
What is
Trump's holding with a 3-point lead in Wisconsin with 33% reporting.
There's a lot of excitement. I'll just show you how, just a personal story, how politics breaks families apart.
Well, real quick, you're going to close in 2 minutes.
Where?
Well, so my brother's in Richmond, Virginia, and he 11 hours ago posted science over silliness, empathy over empathy over emperorship, boldness over bullies. Hashtag let's do this. Hashtag bye Don. So a couple people said, why did it take you so long to weigh in? And he said he only decided yesterday. I can't imagine somebody who decided yesterday with all the evidence on the table, with how much. So this is the thing. It's breaking families apart. But here, we find our new family. We create our family. We evaluate as we do. Look what we have here. We have somebody from North Carolina.
Nice.
We've got
Hey, what's up?
All right, so what's happening in North Carolina, buddy? You got your finger on the pulse. I know that you live in a neighborhood that,
I mean, I sort of have my finger on the pulse.
No, it's a very diverse neighborhood, and
I live in a black neighborhood, and it's a working class black neighborhood in Charlotte.
Cool.
And it's a real, for me, it's been very insightful into what's going on in politics right now.
Okay.
Because I talk to my neighbors all the time. I'm like mostly They're like most of the people I know locally here, and they're not. It's like they're not into BLM. They're not really Republicans, but they're sort of nebulous now. It's very interesting, and it's people in public housing.
What about religious affiliation?
I mean, yeah, like my neighbor across the street is like hyper religious, but that just depends on each person, you know.
Okay. So you're saying they're
very like varied, but it's super Southern, like this part of Southern Black, you know, it's like this very particular Carolinas thing, you know, their culture is very particular. I lived in New Orleans for years, in a Black neighborhood in New Orleans too, totally different.
Right.
So, you know,
again, you can't make a generalization.
Well, you can make regional generalizations about ethnic groups. You know, I mean, I think that's useful.
But
it's different here.
So what's the stats right now on North Carolina? Right now in North Carolina, what's the percentage reported?
It's looking super good. I think it's like it must be getting close to 85 now.
Yeah, it's 87% reported, but Trump's down by 11,000 or 9,000 votes right now with 87% reporting.
He's going to win. It's Republican counties.
Well, yeah, you're right. Mecklenburg only has 82% reporting so far, but yeah, you're right. I mean,
that's bad. That's really bad, Derek.
Right, if only 82%, because it's a major county.
It's a major Democratic county too.
Yeah, and a lot of the counties around that would be considered blue are still only. I mean, Union County has only reported 2%.
Okay. So what was the final take in 2016 for?
I think Trump won that state by like 6 points.
By 6 points?
Yeah, he won it. He won it running away. Yeah.
He won North Carolina by a little over 3 points.
Oh, is it that tight? Okay.
Can I be slightly controversial?
Sure.
Okay.
You guys mind that? So I've only lived here for about a year and a half, and I'm from California, and I've lived all over the country, but never like in a place that is this square. So like,
what do you mean square?
Trump's personality is basically the antithesis of the Scotch-Irish people in North Carolina. The white people in North Carolina they're Scotch-Irish people mostly. They're kind of uptight people. You know, they're not Donald Trump. So you're saying he's like Frank Sinatra playing like, you know, for Mormons or something.
Okay.
A little bit. I mean, that's a little bit of an extreme thing, but it's not, because Trump is way more extreme than Sinatra. I mean, he's really out there. And these people here are just like, they're very square people. I mean, it's pretty bland, you know?
So you think that does not bode well for Trump?
I don't think that works for Trump here. He's culturally, he's an
outlier.
He's not a normal white person, period. But he's really not a normal white person here. And I think that unless you're up against Hillary Clinton, who people are like, she's from hell, you know, he's not. So maybe that's not working for him here.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I don't think he's getting I don't think Biden is pulling a crazy black vote here. I think it's about white voters in North Carolina. That's what I think.
Oh, right.
I don't think black people are that into the Democratic Party, period, even though they're still all Democrats.
So you're saying that the Durham,
North Carolina.
Raleigh,
you're
saying educated folks that are like, oh yeah, we have to vote for Biden. That's who's driving this.
So we just got a 60% drop in Arizona of 60% reporting.
Yeah.
And it's not great. It's not great, but you can make it up. It's 55-42 in favor of Biden.
Okay, but it depends which counties. I mean, in Arizona, Tucson is like mega lib, and Phoenix is like, you know, fucking Charlotte or something. It's one of these like bland places that's mostly Democrat.
Yeah, Maricopa right now, I mean, they don't really have any numbers, but it's 54-45 Biden to Trump in Maricopa. But again, that was the early vote, because I know he did have in Maricopa County as of, I think, Saturday, there was like a 1 point lead for Biden in Maricopa County on all the early votes.
That's incredible that 60% because they dropped it immediately. So 60% of the electorate did mail-in or absentee ballot.
Yeah.
So some
Yeah, and
people are also on the ball.
And you're watching, and Virginia now, Trump's only up by 98,000 votes. 97,000 votes, whatever, with 53% reporting. So with some of these that are showing like 99% that reporting, they can't be right. I mean, they have to be, because there's just not enough votes to make up that big of a gap. But they're still showing Trump's got a 53-45 lead in Virginia.
Mm.
And so
That's what I'm saying. But
and Gade, the GOP senator, is beating Mark Warner by 4 points right now as well. But they've called it for Warner. So,
I mean, regardless of the numbers in Arizona, we don't technically need Arizona. Like the map I put together on 270 to win has us losing Arizona and North Carolina. But if we're able to hold steady in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, it's 279.
Yeah, you got to have Pennsylvania now if you lose Arizona. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that those are either ors, Pennsylvania and Arizona?
Yeah, and Maine, for the most part, has been holding right, just barely.
Yeah,
51-45.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah.
All right, but Pez, what you're feeling on the ground in North Carolina. I mean, you've been talking.
You should call me David here, man. Pez is my show business name. We don't pollute that with politics. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I blew your cover, David.
You did, David.
Well, hold on. Let's be clear. You and we met in the music scene in LA, and
we did, yeah. But I have two names.
I know, and you went to Berkeley. I went to Stanford. You grew up in what, Healdsburg, right? You're a Napa guy.
I'm a Sonoma County guy.
Yeah, but let's be clear.
Same difference.
But let's be clear. You
rural California. I'm from a town of 6,000 people.
Look, I'm just setting this up for the future.
I'm from a hick town.
Yeah, but
which is gone.
North Carolina's going red, guys.
Yeah, North Carolina just went red.
Yeah.
87% reporting.
You can join anytime. Pez, you can join anytime. Nicely done.
I knew it was going to happen.
I know we have only 8 people watching right now, but I do feel like it might have been the thing that pushed it right here.
Okay, you know what actually pushed this? Before I joined you guys, I was watching Chuck Todd on NBC.
Yeah.
Who's been, he's kind of been geeking out. He's a little melting down already, but he's got his geeky thing going on. And he had this really weird geek insight into this part of North Carolina. I've never been to Fayetteville.
Yeah,
but it's like this. There's all these weird cities in North Carolina, and you go there and you're like, oh, it's like a city, And it sort of happened maybe 100 years ago, but now it's coming back because the state is really quite dynamic economically. And it's like super industrious. It's a pretty incredible state. Anyway, Fayetteville. So there's these counties there. And it's down from Mecklenburg County. They're on the border of South Carolina. They're very black counties and they're very rural. And the turnout was in the pits. So what it means is that black people are not turning out for Biden. And I think that is going to be something that happens nationally. And my theory is that Black people are not into the progressive thing because it's either effete men or shrill women. It does not, if they're not black, they don't have a chance. And there's no black progressives that have any stature nationally. So because they don't think Harris here, black people here do not think Kamala Harris is a black person. Not an African American person. I seriously, I had a 2-hour conversation with this brother in my neighborhood, and he was going off, and he likes Farrakhan and stuff. I mean, he's all over the place, but he was like, Kamala Harris is not a black person, because to him, you're only a black person if you're African American, or else he's like, no, fuck you, I don't care about you. And I think that is what won North Carolina for our president.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we're not there yet.
What are they going to vote for? Black people they're macho people. They like men who have swagger and stuff. The kids in my neighborhood, that's what they talk about. They're like, they call Donald Trump savage. They say, oh, he's savage. And when they say he's savage, they think he's cool, like a rapper or something.
It's a positive thing to say. Yeah.
It's a positive thing to say. It's like the young kids are into that or something. I mean, I don't know their lingo, but apparently that's a thing. So it's like, that's what I think, that's what happened. And the other thing is a lot of conservatives don't know this, but my neighbors in public housing across the fucking street told me, oh, no, Donald Trump increased the amount of money that we make. So Donald Trump bought the black vote through the federal government and didn't tell anybody about this. He didn't even tell conservatives. He raised the money that these people make more than Obama did. Obama didn't raise the money the whole 8 years. Trump comes in, he's like, I'm going to get these people an extra couple $100 a month or something. I'm not shitting you. I never even heard about this. And Derek, you're a political junkie. Did you know about this? If anybody would know, it's Derek. Did you know about this?
No, I did not.
See? The only people who know about it are the people that get the fucking checks. The guy he's a political genius.
I tell you what, we have hey, Pez, I hope you watched Homeless Mike's video that we put out today. It's genius. It's on Instagram. I'm about to have a Stanford friend, Matt Renshaw, jump in with us. He's watching 10 of our Stanford alumni buddies are melting down right now and having a really
genius
time already with this election.
Can we see them?
That would be very entertaining.
We're gonna get there. It's gonna be good. We're gonna listen. We can get up to 10 people in this room, and we're all gonna get in on it. It's gonna be fun.
Can we get
if we get 10 people in this room, we'll have more people talking than viewing.
Is it possible to have some liberal cheers in the room now? Is that a possibility?
I put my mic on mute, so.
Hey, bring them on. I'm more than happy to talk to anyone.
Did you not? Oh, wait. Did you not? Wait. Oh yeah, because I didn't know you priced at ConCon last time. Yeah, no, we've got like I only know. Okay, so in my time at Stanford, obviously as an environmental engineer, living in a vegan co-op hippie house, I did not conservatives. I didn't work for the Stanford Review. I wasn't in a fraternity. And so it's very insightful for me to tell you that I only know 3 conservatives that went to Stanford.
There probably only are 3 conservatives.
Yeah, I mean that sounds high.
3?
And they all like they all just like hang out at the Hoover Institute all the time, like asking.
No, they don't.
Victor Davis Hanson if they can like wash his old like Toyota Camry or something, you know.
Yeah. All right, we're getting Renshaw in here. Renshaw's getting in the room with us.
Wait, hold up, Price.
I love
you should
Victor
invite
Davis
Joe Goody.
Steve Bannon. Everybody.
I was just thinking that, Joe. I was thinking we should invite Joe.
We should totally invite Joe. I would love to hear him. Or Ivy. Ivy apparently works for the Boise mayor right now, and I can't stand her. But I think she would be lovely to come on the show.
Yeah.
Okay, can I give a small update right now?
Yeah.
Go for it.
99%, over 99% in North Carolina. Donald Trump up 42,000 points.
Woo!
Game over.
Hell yeah.
Election is over.
What are you telling? Oh, I saw it just turned pink.
Well, I don't know how many totals do they show for Trump? Because right now I'm seeing Trump 2,610,000. Yeah, he's got 42,000 more.
Oh, dude, they're gonna hold Biden right here at 266. Give me a break.
Trump is winning this election.
Hey, man.
Just like I expected.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Don't hold your poker hands up.
Ben, you said what? Don't get too excited before 8 o'clock your time, right? So,
well,
it is 8 o'clock.
I mean,
I think I think in 2016, like at 10 p.m. was when they were like, "Oh my God, he won!" Like,
well, Ben,
and I was like,
when did
"Shut
we
up."
announce it? Because you were in the studio for our election night
There he
show.
is.
No, I wasn't. Not in 2016.
Yeah,
I was.
you
I
came
was
at
at the right
some
side.
point.
Put this on my fucking.
Renshaw.
All right.
Put your
Yeah,
Because you debated Joe Goody on election night, and remember he was
Not on
crying.
election night.
All right.
Yes, on
No.
election night.
Can we
Renshaw.
get
No, dude.
can
I
we get
wish I
someone in the
had
room
video.
crying? It'll be so fun.
All right, hold
Oh
on.
my God, yes.
All
Hold
right,
on.
we got
Mute. We're going to bring in Mike Renshaw.
Matt Renshaw's here.
Or
He's
Matt
here at
Renshaw.
the party. We'll chat with him. We'll chat with him when he
Yeah,
puts.
I'm switching to another.
So
thing.
I'll just refresh the Virginia.
Okay, what
Trump
do you?
just widened. He just widened his lead back out by almost 100,000. So he's up almost 200,000 votes right now with 54% reported.
Is anyone else like getting? Is their heart like pounding from excitement?
Yeah,
We're
mine is.
in.
Sorry about that.
Exciting. All right.
So all the people
I'm
that are
surprised. I'm
watching
honestly
this week,
one thing
you're
I am
welcome.
surprised about. I'm surprised that Trump's not doing better in Minnesota.
Oh, I haven't seen Minnesota.
Why? Because look, the Black Lives Matter protests that happened as a result of Minneapolis, people were cowed into realizing that we need to completely. I mean, already, let's be honest. Minneapolis and Minnesota as a whole were totally corrupt before it.
Yeah.
But hold on, though. I mean,
Right.
the thing is, what you're seeing though is Hennepin County.
No, I know it's early,
right? But none of the Iron Range. I mean, hardly any of the other state is showing anything yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, he's up. I mean, Biden is clearly winning at Hennepin County, but that's 78% or 98% of the vote in.
Yeah.
And if he's, I mean, and look at all the. I mean, there's other 6 counties total red, 2 blue, and the rest of them are gray.
Yeah. Most of them aren't in yet.
Yeah.
But I mean, in Minnesota, though, I mean, it looks like the surrounding suburbs are leaning Trump.
Right.
That's 10%, around 10% in, maybe a little bit more.
Right.
But I mean, if I was in Minnesota, I would be enraged by what would have been going on in my city. I mean,
Dude, Minnesota, Oregon, California, New York, they should all be losing their minds.
So just again to go back, I'm watching the futures market. So just on the NASDAQ. So from 10, let's see.
I think
it's up now.
It's valuable.
Yeah, it is up now from where we were just a few minutes ago when I said it was selling off. So at 8 o'clock tonight, it was at 11,200. It's at 11,700 now. So the NASDAQ has added 500 points on the futures, not the Qs, but the futures have added 500 points in 2 hours. And just in the last 3, I do a 15-minute candle. The last 3 candles have gone from 11,375. It hit a high of 11,768. So you're looking at almost a 300-point swing just in the last really 45 minutes.
I mean, based on my current map on 270, with not including Arizona, I have that going blue for the time being until I adjust it. But I have us winning Maine. I mean, Donald Trump is looking at around, and this is without Virginia too, looking at around 298 electoral votes.
Okay.
If everything holds.
If everything falls in, yeah.
Yeah.
And you can put Kansas in the map. They called Kansas, by the way, Price.
Yeah. Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see that now. Yeah. Yeah, I had that in my
and Trump with 20% in Pennsylvania, Trump is now leading. It does not include Bucks County though. But it doesn't include Bucks County.
I have 31%. Trump's still leading.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Bucks County is not going to be super lib.
You don't think so?
No, I know.
I mean, I know he turned out a lot of people for his rally, but you think that it'll stay, fairly
going to be super lib.
Okay.
No. Oh wait, no. It's not super. I said not super lib, but there was some kind of delay. It's I think it's one of those purple. There's a lot of money there. But it's not like money like, I don't know.
I'm pulling in our next guest.
Okay. I'll mute.
Okay.
I guess no, since he didn't bring them in. I just saw they just on Newsmax. I think they just called the Senate race in Alabama for Tuberville over Doug Jones.
Did they really?
Yeah, they were just they were just showing it. He had a huge lead, and they're Tuberville right now. They're showing he's got a 71,000 vote lead, only 31% in, but I don't know where those votes have come in at, if they're Birmingham and Montgomery or whatever. But yeah, he's got a 10-point lead. Let's see.
Nice.
I haven't been watching the Senate races as much as I should.
And our friend Jamel Hill of BLM fame, she tweeted out 45 minutes ago, if Trump wins re-election, it's on white people, no one else. So
yeah, right. I went for Candace Owens and Kanye.
Right.
She needs to come and hang out in my neighborhood, where one of my neighbors also said BLM isn't black. So the same guy that pronounced Kamala Harris is like, he said BLM. He's like, one of those women is a Nigerian and they're all lesbians. Like, they're just not black. They're not normal black people. I was like, okay, I'm not going to say anything right now. I just let him. That was a quote. I didn't even editorialize, but
wow.
It just goes along with what I'm trying to convey, what I'm gathering from my neighborhood, which I think is representative because all these people have connections in these like rural places around here and stuff too.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm living in Brooklyn, New York or something, you know. This isn't even like Atlanta at all. Atlanta is like 6 times bigger than this, or feels like, you know.
Yep.
Atlanta's like Los Angeles, and this is like Columbus, Ohio here. For the time being. So.
And I saw something earlier that the a representative in Pennsylvania and the GOP filed a lawsuit tonight because I guess Pennsylvania is trying to say that people who couldn't verify or something about their mail-in ballots, they're now saying they're going to they're going to allow them to put a provisional ballot in. And so they're filing a lawsuit. I just read that while ago. I'm trying to find the tweet.
Of course they are.
Right.
Well, I mean, I think, like we said earlier in the program, we're kind of expecting Pennsylvania to get clogged up and everything under the sun when it comes to election interference, especially by the Democrats.
Right.
I mean, we talked about the Attorney General's comments.
Yep.
Talking about how Trump has a 0% chance of winning in his state. I mean, if that's not blatant election interference and a threat that, you know, there could be some somewhat underhanded dealings going on.
What's that, Mike?
That's not how we have to want to win. I mean, we don't want to have to win through, you know, that kind of action.
Yeah.
But I think it was sophomoric for the guy to even suggest that. I mean, not only is he the Attorney General of the state of Pennsylvania, but he's also running for his position.
Right. Exactly.
Come on,
Derek.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Forsyth is interesting to me, and totally what I would expect. It's now 71 to 26, 25, 26.
For
what's that?
For Trump.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, you know what's interesting is
look at that. That's where the suburbs nationally are going to go. It's Forsyth County.
Right, and so that's what's interesting about Georgia now. I mean, Cobb County they've actually kind of pulled it in. It was I think a while ago when I looked, it was like 64-36 Biden. It's now 59-40. What's interesting about what was the traditional suburbs of Atlanta when I moved here in '85 is Cobb County was as far out as you wanted to go. But now you are looking at Cherokee County, obviously Forsyth County, even up to Jackson County, because you can take basically the 400 and come on down. And so Gwinnett County was really the outer limits now. But yeah, Forsyth County. So a lot more people are moving up there. So you have Dahlonega, you have Canton, and then Woodstock up in Kennesaw, and that kind of county or whatever. So you're definitely seeing a little bit more on the move out of the suburbs. And so while the blues are moving in here, the reds are moving out. So
Yeah.
But yeah, Fulton County still, I mean, again, Georgia still, I mean, I know Trump's got a 330,000 vote lead right now with 58% in, but Fulton's still sitting at 32%. And there's so many shenanigans going on. There was a pipe bomb that went off at a place this morning where they were counting the absentee ballots.
Really?
So yeah, at like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m., a pipe bomb went off. So Georgia still gives me worry. They did have a congressman on a while ago who looks like he's going to win his seat. And he said, Georgia's definitely going to come home for Trump. So, stop worrying about it and looking at the polls, or looking at the results. But Georgia does still give me a little bit of worry. I mean, you do have a lot of the southern counties haven't really come in yet along the coast. So Glenn County only has 40% in, McIntosh only 12. So you still have a lot of solidly red counties that aren't reporting yet. But
How
some of
much
these
does the media have to do with that? Like, are they unfolding this at a place that makes it most dramatic?
Yeah, I think so.
Or is there is there some other method to their madness?
No, I think they do. Nobody wants it called tonight, right? Because they need the ratings, so they're going to try to take this out as long as possible.
I hate that.
And it's always, granted the most populated counties for sure get reported, later because they can tabulate all the ballots. But having said that, I think if you've got a lot of people or not that big of a swing coming where you're now reporting and you're seeing where those trends are going, then it makes sense to just say, all right, let's just do the dump and, hope that the other counties come in. But for media purposes, yeah, they're holding off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is Cobb? I'm tripped out about Cobb County.
Yeah.
Why is that? I mean, Biden's like way ahead.
Yeah, but Trump's cut into that lead here in the last probably hour. Pez, I know you came in a little bit. We were talking about Cobb earlier.
Okay.
It was at like 64-36, I think. Again, what's happened with Cobb is you have a lot of Northerners who have moved in here, and our school district.
You live in Cobb County, right?
Yeah, I'm in Marietta, and our school district is the best in the state. Here, specifically in the area where I am, but overall, the high schools here are consistently rated as the top public schools in the state. So people move here with kids, and the elderly obviously are leaving, Cobb County because it's gotten they bought their houses when they were cost $100,000. Now they can sell them for $800,000.
Yeah.
And so they're leaving and they're going to Forsyth and they're going up to Blue Ridge and they're going up to Lake Lanier. They're going south to Noonan County, which is south of Fulton County. And so you're seeing a lot of growth down there. So,
let's see. So yeah, based on the numbers, as with 50% reporting, Trump is underperforming his performance in 2016.
In Cobb County. Yeah. But
yeah,
what was it? What did he lose in Cobb? Was it 54-46?
It was 50-45.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and he's down right now. What, 57-41? Yeah.
In Cobb, it was 47-45 in favor of Clinton. So it was close.
Okay. So she barely won it. Yeah.
Currently it's 39-58 currently.
Yeah, and I've always said that if Cobb goes blue in a heavy way, the whole state will go blue because there's so many people that live here, and you do have a lot of northern, especially people from New York, New Jersey. Pennsylvania moving down here as well.
I'm surprised that Biden is taking Montana.
Now, Billings is traditionally, Montana's kind of a weird state.
Yeah.
Right now, they vote Republican in almost every election, but they have a Democrat as one of their senators. I believe that is the case. Let's see.
Here's a couple things, Bryce, while you're looking that up. Some exit polls 2020 for Hispanic voters in Florida, and first numbers on each of these states will be Clinton and then Biden. In Florida, Clinton was plus 27, Biden plus 8. Georgia, Clinton plus 40 on the exit polls right now, Biden plus 25. And Ohio, Clinton was 41, Biden's plus 24. So that's on the Latino vote side. So Trump is eating into that Latino vote big time. And so that may, in Georgia, if that holds, that actually is a good strong point for Trump, obviously here in the suburban and rural areas of Georgia, where you have a lot of, because it's too expensive to live in the city and nearby. So you will see them congregating out into the, truly outside the perimeter, but up in that Forsyth County that he was talking about in Coweta County and that type of thing, Bartow. And so just got in somebody here just doing a chat. Says game over. Another year of the pollsters inflating the numbers, the media and tech pushing propaganda for power, and the last moderate the left can run for some time. Good future for Republican and future presidential elections. Now, Ryan, we don't know if you're going to be correct or not, but
we hope you're right, Ryan.
Yeah. And so
So
thanks for your chat.
I mean, look at here. We have 131 for Joe. I mean, this is a Google. 131 for Biden, 98 for Trump. They just love sitting at these numbers when the reality is they probably have more to report that shows a couple more electorals for Trump, right?
Or they just have more precincts that they should be showing that for whatever reason they're not updating their site yet.
Right.
But I mean, you can now show. We talked about this earlier that the Democrats or the super PACs wasted $200 million in 2 Senate races because Harrison lost in South Carolina and McGrath lost in Kentucky. That was $200 million they poured into those Senate races. So for all the people out there that say that you can buy an election, you clearly can't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we showed that with Hillary.
Right.
I mean, actually, there has to be a point of no return where you start to realize that an exorbitant amount of money actually yields, you start to see like there almost has to be some sort of pushback. Like you're throwing so much money at this race.
Right.
You have, it's the lady doth protest too much. You have to see some of the shenanigans.
Yeah.
And we're at a peak brainwashing moment.
And here's another update on the betting odds. Trump came in at plus 190 underdog to negative 145. So he was at negative 275 an hour ago, and he's at negative 500 now. And so
in his favor, right? Like the negative odds.
Negative odds is a positive, yeah.
Yeah. And 10 minutes ago, Renshaw sent it in. It was 200, negative 200. So it's moving quickly in that direction.
Yeah. And so we'll see if that holds or not. What are we seeing here? What else are we looking at? So what's North Carolina? We lost Pez, right? Is Matt going to be able to join us?
Oh, he was having some technical difficulties.
Okay.
We're trying to get him into it.
Okay.
But he did send the screenshot. He sent the screenshot, and this was a mere, like I said, this was a few seconds ago, and it was betting odds 2020 U.S. election minus 285 for Donald Trump, plus 200 for Joe Biden.
So yeah, it swung.
We ought to all be watching the Young Turks meltdown.
Yeah,
man. Are they melting down right now? I think it's too early for them to lose their minds.
I think it's happening I'm
gonna flip over there and see.
Check it out.
Yeah, I was watching Shank earlier today talking about putting in money to get a mug. You get a super progressive coffee mug or something like that. If you do stuff, I was like, "What are you talking about?" Hold on, I'm gonna mute so I can hear what he's saying.
No, play it.
Listening to NPR,
all right.
Honestly, they're poison. And let me explain.
So NPR's poison. He's telling us now.
Nonsense, right?
Idiot.
Do they have real news? Yes. Do they have facts? Yes. Do they shade it in favor of?
Can you guys hear it? Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
But more important than that, they taught generations of Democrats to whisper. And if you don't whisper, you're being uncivil. And guys, you progressives, you wouldn't want to be uncivil because then you might win an election or two. We should be crushing Trump right now. The fact that it's close is unconscionable. Ida, I'm going to go to you on 3 separate super important things. But first, I got to tell the audience, Look, guys, this is all we have. Okay. What you think ABC right now or CNN is talking about unconscionable Democratic weakness? That they never punched Trump in the face? Oh, I'm going to bring John Kasich in, and I'm going to bring Republicans in, and we're going to play patty cakes. Here, it's so easy. It's so easy. Here's what you could have done. Hey, we're the worst in cases, worst in deaths. First to worst, first to worst. Donald Trump brought us from first to worst, first to worst, first to worst, first to worst. And then that would force Donald Trump to say, no, per capita, we're actually ninth worst out of over 200 countries. That's how you win a debate. By going for the jugular, not going, oh, golly, gee, this guy, he's running over me. No, you run over him. But if you do that, you will be banned definitely from NPR, definitely from the New York Times, and almost certainly from CNN, and definitely from MSNBC. So
hold on, I can't take him anymore. All right, sorry about that.
It's okay. I just, that's something that's really fascinated me over the past, I don't know, 8 years. You know, the leftists, they give us this. I mean, this is gold. I love these videos. I don't understand why they keep doing it. They know that we're watching them and like just, I mean, really dying over it, you know?
Right.
And I or they're not paying attention to us at all, because they played those videos at CPAC on repeat for hours, like Shane Hunger losing his mind, and then that chick or guy or whatever the heck he was in the jacket at the inauguration. No, you know, like we keep getting this stuff, and it's so awesome, and I don't understand why they keep doing it. Like, are they stupid, or are they doing it because they know we're gonna watch and love it? Which in turn they're feeding us.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, I mean, to listen to him say that progressives have been too nice. Like, what?
They're burning businesses down.
I mean, so they started They started 4 years ago attacking people, protesting, rioting the streets or whatever, and then of course they had the fuel this year. But I mean, when have progressives ever been nice? I mean, the cancel culture has been going on for how long now?
Yeah.
So. I am back. Yeah. I mean, Chick-fil-A, I feel bad for them, right? I mean, the guy gets down on his knees to, you know, at a conference and shines the shoes, and then the Chick-fil-A's get broken into, and all this stuff damaged and broken, and it's like, come on. I mean,
well, that's
crazy.
Just pandering. You can't pander to
no, you can't bow to the mob at all.
Yeah.
So I just
think
updated
we're going to
Virginia.
lose Arizona, by the way. Did they update Virginia?
Well, it's still sitting at 56%, but Trump's up 170,000 votes.
Oh my God! If Virginia is no longer a swing state, I'm going to be.
Where I have a hard time understanding this is they show 56% in, but all of the major counties are at 99%. Loudon is now at 100%. So where is the rest of these votes coming from?
From other counties, I guess.
No, but I mean, I just looked at Fairfax, and they're still. According to Fox News, they're still. Oh, well, hold on. No, the reporting for Fairfax says 99% in.
Yeah, and it's 53-45, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if you go up to Loudoun County, just north of that, they say 100% in. So,
so the rest of these areas are Trump-leaning areas that are not all the way in.
All the blue counties that I'm hovering over are 100. All the ones that are showing up on the map that are blue are 100% in, and I mean, they're blue, so Biden won them.
But TV, man, they're making for good TV.
Yeah, it makes no sense though.
So I mean, dude, if Virginia goes for Trump,
Virginia goes for Trump, I think it's over. I think that's a foretell of things to come. Yeah.
I mean, we didn't know. Well, we had no idea. I mean,
wait. I got one better for you. What if California goes for Trump?
We can only dream.
That's
honestly. But we can make progress here. We can probably pick up some congressional seats here.
No, that's the key thing is Trump won 36% of the vote.
Right.
And so if we I think for a lot of the people we've been debating through the course of America's New Clothes, I think I've either said 40% or 45. If Trump bumps over 40, 45, you owe me a beer, because that's a Democrat. That's a shift. We don't have to win to show a major sea change in terms of the viewing of our parties and their fundamental principles.
Right.
So, I mean, for me, look, I mean, look, if Trump, if he sneaks up in the high 40s, you're seeing a massive tectonic shift.
Sure, absolutely.
I think it's especially too. I mean, if his continued polling with Hispanics, especially like what we've seen in Florida, carries over to places like California, I mean, that's huge. I mean, that's
absolutely
that's the best thing that we could ask for.
Right. And it may not swing you the state to be in red, but like you said, Price, it'll pick you up a lot of congressional seats potentially.
Mm-hmm. I know the chairman of the Orange County Republican Party was saying they're relying heavy on the Latino vote this time around in order to swing back a lot of those seats. Yeah. Because traditionally Orange County there's two or really three core pillars of the Orange County Republican Party. And I believe it's 4 congressional seats up there. It's the Asian community, it's the older community, and it's the white community. So if you can bring in the Hispanic community into that coalition, I mean, you can build a really strong Republican Party that can actually have some teeth in maintaining those seats moving forward.
Yeah. Yep.
It'll be so exciting. I mean, man, can you imagine if we have, I mean, I've been saying this from the beginning. How awesome would it be if Juan Hidalgo takes down the 51st?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, this is his 3rd time running.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, you should text Juan, and if there is something good going on, you should see if we can try to get him on the stream at some point.
Oh yeah. Well, no, he's for sure at the Legacy event, and we can find out. Maybe Morgan can give us a little piece of Juan. He's awesome. I'm so fired up that he keeps his passion. You know what? One thing I love about him is he never mentions the other guy's name, even though the other guy has the same first name as him. He just has a great way of just like being like, I'm in my lane. I'm not talking beyond my purview.
Yeah.
I think it's cool. There's something really classic about it.
On the topic of Latinos, my buddy Bernardo from Costa Rica just chimed in say hey to my boy Derek. So I want to give Bernardo a shout out in Costa Rica, San Jose, Escazú.
All right.
Thanks, Bernardo, for tapping in.
That's awesome. Well, that's the other thing that's really exciting. Trump retweeted a video from Nigeria earlier today where they were doing a Trump, not a parade per se. Well, no, not a rally, but a parade, more or less.
Yeah.
And
a friend
all those Trump flags there in Nigeria, and he's going on the street, and you think to yourself, man, the world is rooting for us.
Yeah.
They really are. Like, people who are cognizant of what's at stake for us are rooting for us. And I think it's a really important thing for us to get centered on. Like, this election matters to the world.
Yeah.
Whether you're in Germany or in Switzerland or in South America.
Or especially
China. It matters in China too. They're just rooting for the other guy.
Could you imagine? I have a few. Ben, you lived in London for a few years. You still keep up with any of your friends in the UK?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a few out there, and they've been telling me like they want Trump to win so bad. I mean, in the UK in general, I mean, have you seen the stump speeches that Nigel Farage has been doing for Trump around the country as part of his campaign? I mean, the UK needs Trump to win because the Democrats have made it abundantly clear that if he does not win, they're going to push the UK to the back of the line when it comes to doing trade deals in the future.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they left the European Union. So, yes, I mean, the world does rely on the United States, especially parts of Europe and other parts of the Grand American Coalition who support, peace, love, freedom, the entire gambit of America, of what America has to offer.
Right.
They want that piece of the American dream.
Yeah.
And the prosperity that comes along with it.
Well, Simon Cowell still hasn't gotten back to me. I've been asking him who he voted for. He won't talk. Simon Cowell. My old buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm trying to find. Politico put out an article today that said that they polled 10 counties or districts or whatever in the UK, and all 10 of them don't like Trump. So that was a foretell for us that well, thank God they don't rule our elections, right? So
exactly. Let's see.
I guess Biden just took New Hampshire, but I'm only seeing 42% reporting.
Live for your guy for 4 votes. And
sorry, guys.
Oh. Biden took New Hampshire. Is that what you said?
They just said. Yeah, the
I mean,
stock
that's to be
market.
expected.
Yeah, the market turned down on that news.
Ooh.
I mean, Trump lost New Hampshire in 2016 too. It's not really a surprise. But it was close. I mean, New Hampshire was very close. It was, I mean, like I said, it was 46.8 to 46.5. I mean, that was a split. But we should be coming up in about 15 minutes. We're going to get all the Western states, in a lot of cases, outside of Nevada, dropping their polls, at least their mail-in voting, at 8 p.m.
So Politico now is showing, I guess, 2 House districts flipped Democrat and GOP flipped 1. But that doesn't make any sense because I know they won 2 down in Florida, they said, down in Dade County, someone said earlier. Cornyn won re-election in Texas, which is a good sign, obviously, for Trump. Yep, Tuberville defeats Jones in Alabama.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How does this bode for Texas in the future? Because obviously this turnout and everything that's going on. I mean, in 2024, should we be really worried about Texas? I mean,
why? Just because of the demographic change?
Because of the demographic changes and the people who are moving in from places like California and voting, how they continue to vote and where they came from. I mean, right now, I'm sure no one expected Texas to be as close as it is.
Right. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
So moving forward, I'm just trying to think how the GOP, I mean, can shore up their lead and make sure that we don't lose the state. Because I mean, if we lose Texas as a party,
it's over.
I mean, it's over.
Yeah,
we're never going to recover.
No, but I think if you're seeing if the exit polls are correct in the way that they're trending for Latino voters, then one, that's telling you, because Latinos are typically a conservative group.
Yeah.
Right. They value family. They value safety.
Usually religious.
And they're usually religious. And so I think if Trump or the Republican Party and maybe to the Republican Party's, defeat, right? They've just ignored that. They've just assumed like, okay, well, I don't know, common sense will tell them to come around. Whereas Trump has really gone out and said, look at your unemployment. Look at what you've been doing from putting food on the table. I mean, under me, you've done really well. And if if Republicans can take that message to the street and actually get out into the districts and with their on the ground game, then perhaps they can build on that. And, is it and again, we have to wait to see how bad California stays. I mean, again, I've said all along that I think that if California if he can get 37 to 42% of the vote in California, that can obviously sway pretty bigly the popular vote. But does that mean now that does California?
Did you say bigly?
I did say bigly, but that's not what I meant to say.
Nice.
But
it's a great adverb. Let's be honest. It's a great adverb.
It is. It really is.
Tremendous, beautiful adverb.
In Spanish, would that be mucholi? Right? How would you say it in right? Bigly? Grandely?
Grandante.
But, does it become a bad thing if a California and Texas start to become swing states, right? I mean, if enough blue voters move out of the what?
It's a paradigm shift.
Yeah. I mean, if you have enough blue voters move out of California to the Arizonas and to the Californias of the world, then, I mean, obviously you're not having a lot of red people move into California. But if you start bleeding and they start realizing that all this vote that I've been doing for 25 years now has just ruined my life, right? And ruined my pocketbook and my kids' education or whatever, does that start to make California a potential swing state in the next, maybe 2 election cycles out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think you're looking at least an 8-year project in order to
right. Yeah, 2 presidential elections, 2 election cycles in that regard. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, the one sticky wicket with the Latino community and getting them on board to be Republicans is obviously immigration.
Right.
So the Republicans, if they want to attract Latino voters, need to come up with some sort of, outside of just deportation, some sort of appeal, some sort of carrot
right.
that they can offer that community to say, hey, we align with you on 90% of all these issues. It's just, it's something, whether it's expanding the green card program to allow access to more migrant workers who go back and forth across the border, or whether it's offering some sort of pathway to citizenship, or, like I said, just expanding the worker visa programs. I mean, there has to be something that the Republicans put forward that can consolidate and get that community on board, as well as making sure to make the Democrats' errors very apparent, like how the Democrats dangled the DACA kids on a string in front of the entire nation. And Trump said, I will literally give these kids amnesty if you give me funding for my wall.
Right.
Right. That was a fair trade.
And they refused. They refused to give these people, these dreamers, these people who wanted to live the American dream. They refused to give them access because they don't want border security. So making that apparent, I mean, there has to be trade-offs. But like I said, it's coming up with some sort of plan that can appeal to these people. I think is something that you need.
Yeah, I think you will definitely see a move again, especially if the polling or if the exit polls are correct in that Latino vote shift. I think you will see a move back to from Republicans, a move to outreach and to figuring something out and sitting down with them. So,
the famous compromise that Reagan made in the 80s was, I give the illegal immigrants of the United States amnesty in exchange for border security. They got amnesty. We didn't get border security.
Right. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So this is interesting. We're going to look at betting odds over Wrench. I couldn't find out how to join, but he is got some good ideas here.
Okay.
So live betting odds over time. Let's see here.
Yeah, the market's pulling now.
Let's see if I can do it.
Yeah, the market's selling. I mean, it's not drastic, but it's pulling back a little bit. So either some profit taking or some things are shifting in the.
So Ohio is 88% reporting, and it's a 53-45 lead for Trump. I don't know, unless something drastic happens. I think Ohio is a pretty sure bet. Let me look into the counties and see.
Look at the counties and look at Cuyahoga especially.
Let's see. So Cuyahoga is 70% reported, and it's 68-30 in favor of Biden.
Wow.
The Franklin County, which is Columbus, is 74% reported, and it's 67-30 in favor of Biden. But the lead, Trump currently has a 400,000, almost 500,000 vote lead.
In Ohio?
In Ohio, Trump does.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to make up.
Yeah.
But we said that earlier when we were down 700 or 500,000.
That's true, but we're a lot later in the game at this point. That was when we were at 15% reporting. This is at 89% reporting. So
okay. So looking at those betting odds, 10-10 is the last one. That was 40 minutes ago.
In Pennsylvania, we're at 42% reporting now, and it's a 54-42 split in favor of Donald Trump, with Republicans having around 300,000 votes.
Yeah, but
Donald Trump is currently winning the popular vote.
Right.
As a collective whole of all votes cast currently, according to Fox News.
So, Mike, talk to me about the betting odds there. I'm seeing some wide numbers there, but the last update was at 10:10 p.m. And they were updating every 5 minutes and every 10 minutes. So
East Coast, yeah, you're right. So that's 10. I don't know. That he probably pulled it off of that, but he sent it in showing that you got to swing for from Biden to totally for Trump. You're gonna have a minus.
Right, but what political betting odds? What's the is it predicted?
I don't know. Like a lot of people have been citing DraftKings as the
Oh yeah.
Presidential betting odds.
Predicted.
Yeah, 1 hour ago, odds to win Vegas Insider, like 30 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing I don't like about that though is it was a long time ago and hadn't been updated. So I'm trying to find
real time updates, but it definitely shows the progression through the night.
Yeah,
it shows the level of confidence for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you moved from, look at that at 7:10 to this evening, as soon as the polls closed in Indiana, he was down. He was a underdog by 175, and now he's a favorite by 775. Yeah. So Predict It now has Trump at a 66-cent bet, up 22 cents since the start of the day. And I think he started down he was at 32 cents, I think, to start or over the weekend. I remember looking at Predict It. I think he was at 32 cents, and now he's up to 66 cents. So the Predict It has. All right, this is this is good and bad for some of our mapping price, but they've got on Predict It, they've got a 63-cent bet, so you're paying less than one, obviously. 63 cents for Pennsylvania going Trump, 57 cents for Michigan Trump, 55 cents Wisconsin Trump, but they have 82 cents for Biden in Arizona.
Okay. They just called New Hampshire, guys.
For Biden?
They don't understand. They only have 48% for Biden. It's 53.4 to 44.9. What?
Hey, those 4 could be very, very important.
I mean, that's only like.
So
I wanted it. All right. I have family in New Hampshire, so.
Yeah. No, we want Maine. That's all we want. 50-46 right now, 26% reporting for Trump.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we want. But I want everyone to be aware who's watching. There's about to be a huge uptick in the number of electoral votes that Joe Biden is going to get.
No, he's not.
T-minus 4 minutes because the left coast is probably going to go left.
No, California is going red. California's going red.
Sure, Ben, it's going red. But it's going red. But Derek, I know you were saying something interesting earlier about the Senate race in Oregon. How you saw a poll that said it was tied up.
Yeah, I saw a 500. I can't remember if it was likely or registered voters, but a phone bank of 500 calls. This was over the weekend. It may have been going into Saturday, Friday, but it had a 47-47 tie in Oregon in that Senate race. And so that will be very telling. But at the same time, the mayor, it looks like the mayor's race is going to go to that far, far left wackadoodle. Ted Wheeler is going to lose, it looks like, for the mayor of Portland.
For the more extreme version?
Yeah, they're going for the more extreme version in Portland. So see how that works out for them.
Well, all I can say is, I guess, goodbye, Portland Police Department.
Exactly. Yep.
Yep. Things go these days.
Trump's losing ground in Arizona. So he's now down over 200,000 votes in Arizona.
How much reporting?
73%.
Okay. Let's see.
And so unless he pulls a big number somewhere.
And I don't exactly know where that would be in Arizona.
I don't either.
I mean, you have
North Carolina. He's up by 70,000 votes now in North Carolina.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so, it's looking like he's with 93% reporting.
And in Mecklenburg County now showing 100% in. So that's the biggest state that you had to worry about.
Trump still has a 200,000 vote lead, around a 200,000 vote lead, maybe a little bit less.
It's incredible.
With 58% of the voting.
It's crazy, man. That's one I just don't get that and they're still showing it, at least on NPR. They're still showing a check mark next to Biden.
They're saying it, that they're on Fox News too.
Yeah.
They have it on there.
But yeah, he's down 163,000 votes, 162,000 votes with 58% in.
Here's my question. How worried are we about Iowa? And how worried are we about Iowa in particular?
I'm not worried about Iowa.
I wasn't aware that. Is Iowa
still on?
That polling firm that
are you guys still there?
Yeah, we're still here. Why? What do you have new information about North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina's pulling away.
Hey guys, am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, this is fun.
You're in the dark. You like to stay in the dark. There you go.
I'll turn this
on. But no, Price, that polling firm that the Des Moines Register uses, they came out and had Trump up 7 and Joni Ernst up 7 in their final poll, and they've been right like 100% of the time on elections.
There's still a ton of counties that aren't in Iowa yet.
Right.
I mean, most of them, honestly, if you look at the map, have not reported yet at anything.
Yeah.
So, but
Why
even
is Virginia
once
taking
again,
so long?
even in my prediction, I just ruled out Iowa, and we still, based on the current numbers and where we're leading, as long as those numbers hold, we're still winning by a hair, by 272 electoral college votes, but we're still there. So if we are confident that Iowa is going to go the other direction, which historically it shows it probably will, then we're still looking good at 278 electoral votes.
So Lindsey Graham held on to his seat.
Yeah.
Of
That's what I was
course.
thinking.
Another race they dumped millions, tens of millions of dollars into.
Yeah, Price, you stepped away, I think, but between Harrison and McGrath, the Democrats poured in $200 million into those two seats and lost both of them, and lost them badly.
The best $200 million you've ever spent, right?
Right, I guess so.
Yeah, there's a hidden thing. I'm going to go back into my
Okay, guys. The California polls are up. The California and Washington and Oregon.
We got to see Young Turks. I want to see the Young Turks cry.
Or they just went live, I guess.
Are Young Turks crying yet?
Yeah.
We played them for you a while ago, Paz, but you had dropped off. We played Chink.
They're crying. Let's bring it.
So, like I said, they literally all just were announced blue, but this was 0% reporting. Let's see.
TYT.
Yeah, what the hell? Why would they 0% reporting and they go blue? God, what?
Well,
and then Nevada's polls don't close until 10 p.m. Pacific time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see.
Why is that?
Nevada is critical.
What is it, like the cocaine vote or something? What's going on there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Dude, I still can't get over that Miami-Dade County was only won by Biden by 7 points.
I'm moving there.
That's wild.
You're moving to Dade?
I'm moving to Miami. Yeah, totally.
Are you serious, or you're blowing smoke?
I'm serious.
Where are you moving?
Like to like
Wynwood, or are you going?
No, like Coconut Grove, Grove, Coral Gables.
Yeah, no, it's
right there.
13-point gain for Trump over 2016 in Miami-Dade.
Wow, man, that's all Latinos.
Wait, so yeah, that is a seismic shift.
Hey guys,
13 points.
Even if we lose Nevada,
I have us losing Nevada in my.
Yeah.
So no, I didn't.
Trump won.
Wait, finish your statement, Ben.
Trump won. Like it's over.
It is over.
No.
Did you see
it's over?
One of our De Beer just posted that Alex Jones. Now, granted, people can dismiss him for whatever. He said that Pennsylvania is stopping counting for the night.
What?
No way.
So it's not looking good for them.
No, they're not.
That's what he says. I'm looking
Come on,
for
it's 11 o'clock.
De Beers, thank you.
Thank you, De Beer, for piping that in.
Yeah, they should be prosecuted for that crap.
I'm trying to find it if anybody's posting anything on Twitter that's.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right.
If that's true, I hope they go to jail
right now.
Yeah, and Trump was leading too, 49.1 to 47.8.
No, Trump is leading Pennsylvania 54 to 43.
Oh, is it that big now?
Yeah,
it's huge.
Oh, geez.
It's almost 55.
Wow.
I feel bad that we're doing this. I feel like we should be finding the.
One American News just called Florida for Trump.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Trump's up almost 4 points in Florida.
Yeah.
This shit is done.
I'm so excited to get rid of this mask. Can we have a mask burning ceremony?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Then you can't go anywhere. That's
tomorrow.
Don't become a big mask seller, because then you can't. You at least want to walk into the fucking restaurant so you can take a pee.
No, I leave. If they tell me you got to put on a mask, I tell them, all right, have a nice day. Go to another restaurant.
If you have a car, that's an option. But
hey, Price, don't put Florida on the.
I'm just saying.
Don't put Florida on the board yet. Chris Wallace says it's quote unquote still up for grabs.
Shut up.
Chris Wallace is an idiot.
Chris Wallace needs to recuse himself from life.
Yes.
Chris Wallace needs to have like a Viagra injection in his fucking coffee every day.
No, dude. Chris Wallace is so done. Oh, I'm so over that guy.
Oh, President Trump wins Idaho. Hashtag election night 3 minutes ago from Brett Bear. There you go,
Shocker.
Ben. You can
Thanks,
score
Ben.
it.
Ben.
Thanks for bringing that one home, Ben.
Wait. But hey, hold on a second, guys. Look at this. Idaho, 23% reporting. The vote is 42.2% Trump, 55.3% Biden. I get it. Not all of them are reporting, but like, why are we calling it for Idaho? I mean, I'm glad we are. That's wonderful. But
Yeah, I don't know. They do it early all the time because they just base it on historical trends and what's been what's come in the past and by district, and they break it down, seeing how it's trending and what the exit polls are. And they have all these algorithms to trick it out from a math standpoint. So,
oh no,
math way over my head.
who said, "Oh no"? Did Price just say, "Oh no"?
Oh, never mind. I was sorry. I was looking at New York Times
delicious.
data.
Be quiet.
I was looking at New York Times data. Pardon me. I just went over to Google, and it's a lot better.
Delicious.
Yeah, no.
I'm drinking wine right here. So
they just called Colorado for Biden. Bloomberg did, or no, pardon me, The Hill did. Let's see.
Yeah, whatever.
they called which one for Biden? Colorado.
Colorado. Yeah.
Yeah. If Gardner's going to win that Senate seat, you got to imagine that means it's good for Biden.
I'm stressed about Arizona.
We don't
not
need
looking
Arizona.
good.
We don't need Arizona. We don't even need Nevada.
But I'm still just like not real happy about it as a sort of a trend.
Yeah, it is depressing.
Sure.
The start of the modern day conservative movement with Barry Goldwater and the Barry Goldwater Republicans. I mean, the fact that their party there is in such disrepair and that they can't get people out and that they've done such a bad job at messaging to voters. It's this bad. I mean, it's honestly kind of embarrassing for the Arizona Republican Party.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, you've had a ton of Californians move over there.
That is true. That is
a ton. So,
all right. So De Beers has a good point here. He says, "Do you guys think that the MSM is showing this propaganda polling?"
Yeah, I think that they are. I mean, I think that
that's the thing is whether we've seen a new era of push polling,
right?
Where it's like we're trying to wag the tail of the dog by pushing out there the idea of something that's a resultant. Everybody wants to be a winner.
I disagree with that, Mike.
You don't? Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. I really just think that the media is totally progressives, and I don't know a single progressive that knows anything about us. And those of us on this session right now, we represent clearly over 50% of the country, and these motherfuckers don't even know anything about. They don't know anything about our media. They don't know who we listen to. They've never heard the name Victor Davis Hanson or any of these people.
Right.
They never heard. If you said Thomas Sowell to them, if you told them that the foremost conservative is a black man, they would just be like they wouldn't even know how to process it. They're so out of touch. So I don't think that they have any read whatsoever on the United States. And I think that's what the polling. So what they do with polling is they just take populists and then they say they assign percentages of what they get and they run algorithms, right, to figure out, to make something that's representative. I think they just don't know who we are. And Trump is completely upset that all the models that they've been using.
Correct. Yeah, that I agree with.
They don't know how to model him.
Right.
He's not even a Republican.
Yeah, Paz, you bring up a good point. I was listening to, I think it was Steve Deace today as well. And he's been saying these polls that are coming in with Biden winning 17, 12, 8 points, whatever nationally. He said that, if you brought me that poll and I had to go into my candidate and present them with that poll, you'd be fired on the spot. I mean, all your mechanisms for how you're concluding this are wrong. So for instance, he was saying that, the NBC poll that came out, I think, or no, he was both. The Rasmussen poll that came out 2 weeks ago that showed Biden was up 12, and that Newsmax came out, he was up 17 or 14 or whatever. So he brought up a good point. He said, if you look at this poll that Rasmussen just put out and that NBC put out, based on their turnout of the vote, you have to assume two things. One, that Trump's only going to get 76% of the GOP support, which he's averaged 84% through his entire presidency. So you're telling me that just all of a sudden he's going to collapse 8 points going into the polls. 2, the turnout that they're expecting for Biden rivals the 1944 FDR election when we were on the verge of winning the war, and 2, the 2008 Barack Obama. And he said, ask yourself, do you see any enthusiasm that could even make you think that Biden's going to turn out and vote that's going to rival us on the verge of winning a war, and Barack Obama, the absolute candidate that everyone galvanized around? No. So he said, don't buy these polls at all.
My conservative, very conservative uncle, who lives about 20 miles away from you, Derek, in Milton,
right? Yep.
Very like upscale suburbs of Atlanta, right? He voted for Obama in 2008. I told him at the time, I was like, he's a communist. And my uncle's like, he's a vet. He was so pissed off about the wars in the Middle East that he was like, there's no way I'm voting for that warmonger. He's a Vietnam vet. He's like, I'm not voting for that warmonger McCain. I'm voting for Obama.
Right.
Now he thinks Obama was a communist.
Well, it's very interesting you say that point. So many of the veterans in the veterans community, I mean, one of the main reasons they support President Trump is because, and this goes with people who are currently in the military and most of the people who have recently left the military, is they support his anti-interventionist agenda.
Yeah.
They support that he's bringing our troops home, that he's moving out and actually, you know, because I mean, Obama for almost his entire presidency, his election was, we're going to go in, we're going to bring our troops home from Iraq and Afghanistan. And then he went and invaded Libya, invaded Syria, put troops all over in Yemen. I mean, he just expanded the U.S.'s intertanglement of webs into the Middle East. And Trump actually fulfilled his promises, and he's bringing our men and women in uniform home. And I mean, if you look at Afghanistan, we have around 2,500 troops in Afghanistan now. I mean, we're on the edge of bringing them home.
Instead of lofting missiles into the Middle East, we have the first peace accords in the Middle East since I was fucking 8 years old.
Right.
And I'm 50.
Yeah, 1978, right? Not to age you.
First peace accords in the Middle East. And what was Obama doing? Obama was literally sending missiles
right
to the people's living rooms.
Right. Yeah.
Bad people that I don't mind seeing blown up. But just tell me what's like a better development.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit more psyched about peace accords with Israel. Like I never thought that young Jared was going to be this religious. Like forget about it. Jared Kushner has just gone into this.
The real young Jared.
Does he have like the super hot smart wife?
Right.
I'm just like, forget it. You know, like I want to be Jared. Forget about Trump. I want to be Jared.
Let's see, 66.
How are we looking?
You going to Virginia again?
No, I'm going into Georgia with Cobb County.
Okay.
54% reporting with a 57-41 split in favor.
Virginia is 60% reporting and still 200,000 lead.
He's 170,000, right? What you're seeing, Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, man, I don't get it. I don't get it for that. Let me look at the Senate race. Yeah, Gade and Mike Warner now, or Mark Warner, are tied at 50% in the Senate race there. So,
guys, Joe Biden wins California, Oregon, and Washington.
No way.
Oh no.
That's like, come on, guys. You knew that was going to happen.
No, I don't. I really thought we were going to sweep that.
Let me look at the Senate.
I think it's voter fraud. I don't believe this. Like, I think they're really like rampantly lying.
The vote.
What the hell are you playing?
Oh, I was waiting for somebody to play this. Nicely done.
So yeah, it looks
coming down.
It's looking like it's looking. I mean, well, Lucas County. I mean, I'm just looking at Ohio again. Price. We're up 400,000 votes, 429,000 there. Looks like most of the red counties are in with 100% of the vote.
Yeah, they're about 80% in Franklin County, which is Columbus, and
Right. Cuyahoga is 81.
We're 85.
Yeah. So I don't know if they've got enough votes there to squeeze out 500 or 400,000 votes, but
I mean, if you look at what's going on in Pennsylvania right now, too. I mean,
yeah.
Let's not get greedy. Can we not get greedy?
Whoa. Yes, we can get greedy. Absolutely.
No, anything we can do to maximize the poignance of this actual event is critical.
Maximize the Prague tears.
The saddest news of the night is that we've lost Maine.
Yeah.
Did we lose Maine?
All 4 electoral votes.
All 4, yeah. I'm going to work that in.
Right, they're 4%, 40% reporting. We have not lost Maine.
We're getting close, but we don't need Maine. It's okay.
I don't mind.
It's a want, not a need. It's like a new Porsche. I want one. I don't need one. Let's see. We're getting some feedback on someone.
Yeah, maybe the cell phone.
Yeah.
Could it have been the fridge?
Let's see.
How many people are watching this? 6?
112,000 people right now.
No way.
Yeah.
10. We're up.
11. We just got it.
What?
Who's that?
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about?
Think about it this way. You're making a video testament that will stand in time forever.
Right. Exactly.
You're capturing the moment.
We're going to be here to call history. Yeah,
this isn't CNN.
Don't go Jeffrey Toobin on us.
Oh.
I don't get too much of a Trump boner right now.
So how's the Senate race looking in Alabama? I know that's kind of something that we've overlooked.
Well, no, Tuberville won.
He won?
Yeah, over Doug Jones. Yeah, everything I've seen is they've called it for him.
Tuberville got an 80 to 20 probably.
Virginia's catching up.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is. Well, I mean, they're kind of catching up.
100,000.
A little. I mean,
it's so stupid. You have that idiot Northam. Like, how the hell could you vote Democrat?
So yeah.
Arizona, 73% report, and they must be counting all the votes that just came in.
So the update as of 4 minutes ago was Wisconsin says they will not announce winner tonight. Michigan needs until Friday, and Pennsylvania not coming out anytime soon, as their quote.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
No, they're gonna.
You knew they were going to hold Pennsylvania to the last.
Well, and Michigan and Wisconsin now saying that they're not going to.
Before. I've never heard that in my whole life. I've never seen that before.
Shenanigans.
Bullshit.
And as of right now, before California numbers hit, Trump is up almost 3 million votes in the popular vote.
I think it should be a law. If you don't report, your votes don't count.
Yeah, you should have to report something by the end of the night. I think that should be the case.
Wait, you said who's up in California?
No, I'm saying California votes haven't come in yet, but Trump is up 3 million in the popular vote nationwide.
Oh, in the popular vote nationwide. Okay. Yeah.
So Trump is leading in Kenosha, 63-34.
What excuse do they have to delay the vote count?
They're going to claim that polling stations were down.
Ballots. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, that's bullshit.
So looking like there's going to be a runoff here in the state Senate for GOP between Warnock and Loeffler. So it looks like Collins is going to be out.
Oh, that's kind of a bummer. She's kind of insipid.
Yeah. Yeah, she's not. I mean, I didn't vote for her, but Purdue's going to win running away. He looks like he's got the same lead that Trump does in the state.
Good. A little like the good-looking version of Nate Silver is losing in Georgia.
Oh yeah, Ossoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting spanked.
If he was winning, that would kind of mean the end of. That would mean actually progressives won.
Yeah.
So there are counties in Eastern California that voted for Trump in 2016 that are currently Biden is leading, with 58% reporting, which is just so sad. Which is really
it's probably the one town where all the liberals live, and
Yeah.
some weird mountain town. Just don't worry about it.
Let's see.
The majority of North Oregon counties are red leading.
Inyo County.
If you look at the runoff here for Georgia, what'll take hold, Collins got 22%, Loeffler got 28%, Warnock only got 30%. So it'll be interesting to see if, as everybody comes back out, if all the David Perdue people are allowed, obviously we're allowed, where whole states are allowed to vote, we go back out and vote. If Perdue wins that big and in the runoff for Warnock and Loeffler space, you got to imagine that it's going to stay with Loeffler, stay Republican.
But yeah, no. And the look for California too. You're not looking at the national level. You got to look at the state level. You got to see what propositions passed.
Right.
It's really going to be interesting to see if Prop 22 passed in the state, which is the Uber and Lyft law.
It will. It's going to pass.
I mean, the tech companies have poured so much money. I think $200 million just in California alone to make sure to advertise in favor of Prop 22. It's insane. I mean, I'm looking to see what happens with Prop 15, which is the property tax.
Arizona's called for Biden.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not good.
But they called it at 75% of the incoming.
Yeah, but that's probably because there's still a lot of votes coming in from blue areas that it's going to be hard for them to make up that gap.
Let's see.
Well, we can't win everything.
Yeah. It's okay. We need it.
Couldn't we though?
We should have.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it's really just
media can go to hell, man.
It reflects so poorly on the Republican Party in Arizona. What a poor job they've done. But life goes on and we don't need it, so it's okay. We just have to keep our heads up, persevere, and keep moving forward.
I know a progressive guy from my hometown who moved to Tucson just today. So
really?
Oh yeah, California is like the plague in Arizona.
Oh no, California is literally a cancer on all the states that surround it. In terms of the people who move out into those
Colorado,
states.
right?
They flip. Colorado, it's happening in Idaho. Apparently it's happening in Arizona.
It's not happening in Idaho, Bryce. We're going to stop it.
Ben, look at Ada County. Just look at Ada County, which is the county that Boise's in. I mean, the progressive mayor who was just elected there.
Bryce, we're going to fix that.
I mean, look,
what did we talk about?
I mean, every generation has their own influx of Californians that flip their states blue. It happened in Washington and Oregon in the 1970s and 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
It's happening in Idaho and Utah and Arizona now. It's already happened in Colorado.
What happened to the positive price? This is depressing and annoying.
This is the reality of the situation. I mean, it's not being positive or negative. It's just this is just what's happening.
Yeah.
Okay, for some reason, my buddy, who's a very low information, he's from Ireland, like he doesn't follow politics. He just texted me and he said, "Not looking very good, so good for Trump at the moment." And I'm like, "What? Why would he think that?"
Probably the media.
Yeah, Tom
Piazzi with the buddy in Caracas I was talking to earlier tonight.
Okay,
not looking good for Trump, huh? And I was like, no, he's winning. He's going to win Florida. It's like it's over with.
Yeah, Iowa's pulling ahead for Trump right now with 73% reporting. That just flipped light red on the map. Let's see. Yeah, 60% reporting in Minnesota, and it's a 55-42 split.
God, they really are done counting in Pennsylvania. That's so messed up.
Why would they do that?
To screw people over.
It's
they want to drag it out as long as possible, and then they want to bring all the lawyers they have on hand in to litigate and try to allow for extra ballots. I know, Derek, was it you who mentioned a story earlier in the night where they were talking about bringing in people who on a provisional ballot who did not have an opportunity to vote today?
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to find the tweet, but it was reported out from someone that said that Representative Mike Kelly, I think, had filed a lawsuit against them for saying that they were going to, for anyone who had trouble voting today or something like that, or couldn't get their absentee ballot in or something, that they were going to allow them to vote by provisional ballot. And so they sued to shut it down. Be like, no, you can't go change the rules on the day of. So
Unbelievable.
So in Michigan, Peters is not Peters. James is beating Peters pretty badly as well for that Senate race. James is up 12 points in Michigan on the Senate race right now. So that'd be a big win for Trump.
James is gonna win, man. He is an all-star. He is such an exciting dude to watch.
So Oregon, in an interesting ballot proposition, according to Lakshan Marquet. Anyways, Oregon has voted to decriminalize possession of all illegal narcotics.
Which state is this?
Oregon. Yeah.
Yay!
This is according to HuffPost. Oregon becomes first U.S. state to decriminalize drug possession.
I guess I know where I'm going to move to become an ecstasy dealer.
Heroin needles coming to a neighborhood near you.
I'm going to become the MDM king of Oregon. That's my thing. MDA.
Oh, no.
MDM?
MDMA.
MDMA. Fuck. So, I've done it.
So Biden got 64%, or pardon me, 64% of the vote in San Diego County, with 74% reporting, with 33.6% for Trump, which is depressing.
That's sad, man.
That's
should be doing better. I want to do better. But we are all election day voters.
Yeah.
So the likelihood is that fills up. My only goal is to get to 38% to 40% for Trump.
In Los Angeles County, with 59% of estimated votes reported, we're looking at 78% for Biden, 20% for Trump. In Ventura County, 62-36 for Biden. In Santa Barbara County, 68-29 for Biden.
Do they not know he's a freaking crook?
They have no idea. Nobody told them.
Very, very upsetting. I'm interested to see what happened. Orange County just came in with 74% reporting, 38% for Trump, 59% for Biden.
Martha McSally lost.
Mm-hmm.
Frick.
Oh, McSally's done?
Yeah.
Yeah, McSally sucks. Yeah. So,
how are we looking on the how are we looking on the
Whoa, what's your beef with McSally?
She's like a black hole candidate. Like any race she goes in, not only is she guaranteed to lose anything when she's not appointed, but she actually like sucks the life out of the room. Like she's like someone you invite to a party and half the party leaves afterwards.
I don't know what that's based on, but everything I've seen of her, she's been great.
She lost to the last person. She should have won.
Wasn't it Kristen Nielsen?
Like this weird sort of eccentric lesbian woman in Arizona.
Yeah.
I like this comment. If all these California and others are moving to Texas, why the hell isn't it red yet? I'm not sure if he's referring to California or Texas. I'm assuming he's talking about California. California just has way too many people. That's the problem. It should probably be split up into like 5 different states. Honestly, it's a state of 40 million people.
Can I go back to McSally just for a second?
Go for it. Yeah, I apologize for interrupting.
It's okay. No, imagine that Lindsey Graham was not like the most interesting guy in South Carolina, and you had him at your dinner party. Like he goes from being the most interesting person in the entire fucking state to like one of the lesser interesting people in the state. He becomes about as interesting as like the guy who owns a Chevrolet dealership in Tucson or something. Like, you don't want that guy to come to your house for a barbecue.
That's for sure.
So McSally is that person. Whereas Lindsey Graham, like, you know, we can hate on Lindsey all we want, but he's the most interesting person in like the Southeast. I mean, he's just like a trip, you know. He's Lindsey Graham. He's like nobody else. I love it.
Yes.
He's old school Southern patrician.
Hold on, guys. I have an update on Minnesota.
Okay.
Apparently, the Minnesota Iron Range cities have flipped for Trump.
No way.
They've flipped out.
They flipped. One of the cities, it was Donald Trump got 49%, Joe Biden got 47%. Let's see. Let's go.
So they're going for Biden?
Yeah, the Iron Range cities, which are traditionally Democrats, are going for Trump.
Oh, okay, that's what I expected.
In Minnesota.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see.
Good.
What county is the Iron Range?
That's a good question.
Is it Coochie?
Lake County?
Lake, okay.
Yeah.
Lake of the Woods?
Yeah, I still just don't see how in Minnesota now, I mean, he's got to make up 200,000 votes. He's down 12 points. I mean, granted, Hennepin is 100% in. So you got to have a lot of these. What did the vote look like in?
Do you guys think Trump will
In
get
2016?
Wisconsin? I think he will.
Wisconsin, yes.
Lake County back in the day was 47% for Clinton, 45% for Trump.
Okay.
And current polling or current precinct reporting out of the Iron Range has 49.9% for Trump and 47% for Clinton. Or pardon me, 47% for Biden.
Okay, so it flipped a little bit. All right.
Yeah, flipped the other way a little bit.
If Minnesota still,
I mean, not really enough to matter.
Right. Yeah, because I'm looking
Virginia's
at the 2000.
catching up more.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 2016 results, and I mean, for the most part, the map of Minnesota looks the same. But where did Minnesota go? So let's see what he had here. Yeah, he won most of the state. I mean, but they're much smaller counties.
Yeah.
But he lost Hennepin County last time, 63-28, and he's losing it this time. He lost it 71-27. So Biden added to the count there. So 63-28 to 71-27.
Ocasio-Cortez wins re-election in New York.
No, she didn't. Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope she never leaves.
Rashid Tlaib wins re-election in Michigan.
Oh, freaking.
Oh, I'm not getting.
Ilhan Omar wins re-election in Minnesota.
Yeah, when you buy elections,
All right,
man,
this is BS.
When you buy votes like that.
Yeah, that's voter fraud. I don't believe it.
How is Jeff Brand? Do we know how Jeff Van Drew's doing right now in New Jersey?
Probably getting his butt kicked.
I do not. Dakota.
Okay, I got my first racist call on Facebook.
What do you mean?
Question: how in the actual fuck uppercase is the election this close? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, exclamation mark.
Oh.
So it's like racists.
I am not liking what I'm seeing in District 50 in California right now, which is my district. This is with 64% reporting in. Darrell Issa is down 1 point to Amar Campos Najjar.
Oh, it's ISIS district.
Yeah.
Really? He's running. Didn't he retire?
He was in District 49, and then he retired, and then he's running. And then the incumbent for District 50 who's a Republican, got arrested for campaign finance fraud. He only embezzled like $125,000 and like flew to Italy with him, and stuff like regular stuff like that. And yeah, no. So, anyways, he's in jail. His wife's in jail too because she was his campaign manager. Yeah, so the seat was open, and so he decided to run for that one. But I am not liking it. Mark Campos Najjar is a AOC style Democrat, like hyper progressive Democrat, and District 50 is one of the most reliable conservative seats in California.
Wow.
So if that goes
We're
down,
dead. This country's done. We're screwed. I give up.
No, just
I mean that's
give up on California.
that's literally 3,000 votes though. 3,000
This
votes.
sucks.
They gotta
Is
make it.
that was the margin? 3,000 votes?
Well, no, there's only 64% reporting, so there's still time where ISA could technically turn it around. Juan Hidalgo is not doing great. Currently, with 50% of the estimated vote reported, it's 72-27 split in favor of Juan Vargas.
Wow. So you're
This is
losing
all
again,
fake
man.
news.
Does anybody know what that guy does?
Brian Marriott he was that's District 49, ICE's old district, is with 75% reporting, only got 41% of the vote, while Mark Levin got 58.6%. Going up into Orange County.
Oh wait, okay, guys, I'm looking at NBC on the TV right now. It's fucking hilarious. Chuck, they've refused to concede Florida still.
What?
They have Florida like it's not quite red. It's sort of like
No, dude, Florida's done.
a pink color.
If you're gonna say Arizona, New Mexico are off the map for
Oh, they're totally
for
like
Biden.
those are just solid blue. Yeah, it's
Trump
great.
is still ahead in Virginia. I just want to say that.
Not for long.
Just saying. Obviously, I think it's with 64% reporting.
No, they're catching up way too fast,
Yeah.
man. Virginia's gone.
Chuck Dodd actually went to one of those like Asian massage parlors today too. He really got himself relaxed today. Okay.
In New York, it was.
Oh man, I'm gonna remember that for a while.
New York pretty much went.
Hey, who's having a party at their place that I can hear all the people talking in the background?
I thought that was Raina.
No.
That might be me.
Who's Raina?
Is it Price? It's
Honey,
Of course it's Price.
Aldana. Of course it's Price. Player.
why don't you just bring the wife on camera with us? We can get the.
Price doesn't have a wife.
Oh really? What was it? The television or something?
No, it's my mom and stepdad. They're watching the results right now on the TV.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
All right.
Your mom got remarried? I didn't know that.
So New Mexico.
Yeah.
So New Mexico's Biden. Arizona's Biden. Where we at?
Nevada's Biden. Let's just give it to him.
We don't
Really?
know that. We
Just
don't know that.
give him Virginia and Nevada, and then
I already did. So in my estimate here, we gave him Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, Colorado, California, Oregon, and Washington. I gave us Wisconsin, Minnesota, Ohio. I did not give us Pennsylvania. So let me give us
Pennsylvania.
If we got Pennsylvania, we'd be at 291.
All right.
So we're still good.
So what if we don't? If without Pennsylvania, we're at 271.
Yeah, we're
but
at
we still
271.
win.
So we still had it.
Okay. So what are we worried about here? Let's see.
We're worried about uncounted votes. We're worried about
mail-in ballots.
We're worried about a whole host of things.
Dude, you know they're being strategic in how they're laying out the wins. Come on.
Well, and
They want us to be tuned in for the next 3 days nonstop.
well, and that's the reason why it's doesn't make any sense that Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania are now saying they're not going to report any results tonight. They're not going to do any more counting. And again, you can lose if we give Nevada to Biden. We know Arizona's gone now. So if you do win Michigan and Wisconsin, which we're up in right now, so barring some miraculous finding of dead bodies overnight. And if you give Pennsylvania to Biden, it's 274, 264 Trump. And that's assuming Maine, that's Nebraska. I think we get, 4 for Nebraska? Yeah, and then 2 in Maine. And that's giving him Pennsylvania, which is going to be a tall order because you're up right now almost 500,000 votes, Trump is, in Pennsylvania with 51% reporting. Now, granted, again, most of those counties that are Philadelphia surrounding suburbs have not, Chester County, Montgomery County, Bucks County are 12%, 29%, and 44% in. So
I don't show that high of a
Allegheny County is Trump. I mean, he's getting smoked in Allegheny County, 79-19, and only 17% of the vote in. They can go find 500,000 votes. So that's what their mission's going to be.
How many?
Oh, go ahead.
Derek, how many Trump votes do you show in Pennsylvania right now, and where you're looking?
1,947,000, 1,948,000.
Okay, so I'm looking at a different site, and it shows it's coming from Decision Desk, so I know it's like the latest shit.
Right.
2,215,799 Trump. So Trump right now in Pennsylvania with 61 to 72%. Wait, how many counting? 61 to 72. That's weird. I don't understand that. So somewhere in there, Trump's right now up over 4 points in Pennsylvania. He's up by 190.
Oh, geez. It's a lot closer than it should be.
It's close.
And where?
Pennsylvania.
But Bucks County is
according to where?
So Bucks County is in, and Bucks County is.
He said Decision Desk.
58.
It's what price?
50 to 48.
I'm just saying, where's the source for this? Bucks County is 12% in, and it's leading 2 points to Joe Biden.
2 points to Joe Biden, but that's good. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, that dampens the blow a little bit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not like not Philadelphia, you know.
So I was just watching a clip that someone posted on Twitter from the Young Turks where during their election night stream, one of their pundits literally just comes out and says, "We have to cheat in order to win."
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, it says we have to get down in the mud, we have to play dirty, we have to cheat.
Wow.
These people need to be put in prison.
I agree.
Like really.
Oh my God!
Wow. Let's see here. So you've got.
So what else is going to be decided here? Like they're not going to show. I mean, obviously California's not going.
Oh, Nevada's in.
Nevada's in.
1%. It's going to Trump right now.
Oh, come on! They're just doing good TV.
So the numbers on predicted. The numbers have ticked up for Trump in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. It's now a 65 cent, 68, and 62. A while ago, it was 62, 50, 58, and 55. So they've moved those over.
What district was Mike Garcia again?
I think it's CA 25.
CA 25. No. Oh no.
Is he getting hammered?
Christy Smith, 57%. Mike Garcia, 42%.
Oh God! How many? How much counted?
62%.
That was the shortest lived Congress person ever.
Yeah, what? 5 months? 6 months?
I was a congressman for 6 months. Mike. Brutal. That's brutal. That is so brutal. I feel so bad. He did such a good job.
They just called Ohio? Yeah. They just called Ohio for Trump on Fox.
Trump.
Yeah, we got Ohio.
I'm all the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Oh my God! Really? All right.
Trump. It's time to. You know.
Google. The only thing Google's called in the swing states, New Hampshire.
Google's like, they're just like, there's like, there's a statistical probability here that the problem that Democrats really have. Here's why they're never going to win another presidential race.
Oh, don't
Progressives are
say
not
that.
sexy
Don't knock
people.
on wood, dude.
Progressives are not the only progressives that are sexy are super black and virile progressive men. Otherwise, forget it. That's why I'm so glad that the guy lost in South Carolina, because I don't want any black progressive guy who's not gay to win, because they'll become president. So instead, we might get this James guy in Michigan, and I'm just like, the next.
Dude, he's amazing. Dude, he's amazing, dude. He's like Dan Cameron style, like out there in your face. Amazing.
Unbelievable. Is he really?
Yeah. John James? John, he's compelling. He is so compelling. He's a no-brainer.
Then he'll be president.
God, I hope so.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. If
after
Democrats
after Ivanka.
No. Ted Cruz, Candace Owens, 2024. And with that,
wait, would you?
I gotta go, guys.
Wait,
Ted Cruz, Candace Owens.
All right.
Ted Cruz is never
See you,
going
bud.
to be president. I'm sorry.
Dude, buy the option, Ben.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
I want you to buy the option now.
Cheers. Nice to meet you, man.
But yeah, you too, man. You were a trip, man. I love that Jake Tapper went to an Asian massage parlor before this. That was unbelievable.
What's your name again, man? What's your name
again?
Ben. Okay.
Ben, I'm sure I'll talk to you soon.
All right,
yeah,
Ben.
we should do this again. Maybe a shorter duration, but I'm in.
Yeah.
We'll put you in later. Yeah, we're just trying to show our stamina.
All right. Oh, yeah. I got a fiance and 4 dogs. So.
All right, go do the dogs or the fiance.
Oh.
Everybody,
guys.
Awesome.
Trump 20.
And with that, he clicked off.
Sorry,
Ben's a good guy.
I clicked him
He
out.
was like my good audience tonight. I'm kind of bummed that he's gone.
Yeah. You better say some funnier shit for us.
I know. I'm gonna have to work a lot harder for you guys, though.
Yeah. Okay, so listen, guys. Now we're in the final throes here because
we're getting into the end game where things get nasty and we're getting.
It's over with.
Oh, dude, they love it. AP has not called this race. Right now, if you go to Google and you do election results, it's 209 Joe Biden, 118 Donald Trump. I mean, what is the purpose of this behavior?
Look.
106 million counted.
I mean, the Trump vote in Pennsylvania keeps going up. I mean, if you look at it, Trump's at 2 million now. 2 million to 1 point.
Why are they holding off so late to call any of these things that clearly other races they're calling for the other way? So, but they don't want to call the other stuff. Like, dude, I mean, North Carolina is 94% reported in.
No. I don't know what numbers you guys are looking at. I'm looking at the Googles. I'm 99% on what I'm looking at.
Okay, but they haven't given it to Trump yet, and that's 15 electoral votes that they should add to his tally.
He's up almost. He's up a point, 1.3%.
Dude, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina are heavily trended towards Trump.
Holy shit.
And so is Georgia. Dude, this is fucking over. They're just not calling these races.
It's over. We won. My astrologers are all correct.
Yeah, but what about your Thai massage therapist?
They are. I wish I had a Thai massage place, but I live in fucking Charlotte, which is the lamest place in the United States. So I don't have a Thai massage place.
Hey, we brought you in to represent Charlotte, not to disparage it.
It sucks. I'm sorry. It kind of sucks.
Okay.
I'm moving to Miami. It's going to be a lot more fun. Atlanta, Derek, is a way better city than Charlotte. Atlanta is a great city.
All right, so we lost New Mexico, Colorado, and Arizona. We're going to lose California or Oregon and Washington. Minnesota is 70% in, and it's leaning towards Joe Biden. And then the rest of it, Iowa is looking good. Wisconsin's looking good. Michigan is not looking like anything. But I mean, it's leaning Trump, but it's only half in. Pennsylvania is over half in, and it's way leaning Trump, but they won't call it. They're not calling any of these that should be called. North Carolina, 94% reported. I mean, come on. Can you just call it? You live there. Just call it. Give us the damn 15 electoral votes.
I called it 3 hours ago.
Yeah,
I called it 3 weeks ago. But,
90. Also, Florida, 98% reported they won't call it. That's another 30 votes. They want people to sit here and see Joe Biden at 209 and Donald Trump at 118 and give the hope. Like, the goal is to create hey, look how much we're dominating, so that when he finally wins, you can go out in the streets and get angry. That's what they're doing.
Maybe they're waiting for there to be enough bricks around that it can really,
Cecil in the house. We got Cecil.
Do we have a
number? What's up, Cecil? Thanks for joining us from Chicago. So we got Chicago, California, North Charlotte, and Atlanta representing. Nice. Yeah, so I guess we're looking at then. So we lost. So they put Nevada in Biden's camp, you said?
They put Nevada. They got Nevada as a.
So they're called. So
no. Nevada.
I'm not seeing any results for Nevada.
Okay. Because right now, I guess if I throw Nevada in for Biden and give him Pennsylvania as well, then again at 274, Trump has to win the 2 in Maine and the 4 in Nebraska, and has to win Michigan and Wisconsin, and he wins. So he can lose Arizona, which looks like we're going to lose, New Mexico, Colorado, and Nevada. And if we throw Pennsylvania in there, and this is assuming that Virginia goes Biden as well, he can lose Pennsylvania, and you're still at 274.
Is it that close?
Yeah.
Fuck. With Michigan too?
Yeah, with Michigan and Wisconsin.
He only gets.
Wait, Derek, I didn't hear the first part of that. What's your factor for that?
So I'm giving Biden the whole West Coast.
Okay. Yep.
Right. That includes Nevada.
Yep.
Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving him Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving him Pennsylvania and Virginia.
Oh, you're giving him Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Okay. So Trump wins.
We still win to a
274, but we've got to have the 4 in Nebraska and the 2 in Maine, and we've got to hold Michigan and Wisconsin. You win 274 to 264.
But if we win Pennsylvania, that puts you in a much more comfortable position.
Oh yeah, if you win Pennsylvania, you're up 294 to 244. Yeah.
Yeah.
If he wins those 2 states, he's definitely winning Pennsylvania. It would be almost impossible, unless they just wildly cheat. And
yeah,
I don't believe the cheating narrative that people have. And it's on both sides. And I just think, no, it's people are voting in this election. I don't think there's a lot of cheating going on. Maybe
so Biden just overtook Trump in the popular vote.
Okay, because of California. Right.
Yeah, because of California.
It doesn't mean anything.
No, I know it doesn't mean anything, but people want it to mean something.
I know, but it doesn't.
That's the thing.
I completely eviscerated it in a post the other day. The problem, I just spent 13 years as a Republican in California. If you vote in California as a Republican since 2010, your vote really means nothing. You're not even voting for a Republican, except for president and the state, the person who decides, the health laws for beauty salons or something. That's it.
Which is a pretty big deal.
Between those is a fucking runoff election with no Republicans winning.
So we're getting some proposition numbers in.
The propositions are not enough to pull Republicans to the ballot.
No, but I mean in terms of like how much people have voted for him.
Yeah.
Voting wise, in California, Prop 14, which is the stem cell research, 52% with 30% reporting.
Really?
30% reporting across the board, but yes. Prop 15 is on edge.
Wait, they trotted stem cells out again? Like,
well, I mean, it's the most asinine proposition because stem cell research isn't illegal at the federal level anymore. So California is just creating their own bureaucratic oversight committee to be able to do stem cell research. But the entire reason they created it was back when Bush was president, when stem cell research wasn't allowed because it was a anti-life kind of deal. That's the way they viewed it. So California created their own stem cell research agency, but it's a redundant agency now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense, but it's okay. Let's just spend a few $100 million on it. It makes sense. Prop 15, which is the commercial property tax partial change to Prop 13, is on edge right now. This is with 30% reporting, 50.8% yes, which is not good for investors in the state of California, especially big companies like Disneyland that own large commercial property that will now be assessed at market rate.
They'll move to the next Disneyland will be in South Carolina.
Dude, you guys, we have this one, dude. We have this one. Like, there's no way we don't win this. Am I wrong?
Yeah,
I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at every single one of the vote tallies and the number of votes presented. Like, even if Pennsylvania is contested, we're still looking at an Ohio win, a Michigan win, a Wisconsin win, a Minnesota loss, a Texas win, obviously, a Florida win, a Georgia win, and a North Carolina win. Like, what am I missing? We are fucking winning this election.
Winning. Hashtag winning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go and get I'm gonna try to do what's his name? The winning guy? It's Charlie Sheen.
You're gonna get a Thai massage?
Everybody's got to get a. There's no Thai massage here, man. It's not. I'm in Charlotte. It's not. You really take your life in California,
bro. You know what? It's Trump's draconian immigration laws.
You know what?
He's just not letting Southeast Asian talent come into the North Carolina market. Yeah, I don't know if Trump's your guy, dude.
I know.
Mm-hmm. So on the props, on the props right now with 27% reporting, no for 20, which is ridiculous. That's the one that would make a lot of small misdemeanor crime, petty theft, things like that. Things that Prop 47 rolled back would make them felonies again. It's 62-37 for no on that one because God forbid that you.
Dude, that's what's ruined California. 47, 57, and 109.
Yeah.
That's what's ruined California.
No for rent control, which is good.
Oh my God. Tom Tillis just left his wife as he accepted the victory. No, I'm just kidding.
Let's see. Prop 22.
No. If he left her for the girl that Cal Cunningham hooked up with, that would be palace intrigue.
She was like, I'm not. There was a level actually I almost went to, and I decided that it was like. No,
dude. We're a professional broadcast.
Yeah.
We got another person joining us, Brad here in Atlanta, friend of mine going way back to high school. So glad to have Brad on board.
He's
a patriot. He's a patriot as well. Love to have him on the show sometime. He's a genius.
All right.
Why doesn't he join right now? Let's get him on.
I don't know what he's doing.
Liberty over security, freedom over fear. I love it.
Bring him on.
Brad Mangus.
He's going to be one of those hardcore Patriot Act guys. I just found out today that the Patriot Act expired like 5 months ago, and I didn't even know it. It expired.
Yeah, but they re-upped it because some of the Mike Lee, some of the people who are claimed not to be or to be hardened Fourth Amendment type guys, they voted for it to pass out of the Senate, so it's going to get passed.
Congratulations to my friend Ben Adams, who just won his state assembly seat in Idaho.
All right.
There we go.
Wait, is that
No,
Is
not
Idaho represent?
not the Ben we just had on. No, he won a 4-way primary. He's a Marine Corps veteran, served 2 tours in Afghanistan. Won a 4-way primary. He was a political unknown, and won with 49% of the vote.
Wow.
4-way
Good
primary
for him.
as a Republican.
awesome?
Yeah. And
Awesome.
so
Sweet.
congratulations to him. Just had a new baby girl too. So he's
Oh,
living
yeah.
life.
He's a friend of yours?
Yeah. No, we've worked together on a ton of different stuff.
What part of Idaho are you in?
I'm back in California, but I lived in Idaho for 4 years. I lived in Boise.
Ah,
But
okay.
his district's out. Do you know where Nampa is?
No, I've never been to Idaho, actually.
Okay, Nampa is kind of it's more agricultural. It's kind of on the outskirts of the Boise metro area.
Okay.
But yeah, so he just won District 13B out there. So yeah, like 30 years old, man. He's a maverick. He's killing it.
Yeah.
Wow. Are you? Wait, Mike. Is this the campaign guy?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Price and I worked on. Yeah, he was my campaign manager.
Oh, excellent. Okay, I heard about you the other day, and you seem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. I love the whole story and everything. It's great.
All right. So what's our so what are we finding out? What are we going to find out in the next 20 minutes?
Is there a countdown in the next 20 minutes?
I don't know.
What's supposed to happen in the next 20 minutes? I know in 1 hour's time, all the stuff for Nevada will drop, but I think we're kind of set on knowing what's going to happen there. Biden's about to overtake Donald Trump in Virginia. Let's see.
Is he?
Yeah.
I want you guys to not waste too much of your political talents on California. That's my
See, I live there, so that's why I'm so invested in it. But
Price, what are you showing for?
I'm from California. It's super beautiful. I love California.
For Prop 22.
Okay, what about Prop 22? What's going on with that?
So Prop 22 with 27% reporting is 57% yes.
That's gonna win.
Yeah.
So Uber stays.
No rent control. No, Prop 20 didn't pass. Prop 19.
Prop 20 did not pass.
Yeah, Prop 20 did not pass.
That was the law enforcement.
Right. Yeah. Cashless bail didn't pass. Thank God.
Yeah.
Let's see. Did they do repatriation for felons? Yes, that did pass. 60 to 40 or 60 to 39 in favor. And then Prop 15 is hovering at no now, which is good. That's the property tax increase. What happened with Prop 19? Prop 19 is looking like it's going to pass, which is also good. But yeah, so that's kind of the California proposition update.
Can you explain to me why Virginia has called Virginia for Biden, but
Biden's about to overtake Trump.
But they're showing more votes for Donald Trump.
The counties.
He's about to overtake.
Yeah, I'm looking at 67% in Virginia, and Trump's up about 63,000 votes. But again, it has to do with how these votes are coming in and what counties they're allocated to. Is he winning those counties 70-30 or 55-45 type of thing? And they just do a mathematical. Yeah. So, but that's why I said earlier it didn't make any sense because they were showing that Loudoun and Fairfax, all these huge counties, were 99% reporting. But maybe they hadn't counted the votes yet or whatever because it moved so much. Because he was up 200 and something thousand.
Okay, I'll tell you why they called it the way they did. Fairfax County right now on the way out there decision desk thing I'm looking at has 30% counted. Biden's up 52 to 45 with 26% counted. So that means he's going to cream votes. But it's like 100. It's a lot of votes,
right?
So,
and I guess Texas is officially in the Biden camp or in the Trump camp now, right? With almost 600,000.
Has to be, dude. Come on.
Yeah, 600,000 vote lead. Ohio's officially in the camp. I'm just taking maps off my board that we had up. North Carolina's, is it called yet? Did they call North Carolina yet?
They're not calling anything yet.
They're calling all the blue states, right? All the Biden states they'll put on the board and call it, but yeah.
Exactly. They just want to have the simulacrum of winning for
Right.
2 seconds. It's like
They're just trying to delay the violent. They don't want the Starbucks that they go to every morning to get destroyed tonight. So they're just trying to like put it off.
So true, dude. It's like
So right,
bad.
Yeah. So right now in Seattle, there's protesters moving onto 6th Avenue towards the Space Needle, who are destroying barriers.
I was joking, actually. But
Yeah, no, they're literally going to downtown at Seattle to start vandalizing. The cops are coming in and trying to control it, but yeah, no, that's what's going on in downtown Seattle right now. Mike, I have the numbers on Jim.
How's Jim doing?
It's not great. Do you want to hear him?
Yeah.
34% of the vote.
I can't remember. What was he in the primary?
I don't know. What was?
Did he hit 40?
No, I think he got around 90. Well, in terms of percentage of vote, I think he got around 30 or 40%. He got around 90,000 votes, but the person directly underneath him was a Democrat.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, that district, Scott Peters district, District 52. Yeah, with 78% reporting, 65-34.
You know, look, I really don't want you to stay in California for your.
I know what else. I'm muddling around. I'm going to go up to Washington and check that out and see what's going on.
I just, these blue states. I want you to feel like exuberant and excited about being in Republican politics, not depressed.
Dude, we're trying to win this state back.
No,
this
forget it. You're not
state
winning that state
embodies
back.
the independent
Motivation
spirit.
to work harder.
No, that state's about to secede from the union. We're going to have a civil war with California.
Yeah, well, here's a good talking point. Are we going to be running the, Bloomberg strategy group strategic plan tonight? If it doesn't look good for Biden,
exactly,
are we going to have California, Oregon, and Washington secede from the union?
Yeah, was that the group that met in D.C. and like
The Podesta group? Yeah, it was the
Podesta
Podesta group, and they came in and they did the war
Podesta
game.
was like, I'm buying a bazooka. I don't know about you guys, but John Podesta was like, I actually got a, the Arabs have been trying to get a fucking nuke forever. I got one. He's like,
So Cecil's going to move back to California just to vote for you, Mike.
I saw it.
Let's see.
Ooh, raise the roof.
Oh, wait, am I
+1.
Mike's future campaigns right
+1.
now? Should I get off camera right now? Am I like being too controversial here?
Nah, you're fine.
Podesta.
We got Tony joined us as well. I saw a few minutes ago. So welcome, Tony. Thanks, man. Thanks, Zoli.
All right, Tony. Cool. We have a pretty solid couple city council candidates to check out too.
I think that we should get a couple more people on film though. Why can't someone else get on camera here?
Well, we could call Morgan and see what the feel is, right? All right, let me check back in with.
Oh yeah, we need to get. Where's Morgan?
So
we need some new life in the room.
So Trump is now at 600,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
600,000?
Yeah.
That's not cheatable.
Holy shit.
Well, I mean, again, Bucks County hasn't come in yet, but it's right now it's 57-42 Trump. Montgomery County 75-24. I think you were saying earlier, Price, that it was like 50 something to
Derek,
whatever.
Derek, can I interrupt you? I have really good news for you. Bucks County, what I'm looking at, 35% counted. Trump, 56.7%.
Oh, yep. He's leading Bucks County.
Right.
Trump's going to win Bucks County.
Yes.
We don't know that yet, but it's looking promising.
But then if you go to Pittsburgh and go to Allegheny County, he's getting beat 79-19 there, and only 70% of the votes are in, and that's 1,225,000 population county.
Yeah, but that they might have like the Pittsburgh is going to be super Democrat, right?
Right.
So Derek, what's the split in Allegheny County right now?
79-19.
Yeah, Trump's underperforming there based on 2016 results.
What was he in 2016?
55-39.
Yeah, he's 20 points under.
But how much have they reported?
Only 17.
Okay, so there's time to make that up. I mean,
Okay, so that you're
Yeah.
probably looking at early
at
vote
17%.
there.
Yep. Yeah, they just adjusted it. He went up by another like 8,000 votes. So it's now 58% reporting, and he's up about 600,000, just shy of 600,000.
Let's see.
So, I mean, it may be hard for them to make up that in Pennsylvania. Was there anybody in Pennsylvania running for? Oh, there was no senators running this time, right? So,
No.
Wait, now, are we looking at, is Wisconsin too early to call? Why are they saying that?
Wisconsin's close. Last time I checked, it was within about 100,000 votes, I believe.
I mean, that's crazy.
I'm going to go over to 538 right now just to like swim and pain and suffering.
and
Yeah, you're right. He's 1 million votes ahead in Wisconsin. What's the total?
He's not 1 million votes ahead. He's
yeah, it can't be 1 million ahead.
I mean, he's 100. He's 100,000 ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
In District
It's more
17
than 100,000 ahead.
in Pennsylvania, Sean Parnell is leading Connor Lamb right now, which is a big congressional seat there.
We've got 1%, less than 1% voting in Nevada, currently up, and it's 78% for Donald Trump.
What? It's 1%, dude.
Less than 1%. 3,612 votes, baby. He's bringing it home.
Let's see. What's Newsmax saying? So supposedly, I was just listening to Newsmax or whatever, and they were saying that that Fox News is now walking back Arizona, taking it off the board or hedging their bets there. Yeah. And they were just talking to Sean Spicer, and he was saying that there's, I guess, the way that they are counting their votes, or they release their votes, that some states are releasing today's votes first and then doing the mail-ins later, and others are doing it vice versa. So I guess according to Spicer, he was saying that the votes that they released were from today, which still shows it being an uphill battle for Arizona. But you probably don't have all the votes in Maricopa County, and he surged to the lead in Maricopa County today on in-person voting. So
Arizona also just legalized recreational marijuana.
Oh yeah.
All right. So we got that going for us.
I think that's cool. I'm down with that whole libertarian pot smoking Republican thing.
Dude,
more power to you, baby.
Did you see
your personal choice?
Did you see the Donald Trump?
I had a pipe hit while we were on camera tonight, actually. So,
dude, don't ruin our reputation. Hey,
why is that ruining our reputation?
Hey, listen.
I'm the black sheep.
Elon Musk can smoke weed on the Joe Rogan show. You can smoke a pipe on this live stream.
Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
that's my philosophy.
So I feel like that's a good endorsement.
You guys, listen. Arizona legalizing weed, that's a good thing.
New Jersey, Arizona, and South Dakota all legalized weed.
All right. It's the war on drugs. If you can't beat them, join them.
What a great message, Mike. That's going to be the message for the kids.
Wait, I think is Oklahoma one of the free weed places?
You can't beat them, join them, kids. Let's see.
Can't beat them, join them. All right. Well, dude, they're really loving.
Wait, your name's John, right? Yeah. John? Wait, what?
No, Price.
Price? Are you talking about Price?
Price.
Price. What's your first name, Price?
Price.
Yeah, Price. Yeah.
Oh, Price is your first name. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry, we weren't properly introduced.
Yeah.
His
last name is John.
Oh, no. Price John. I love that. Actually, that's fantastic.
Nope. Price Robinson. But you're close.
Wait, Price John would be really good. I think he should change the last name to John.
Hey, bro. He's our future president. Just
I think both of you should move to Florida.
Listen, we can't spread ourselves thin. We gotta fight ourselves. fight ourselves through the battle.
I don't think there's a battle to be won in California. I'm just saying. The whole West Coast is
I'm a fourth generation Californian. I'm going to be the guy on the front porch with the wildfire.
I'm a fourth generation.
My pappy died here. My grandpappy died here, and I'm going to die here. That's going to be.
My great grandfather came from Ireland to San Francisco. The whole thing, you know.
Oh, wait, hold on. Tell your Cuba story, dude. Come on.
What about Cuba?
Well, that's what we want to hear about. We're talking about fighting socialism.
I'm not from Cuba.
Well, you play one on TV.
I do. You know, I look kind of like I got kind of like a little afro. I look kind of like that guy who pretends that he's black, and he's like he was a BLM guy until they finally kicked him out.
Yeah,
like,
you mean Sean? What's his name?
Yes.
Sean White.
Yeah, Sean, whatever. Yeah, I look like him. I could do that. I should totally just, but that sort of time passed for me. Like, it's over with. The whole passing as black time is.
Nicole Parker Newstrom says, "I think we need Price in Cali." I think she's right.
Price with a Y.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we get her? Can we get Nicole Parker Newstrom on camera right now? Why isn't she doing this? Nicole.
Hey! Don't blow. Don't. We've got 11 live viewers. All right, so listen, guys. What's going to change? Look, here's what I'm seeing when I go to Google and I do election results.
Right.
I'm seeing Joe Biden at 223 electoral votes, Donald Trump at 118, and they are loving this. Like they love the anticipation of this, but there's so many that they won't call.
All right.
So what are we going to do? I mean, we're trying to be optimistic here, but they're just not calling it. They haven't called Texas.
Right. They haven't called. Have they called Florida yet?
They haven't called Texas. They haven't called Florida. They haven't called Georgia. They haven't called North Carolina. They haven't called Ohio or Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin.
Pennsylvania is getting to the point where they should probably call it. I mean,
but they said they're not going to finalize their tally tonight. Yeah,
but if you look at the numbers that are out right now, Trump is approaching. He's about 300,000 short of lapping Biden and being 1 million votes over him.
Yeah, they should call it. They're 60%. They're 60% in.
And I mean, you're right, Derek. They could be. If we could go over to Bucks County, if you look what's going on over there, 35% counted. I mean, but Trump's leading there 56%.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if it stays that way, it'll be hard for them to make up those counts and everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, Trump barely lost it in 2016. It was 48 Clinton, 47 Trump. But
it feels like the whole campaign, though, right? Like the whole campaign has essentially been propping up this doddering old guy who barely knows, like, he doesn't even know which direction to go anymore when he walks. I mean, so why wouldn't the news media just prop up the election at the end, even though we all know it's over with?
I mean, do we know it's over? Do we? If we know it's over,
we don't know it's over.
No, we don't know.
Over with.
We don't. Have you been witnessing the last 4 years of resistance?
Yeah, but
we have no idea. I mean,
if they win from this point on, it's cheating. I just said there won't be cheating and it won't decide the election. If the Democrats win from this point on, it's cheating. Because
here's the problem with, like, in Georgia, we're up by almost 300,000 votes, but Gwinnett County, which is a huge county, it says 0 in right so far.
Where's Gwinnett?
Gwinnett's just outside of DeKalb County, so heading up.
It's a rural county. It's going to
heading up toward you. Yeah.
Right.
But no. Well, Gwinnett will be. It's 57-42. It shows right now, but 0% in. And then DeKalb County showing 0% in, but it's 82-17. DeKalb County will definitely be blue, without a doubt.
So Derek
is
in
Gwinnett,
Jersey.
where there's like a kind of a. There's like it's not Athens, but it's a little college. It's like a hipster college town. Is that Gwinnett?
No, Gwinnett's like Lilburn. It's I don't know if there's a college, probably Gwinnett Technical College or something like that. But no, you're not near Athens. You go through Gwinnett to get that.
I'm thinking of this county that's like, it's just like up from Lake Lanier, like up there.
Oh, I don't know.
And there's like a hip, like rural. There's a town that like liberal people want to live in up there. Like
yeah, I'm
my
not sure.
town has become.
But the problem is, I mean, what I'm seeing, the reason why it sucks is that you've got 0% counted for Gwinnett and DeKalb, and yet, Cobb is almost 100% in now. It's going to go Biden by 13 points, which is a big swing from where Hillary was. Hillary was what you said +2 a while ago.
Oh,
let's see.
So
Cobb County.
Yeah,
that's big.
And Fulton's only 71% in, and it's 74-25. So, I mean, and most all the other counties, because they're all rural counties and smaller, they're all showing 100% in for all the red counties. So you can definitely make up.
Based on what I'm looking at right now in Cobb County, this was 70% reporting. Biden's at 55% and Trump is at 42%. If you take that over to the 2016 average, Hillary was at 47% and Trump was at 45%.
Yeah, so it was a big swing. I'm on NPR. It's showing 99% in, and Biden's at 56-43.
But that's not again. That's yeah. It's okay. Obviously, it's an issue, but it's not as bad as an underperformance that would hurt Trump enough to lose the state.
Well, what does he look like in Fulton County? What did he pull in Fulton County?
Fulton County in 2016, he got 26% of the vote.
All right, so he's right there. He's at 25. Go just south of that to DeKalb County. What was he pulling in 16?
County. Let's see.
Okay, the would-be feminine participant in this event is currently working. It's
okay, so in 2016, Trump got 16% of the vote in DeKalb County.
Okay, so he's at 17% right now, but it says 0% in, so whatever. And then move up just to the right of that is Gwinnett County.
Gwinnett County, Trump got 44%.
Okay, so he's underperforming there at 42. So
okay, but I mean, yes, that's an underperformance, but do you think that's enough of an underperformance to actually push the needle towards Biden?
Yeah, because if you look, the population of DeKalb County is 740,000.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's only pulling 20% of that number,
how many votes do they have in currently?
That it says 0%. That's what doesn't make any sense. Okay. I don't know if any of the other sites are showing something different, but NPR is showing 0%.
Wait, what county? Derek, what county?
DeKalb and Gwinnett.
DeKalb County.
So I'm getting 102 votes already in, 102,000 votes in for Biden and 21,000.
In DeKalb, right?
In DeKalb County currently.
Yeah. Okay,
31% reporting.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I don't know why this isn't updating then.
I mean, if it holds out, I mean, it's going to be relatively similar to what he got in 2016.
Okay.
This is the way it's going at 30% reporting.
Right.
It's a little tight right now. Honestly, I feel like Derek has some reason for worry though.
Yeah.
It's a little tight.
Georgia worries me with that. I mean, he's up 7 points, so it's a tough hill to climb, but not insurmountable with that. Because I know what Democrats are doing. They're holding off those big counties to see how many votes they need, and then now here comes the big vote.
So in Georgia, it's a toss-up. So the margin is plus 7 points towards Trump, but they have it leaning for Biden. 67% leaning for Biden. This is according to the New York Times.
Wow.
So
that gives the election to Biden.
So he might win Georgia? Really?
I mean,
let's go back to the map.
Georgia's 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you lose Georgia, you get. What do you mean you don't need it? Where are you? Oh, because of Pennsylvania? You're still keeping Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Okay. I was about to say, if you lose Georgia, that means you have to get Virginia.
We're trying to win this without Pennsylvania.
Yeah, no, but if we got Pennsylvania, then you don't need Georgia. But if
only Derek will understand this. If we lose Georgia, it's because we lost the Avalon vote. And that's not a good vote to lose.
No.
That's a bad vote to lose.
And Virginia is still, 68% in, and Trump is still up by 58,000 votes. I mean,
that's probably going to flip here pretty soon, but if it could get close.
Yeah, but it's going to be late-term voters. I mean,
no, it's the thing. That's what doesn't make any sense because almost every county is 100% of the big counties. So, yeah, I don't know.
Why is DeKalb so far behind in their return of votes? That's kind of
because they're holding. Yeah, they're holding, and Fulton County is still only 71% in.
These guys are playing TV right now.
What'd you say?
They're playing straight up TV.
Let's see. Fox News currently has Biden at 227 to 210. So far, CNN has Biden at 205 to 136.
Do you guys have Fox on? Anybody?
I have Fox on. Yeah.
Oh shit! I just turned the wrong thing on. All right, let's try it.
So Derek, now you're starting to worry me about Georgia.
Oh, nice.
Oh man, I got to be honest, man.
How do we have 82% reporting
in Georgia?
In Georgia, and a full 300,000 delta.
Hold on, we got feedback.
Some feedback.
That must be me.
Yeah,
better?
There you go. Can I hear myself again? No, okay, it's better. Because the major counties around Atlanta, which is Fulton, DeKalb, and Gwinnett, it shows at least on my thing. Now, Price was saying he's showing 38%. On NPR, it's still showing 0% precincts in for Gwinnett and DeKalb, and Fulton was at 71%. And those are huge counties. And if he's winning those 80-20 and whatever Fulton was a second ago,
Cobb
75.
is 70%. Fulton is 58%. DeKalb is 31%. Henry is 86%, and Gwinnett is 78%.
And what do you show them for the total vote count?
In which county?
What do you know in total for the state?
In total for the state, we are seeing 2.189 million votes for Donald Trump, 53%, with 1.8 for Joe Biden.
Okay.
So
yeah, so something's up because I'm showing those exact same total vote numbers, but it's just showing that DeKalb and Gwinnett are showing 0% precinct percentage in. So that's what doesn't make any sense on NPR's site.
So
all right, and then
we're going to get Nevada.
NPR subsidized gaslighting.
What'd you say, Price?
In about 30 minutes, we're going to get Nevada.
Okay.
To 10.
We're going to get what?
Nevada.
Okay.
And see what their results are.
So then you're looking at what Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania,
Biden's vote share has grown, but Trump is still sitting pretty comfortable at 57%.
Yeah, he's up 15 points in Pennsylvania right now.
What do you guys think if we have like a little segue and talk about entertainment for 5 minutes or something?
Sure. Know. How do you think the entertainment community is going to act to this election?
I didn't mean politically. It was a non sequitur, you know. But,
come on now.
But I was thinking about entertainment. I was thinking about listening to some music. But
unfortunately, I think our stream can get taken down if we play music.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's copyrighted.
I should know that.
It looks like Trump right now in Kenosha is going to win that county 61-37. Do you have the 2016 results, Price, for Wisconsin?
For Kenosha? I can pull it
up.
Here. Let me pull it over. So for Kenosha, Trump won it 47 to Hillary Clinton's 46.
Wow. So he's right now with 96% in. He's up 61-37 in Kenosha.
Okay.
Game over.
What do you have for Racine, the county just north of Kenosha?
In 2016, he won it by 49%.
Okay, so he's outperforming there. He's at 52-47. Okay. And then Milwaukee County. What are you showing for Milwaukee County?
Milwaukee County.
That's going to be
lost to Hillary Clinton by 65-28.
Okay, so he's overperforming. He's at 59-39 there. So
okay.
if you're at 59.39 in those towns,
that's at 36% reporting, but still.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, this is showing on NPR. Milwaukee has 99% in and it's 59.39. Kenosha's 96 in. He's up 61.37.
He's only down 200,000 votes, a little over 200,000 votes in Minnesota, with 67% reporting. No, in Minnesota.
In where?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Okay.
And there's some counties that have not even come in yet.
Okay. But yeah, I would.
Howard County, Fillmore County, Houston County, all the counties that border Iowa haven't come in.
Okay.
And obviously, you have the Twin Cities, and those are going to be relatively difficult because those are
Hennepin County and St. Louis. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
County, we're looking at 27% for Trump with 94% reporting. But if you look at all the rural suburbs, in a lot of cases, these areas have not come in yet. So there's room.
Right. And going back to Wisconsin, unless they're hiding some huge ballots somewhere, huge box of ballots, I don't see how he's going to be able to pull out. I don't see how Biden's going to be able to pull out Wisconsin. There's just not enough. There's not enough room there. He's got to make up 117,000 votes, but there just doesn't seem if Milwaukee County is truly at 59.39 with 99% reporting.
Wait, you show 99%? Because I show 44%.
For Milwaukee County, it's showing 99% on NPR's board.
Okay, that's bizarre because it also kept the same percentage. I think that could be weird data.
Well, that's probably, because I'm using the same NPR site for Georgia, and that's the one that's showing 0% in, but Prices is showing 38% in for DeKalb County. So in Minnesota, there does seem to be a little bit of a breakaway in some of the more southern counties near Rochester. Okay.
Rochester in 2016 went blue by a margin of 45.3 to Clinton. Oh, wait. Apparently it went red in 2016 by 2 percentage points. Not 2 percentage points, 2 fractions of a percentage point. 45.3. Oh, no, dyslexia. Get them mixed up. 45.3 to Hillary Clinton, 44.5 to Donald Trump in Olmsted County in 2016. And currently, it's looking at 54 to 43.
Okay.
So in favor of Biden. So he's underperforming there. In Blue Earth County and in Nicollet County, he's underperforming there as well. He won both those counties in 2016. It's pretty small. 46 to 50 in Blue Earth County and 50 to 47 in Nicollet County. But in both counties, you're looking at around 90% reporting.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to be
and in the West, in Clay County, with 94% reporting, Trump is down 50 to 40.
Supposedly Joe Biden's going to make a statement here in a few minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is this going to be like a winner statement? Like, oh, thank you so much.
Hopefully not, because this map in no way, shape, or form says anything.
I know, but it's all
a Biden victory.
You know how the mainstream media works. They're all about like pushing. They want to shove down your throat what they want.
Maybe he's going to come out and say he just won Georgia.
Possible.
My worksheet map on 270 win. I have Georgia not winning, but by all accounts, it looks like it's going to win.
Well, you just have to get Pennsylvania if you lose Georgia.
With all the shenanigans in Pennsylvania, I'm just trying to write that off.
We're not going to lose Georgia.
Let's assume we lose Pennsylvania.
Yeah. If you got
apparently Fox just called Minnesota for Biden, so
okay.
Mark that one off the list.
Of course, they retracted Arizona, so what's a call? A call is a call.
What did Rainey just say?
She said what they did with Arizona.
Right.
They pulled Arizona from the Biden win.
Let's see, Maricopa
What
County.
have they still not called North Carolina yet? Come on, Pez.
Pez, call your Secretary of State.
You know, this is just like a progressive news media thing. Don't worry about it. They're just having a panic attack.
You said that about Georgia earlier. Now you're like, oh wait, you bring up some good points.
You really think Georgia's in play, Derek? Do you really think Georgia's?
No, I don't. I don't. But it just gives me. It makes me nervous to be only up 200. What is it? 300, just over 300,000, just barely. But you still have about 1.5 million potential votes to come in. And if he's again, just do the math, right? If he's getting those if Gwinnett holds at 57 for Biden and 42 for Trump, then it makes it more difficult. But if he's getting Fulton and DeKalb by 75%, and 75%, that's a huge number.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit off topic of what we're talking about. I know I mentioned Jeff Van Drew earlier for his congressional seat in New Jersey, and he's actually leading 50.9% with 75% reporting. So
Damn, nice.
Yeah, good for him.
And what is Darrell Issa still down?
Let me see. I don't know.
Because your buddy that was on with us earlier, Mike, wasn't he saying that the polls were looking good for Issa?
In other countries and all
Yeah,
that.
the polls were looking good for Issa.
He's encouraging the development and expansion of far-right parties in other countries as well. That other people have decided to model themselves on him. That they've seen
is that your TV?
At his worst.
Whose TV was? Okay.
Anyways, no, I mean, the number one rule that we can take away from all this is you can never trust the polls. Honestly.
Right.
Oh, for sure.
It's still so close in District 50. It's 50.4 to 49 points.
Yeah, they're 300 votes apart.
Yeah,
wow.
They're 3,000 votes apart, but
3,000 votes apart.
But it's close. I mean, in 69% reporting, you can definitely flip that.
Yeah, for sure.
But the rest of the board, especially Orange County, is not looking great. But let's see.
Oh, Georgette is behind Jacobs by 40,000.
I want some liberal tears.
Yeah, they already called the race for Jacobs. And
Did they call it?
Yeah.
What a kook. The richest 30-year-old in the world wants to get money out of politics.
Sure. Well, yeah, she doesn't need any money in politics because she has the money she needs. Come on. Here, 81%. I'm surprised they've not called Florida yet. That seems like a pretty decisive victory for Trump. I mean, there's still some votes coming in. And
yeah, from what someone posted a while ago that follows Florida says, he's got a 300,000 vote lead, and there was only like 70,000 votes left to count.
Yeah, so I mean, call it. Call it. Give it to them. They haven't called Texas yet, which is ridiculous. Trump has what a 1 million vote lead on Trump, or Biden has a.
I mean, come on, give us the freaking. How many electorals is Texas?
38.
Come on, dude.
Okay, wait. I have really good news. Did we know about this? Networks forced to pull Biden projection in Virginia after race becomes too close to call.
Is that updated right now?
That was an hour ago.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
we talked.
Biden just overtook Trump in Virginia, but it's about 250,000 votes.
You guys already.
Oh yeah, so now it's over then.
Yeah.
Wow. What did Hillary win that state in 2016?
It wasn't that close.
It was 2016. It was 49-44.
Oh yeah. So if Biden wins it by this spread right now, he's actually going to widen his lead.
He won it by like aborted baby length.
But I still just don't. Again, I still don't understand how they were showing earlier all these counties when you hovered over them were 100% in, or 50, or 90% in, or whatever. But somehow, and he was down 300,000 at that time. Now they're still showing 100%, 100% in, or whatever. But now he's up 250,000 or 220,000. So it's just interesting how they do that.
Okay, so the New York Times just called Florida for Trump.
Oh, nice. Okay, thank you.
There we go.
Boom. Please. Are we going to see that updated in the full map?
Yeah, they just added.
What does that mean for David Brooks, though? I mean, I'm a little concerned. You know, I want
Well,
to make sure he still gets.
So
Tony Ernst just won re-election in Iowa.
that puts him at 303, dude. That puts him at 303, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
Oh no, they called it. They called it for him. I see it.
What do you mean?
All right.
303, Mike.
How close are we here?
Well, I mean, if you can definitely count North Carolina, he just grew his lead by 1,000 votes in North Carolina.
Okay.
94% of the people, 94% of the vote in.
Over. Yeah, it's over. This is just liberal. Like, they just want to like.
They're trying. You're suggesting they're trying to slow walk it.
They're slow walking.
Slow walk it to the final nail in the coffin,
slow
and then
walking.
And then they send all Antifa out into the streets.
And then Trump's up 670,000 votes in Pennsylvania with 64% reporting.
They're doing like a nice.
And 62% is in Montgomery County, which is their biggest county. Well, next to Allegheny. Still only 20% in Allegheny, but he's
Chester County, which is just south of Philadelphia, where I just was doing a political event out there, is leaning for Trump. So I'm going to take all the credit for that. Honestly, I think that I will heap some praise onto myself.
Wait, so
it's always a good thing.
We're getting all 40 people to our event there.
So we have close to 700,000.
Wait, one of your right? Sorry. Go ahead.
In Pennsylvania, close to 700K bump, right, for Trump.
So the
almost 700,000. Yeah,
he's up 700,000.
They didn't vote down ticket for Chester County.
Wait, Trump is up 700,000 in Pennsylvania. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Really? It is so fucking over. This thing is done.
It's 64. It's only 2/3 in.
You don't overcome 700,000 votes.
Yeah.
There's not that many people voting in fucking Pittsburgh.
No, no. Allegheny County is a huge county. It's like 1.2 million.
Yeah, 1.2 million, but I mean, like, really,
but it's good.
700,000 votes.
I mean,
that's a huge swing.
We can't really call anything until it's already out and we start looking at the numbers. Because I mean, Arizona was a huge surprise for me. I was pretty confident in Arizona.
I was never confident in it. You know why? Because of that loser.
That's probably my biggest upset.
Flake's gone. Okay, hold on, guys. Fuck. So
no, she's the worst
75%
candidate in the country. She sucks.
Oh, McSally?
Yeah, she sucks ass. She's the worst in the whole country. She's pathetic. She deserves to lose. She's such a bad candidate. And look, she's getting trounced because she sucks.
Hold on. Is anyone watching the Biden speech right now?
Oh, is he speaking?
He's speaking. He's up on the stage right now.
Oh. What? Okay. YouTube Biden Live.
All the horns are honking.
To win this election.
What is this
concession speech?
Have a face condom on.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote, it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe.
Honk if you love Trump.
Wait, someone turned off their thing.
I mean, look. Oh, are you listening to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you had it cranking. It was good.
That was coming through good.
We're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan.
Wait, did he get like the beta couple to come out?
And we're still in the game in Georgia.
He's still in the game in Georgia, he says.
We're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan.
God, he can barely speak, man.
And
By the way, you're a dog-faced pony soldier.
we're going to win Pennsylvania.
With what? What are you going to win Pennsylvania with? The numbers.
You folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and
There you go.
they're encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning. It may take a little longer, as I've said all along. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware.
Wait, Biden, what do you think about transsexuals? Come on, just tell us.
Hey, John, good to go. Yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was laughing, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you,
Bro,
thank you, thank you.
Your grandma died like 50 years ago, motherfucker. Like, game over, man. You got to move on.
I'm waiting for him to say, now go out and vote.
Granny died like so long, like decades ago, man. It's just like,
now get out there and vote. Wait, or put something in the mail, because I think we get the postmark it for 10 days or something.
So Trump should come out now and say, hey, we're looking really good in Georgia. I think we're going to win Georgia. We're looking really good in Pennsylvania. We're going to win. Just completely counter what he said. See what happens.
Well, I'm sure that's probably what they were waiting for.
Yeah.
They're waiting for Biden to make the first move and see what happens. But
Biden made it strong. Biden's like a master chess player, he's like a grandmaster. Did you guys see the Queen's?
Oh, come on, dude. Don't give yourself that much credit. The guy couldn't freaking draw his way out of a paper bag.
I think he's the biggest brain dead jerk in America. I was being completely facetious. He's like he's a complete asshole.
Yeah, come on.
He's totally done. Yes. He shouldn't be in the Oval Office. He should be in the easy chair. He's over with. I mean, he should be like if Jill is really cool, she'll bring him a joint in the morning, and with his coffee. But instead, it's just going to be he can't even play golf anymore.
Well, no, he's the daycare president.
What?
He's the daycare president.
Daycare president.
Yeah. I mean, Kamala Harris puts him in the daycare pen while she goes and, is president for the day. And at the end of the day, they wheel him out for the speech, and they bring him back and they feed him oatmeal all day. I mean, that's the Joe Biden presidency we're looking forward to.
She's going to roofie that guy in about 5 seconds. And then
I think what's going to happen is the media is going to all of a sudden be like, hold on, this Hunter Biden laptop thing is a little bit more concerning than we think. And they're going to move Biden out so that Kamala is the one that gets sworn in.
Mm-hmm.
That's my gamble.
You think they're going to do that even before the inauguration?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's a big prediction.
Let's see. We've been going for 5 hours and 21 minutes. I got to say that we're on a roll.
Yeah,
CNN just called Florida, thank God.
Oh, CNN gives up.
Thank you, Troy, for that news.
Florida and they called Ohio.
Yeah.
So we got that going for us.
Now it's just coming down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin primarily. What's Nevada? Are we anywhere on Nevada yet, or no?
3% in, and 76 for Trump, 20 for Biden. But has not included Clark County, which is the most important county.
Right. Yeah.
That is kind of a barren waste. I've driven through it many times. To get back to Boise, it's like once you get outside of Vegas, you got probably
Trump just tweeted out, I will be making a statement tonight, a big win.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You guys got to go to the 538 blog. It's so awesome. One woman, Claire Malone of 538, said, "The cars are honking up a storm!" Exclamation point. "We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is over," Biden says.
So-
Basically, they're tweeting quotes from Biden's like campaign talk.
Well, here's Donald Trump's tweet. He just tweeted out, "We are up and capitalized big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." So, and somebody on here, Angry Rant Manburner, said, "Close the polls." I think he misspelled polls, but I don't know if we're counting polls or not.
Well,
anymore.
I think pools are already closed.
Yeah.
So
here in Atlanta, they are. It's damn cold this morning, man. It was like 37 degrees here.
It's cold. Yeah, it's cold.
Yeah. Let's
So,
see.
yeah.
Trump is ticking up in Arizona, though. He's up at 45%.
Yeah. So what I saw a while ago, they said is that they have not counted any votes from today yet.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. No day of votes have been released.
Wait, where?
In Arizona.
Oh, dude, that's gonna put us over the top.
So I'm looking at a tweet right now from a guy named the National Conservative, and he was talking about Starr County in Texas. Median income $17,000, demographic 95% Hispanic. In 2016, Hillary 60 points. 2020, Biden plus 5 points.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Which is pretty incredible. I mean, that just goes to show. I mean, in Florida and in Texas, that the messaging for Latino voters was effective by the Trump campaign.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Latino voters in Florida and Texas could not be more different people. They're from completely different cultures.
Yeah.
I mean, like totally different. It's like night and day kind of shit. It's like comparing a Spaniard to a Swede or something, you know?
So this is a tweet from a BBC reporter reporting in North Carolina. Our North Carolina watch party in Charlotte is deserted. We don't know when the result for the presidential election will be.
They wanted. Did they say poll?
That was a Democrat.
This is from a reporter for the BBC World.
Oh, okay.
For their election night party. It's just abandoned. They were having a big, celebration for how big of a victory they were going to have.
Right.
It's just them. It's just them. That's all they have left.
Wow. Crazy, man. Crazy stuff.
All right. So are we going to know something here, or are we going to close this thing down?
Well, let's wait till 8 or 10 o'clock and see what happens in Nevada, because that's when polling stations close.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think and Trump's supposed to be is going to come out and give.
Yeah, no, let's wait. I mean, we've already done this far. We might as well stay a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think
we're close to completing one flight across the United States in streaming time. That's what we got going on. So let's see. Did he say in the tweet when he was going to be making a statement?
No, he just said, "I'll be making a statement tonight, a big win." And then Gorka said, "Explain how you win, Mr. President." So we'll see what he's going to take, the tack he's going to take.
Gorka said that?
Yeah, Sebastian said. Yeah, he just said, "Explain how you're going to win," meaning like tell.
Oh, like exclamation point, like positive. Explain how you're going to win.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah.
What was the
Nevada 5% still going in for Trump, 73%.
Yeah.
But like I said, until you hit Clark County. And the news. So here's the question. So what happens tomorrow? What happens in the next few days? To anyone who's listening, let's explain it to them.
It gets unruly, is what happens.
Mm-hmm.
It gets unruly.
It gets touch and go, right? I mean, if we have, let's say in the off chance that Trump declares victory tonight, what chain of events does that set in motion moving forward over the next week?
Riots
in the streets?
Well, I mean, I think you're gonna have riots in the street anyway. I'd be surprised to see what's going on in D.C. right now, or down in like in Portland, whatever. I think. And you said they were marching on Seattle, right? So
Seattle, that you saw some footage coming out of there.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think they're gonna. According to that, if you watch that video, right, and the Sunrise Movement thing, they're essentially going to say you got to get out of the White House now.
Right.
Well, so why don't you explain what the Sunrise Movement is to the people who are watching in the stream?
Yeah, the Sunrise Movement is, I mean, it's primarily a movement that has been aimed at indoctrinating kids in the education system, and telling them
Green New Deal. Yep.
Yeah, they're huge into the Green New Deal. They're basically told that protesting is good, but also destroying stuff and burning stuff down is actually a positive, because that means change is coming. And they're really trying to target people as young as 8th grade is where they're trying to go in and start to target them, and they just brainwash them. And they have what's called a red, green, and a green, a red group and a green group. And the red group is essentially the ones who can't, like their parents have not signed off on them being able to be arrested or whatever, whereas the green group can. So what they'll do when they'll go in and protest and do, say, a sit-in, is they'll send in the red group first. And when the cops come in and start saying, okay, you have to leave the premises or whatever, and start kind of, saying, hey, thanks for showing up, those people peacefully leave. But the green group then steps in and starts to fight them. And so that creates, so now it looks bad on the police or the security who's, escorting these, 18, 17, 16-year-olds out. But obviously that started 2 years ago. And so what they're now seeing is, you're seeing those people moving into college, and now the Sunrise Movement spread into college big time. And you're having a lot of federal workers that have left the federal government, or still are in the government, but some that have left, and they've basically taken on a administrative role. AOC has gone on some of the Zoom calls to say, keep fighting, climate change. We've got to change it. We've got to, change America and stuff like that, and basically be disruptive. And so she touts. She doesn't cross that line of saying go be violent, but she pushes the envelope to basically go out and create change. So that Sunrise Movement had supposedly started, they were going to do a siege on the White House for 50 days, starting obviously 50 days ago, leading up till today. They canceled that. I think obviously some of it probably to do with the fact that the polling was not looking good, that all these riots were taking place. And so that was going to go against them. So they held off. But then as of today at 4 p.m., I think they started assembling outside the White House. So that's supposed, and their demand is, we will not leave until Trump is out of the White House. Now, the way that they war gamed in their Transition Integrity Project was that you had 4 scenarios of victory for one of the two. And their third scenario is basically what we're going through right now. They had Michigan, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, I think, being 3 contested states. It was going to, and Trump had won. So on election night or whatever, Trump had won. But Michigan wasn't going to call the race. Whitmer was not going to send the GOP electorate to DC. Yeah. So she was going to send the Democrats electorate to DC instead, causing all kinds of ruckus, creating all this chaos. And their demand was going to be, okay, hey, we'll call off our hounds if you allow Puerto Rico and DC to be states, if you allow us to pack the Supreme Court, and then allow to remove the Electoral College or disband the Electoral College. So that was going to be their demands to Trump to get him to stop, all the violence happening outside the White House and through the cities in America. But their game plan is to send people out to be violent in this war plan, war game. And I mean, they spent several $1 million on it. It was George Soros that did it. And if you look at the organizations that were tied into it as well, and the individuals involved, it's crazy. So, and it looks like that's almost exactly where we're headed right now. So, especially if Pennsylvania right now stays up 700,000 for Trump, and they come in and try to steal it. So
yeah, but look at these margins. I mean, in each of these cases, you're talking about 300,000 votes in Georgia.
Right.
In North Carolina, well, North Carolina is only 100,000 votes. difference. Pennsylvania is 700,000 votes, like you said.
Right.
Michigan is 300,000 votes. Wisconsin is 100,000 votes. I mean,
Right.
how do you make this work? At this
Yeah, I mean,
point,
that's
at this point, 70% precincts reported.
yeah, that's the interesting thing is that, I mean, it is going to be very, I mean, to come up with those votes, right? If you're up by more than 40 or 50,000 in any precinct, it's hard to make that number up. Especially when, you know, obviously 100% of the have come in. But again, assuming some of these are, you know, a million population counties and they're only 60% reporting, then you have you can have a big swing.
So, in an interesting taking it over to the House races. So far, the Republicans are sitting at 155 House seats, and the Democrats at 149 House seats. The Republicans have flipped 2 Democratic seats, and the Democrats have flipped 2 Republican seats.
Wow, so we're just deadlocked.
So, yeah, we're deadlocked. But if Campos Najjar is able to pull through in District 50, that's going to be one more for the Democrats. It was traditionally a Republican seat, and I think they're counting it as a Republican seat.
Okay.
So, because the incumbent who's currently in federal prison was a Republican.
No,
so yeah. Let's.
All right, so it's 10 o'clock. They should be pulling that. They should be.
Yeah, Nevada should be coming out now.
Nevada.
Yeah, they're. I mean, still.
Call.
3% reporting. Come on.
47 to. I can't see that. Trying to look over the TV. But let's see. Michigan 58.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan and Wisconsin are looking harder and harder for Biden. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are looking really difficult. Especially if Milwaukee County is 100%. Again, unless it's like Virginia and they're showing all the precincts are in, but they haven't tabulated the votes yet.
Right.
And so, and Milwaukee's a big county. I mean, it's almost 1 million people, and if it's going 60-40 right now for Biden, but I think you said it was 64-36 or something for Hillary.
For
Milwaukee County in Wisconsin.
Milwaukee County in 2016 was 65-28 in favor of Clinton.
So it's 60-38 right now, and it shows 99% of the precincts in here on NPR.
So Trump's underperforming a little bit there, but that's only 36% in, so that could change.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. And that's where it's confusing because my NPR, which again was showing 0 precincts in certain counties in Atlanta, they're showing 99% is in for Milwaukee, and it's 60-38. So, which would seem probably okay, especially if he's pulling Kenosha County and Racine County, and he's outperforming in both of those where he was in 2016. So, but yeah, and then in Michigan, I mean, he's up 300,000 votes in Michigan. I mean, Monroe County or Wayne County is going 58-41. There's not enough votes there, with 51% of the precincts in. Washtenaw, he's winning pretty big there, but it's only 360,000 population. Oakland County, he's only up 9.
We are at let's see, 80. I know. Let's see. We are at what was the big county that in Georgia that we had to take a look at? It was in Cobb we're at 80% reporting, or we're at 80 or 79%. Yeah. In Fulton we're at 72%. In DeKalb we're at 39%. So we're getting there.
Okay.
Rocked it. And so let's see. He's at 15.7% right now with 39% of the vote in. In 2016, he's underperforming by a very small margin.
Okay.
So 16.2 to the current.
Honestly, guys, if it wasn't
15.7.
If this was 2016, I feel like they would have already called it for him.
Yeah, but Hillary did go out and say, don't concede under any circumstance.
It's part of the war game.
Yeah, John James has won the Senate seat in Michigan, so that's got to bode well for Trump, obviously.
Was he a Republican?
Yeah, John James. Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, so he flipped that Senate seat. Yeah, Charlie Kirk's even pointed out now something weird is happening in Georgia. Trump is up 300,000 votes with 83% reporting, but Democrats seem confident. And so,
let me text my buddy quick. Yeah, he's a Turning Point guy. Let's see.
wow.
Any updates on Trump's Twitter on when he's giving his?
No, he got banned for sending that Twitter out for saying that just steal the election. Katie Pavlich said that she just tweeted, just spoke to Arizona Governor Doug Ducey's office. There are at least 900,000 votes outstanding that haven't been counted. About half are Maricopa. So with every update, they see it breaking. It's breaking significantly toward Trump by 2-1. So it doesn't mean Trump will win, but that there's still a lot uncounted is what they're saying in Arizona.
And late voters, which is Republican, and Maricopa, which is Republican.
Right. Yeah. So
let's see.
I tell you, man,
are they in the process of counting those now?
I guess. I mean, she doesn't say.
At the last possible moment.
Right.
Come on. Nonsense.
Dude, it's hard to beat the swamp, man. And the media has obviously been complicit in it this whole time, right? I mean,
well,
dude,
how can the media recover from this election?
They can't. I don't think they can. I don't think pollsters can. I think those are two organizations or two segments of the industry that are just, I mean, you just turn the TV off. And so
you can't, like, if the tables were turned, Trump versus Biden, and the numbers were the same, they would have called the whole thing for Biden.
Of course, yeah,
all the way.
Yep.
They need to sell at the idea.
Well, the credibility of their institutions on the line.
Right.
They don't seem to care about that.
Yeah, no, they don't care about that, man.
I mean, I think a lot of people, though, who watch the news, who hope they're getting an accurate representation of reality, hopefully you'd think that they'd care about that. You'd hope,
right.
They weren't just being spoon-fed propaganda. I mean, the amount of times I heard that Rasmussen and Trafalgar Group were bad polls from people across the board in the polling community. It's like, no, Trafalgar and Rasmussen are the only two who have predicted the election previously and whose numbers seem to be trailing ahead right now when it came to the numbers that we're seeing in Florida and Ohio, across the entire country.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he was I think he had, let me bring up Trafalgar real quick because I've been using them for their battleground states for sure.
Because I saw Trafalgar put out a poll where it was Trump plus 2 points in Florida, winning Florida by 2 points.
He had Pennsylvania. I think he had his final poll with Pennsylvania was Trump 2.8 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. This isn't updated. He must have taken a couple of them off. Because I know he just updated some last night, but he's only showing October 31st now. He had North Carolina by Trump 2.1. Arizona, he had Trump 2.5.
Which is still possible.
Nevada, he had going to Biden by 2.3.
Which is still, that Nevada's only 3% reporting, and they said they'd have the rest of it by
right.
10 o'clock, but they're not showing that.
Florida, he had Trump at 2.7. He's at 3 right now, right? Over 3. Michigan, he had Trump 2.5. And Minnesota, well, he had Kanye West getting 3.3% of the vote in Minnesota. Wow. Jeez. But he had Biden win in Minnesota by 3.2.
How many votes did Kanye West actually get on the ballot in any of the states that he was?
Yeah, he's VP in our state, and he was on the ballot full bore in Illinois.
Oh man, let me see. Let me go to Trafalgar. Oops. Any updates into Nevada since we left off?
No, they're not doing it. They're still showing 3% reported.
So Robert Cahaley at Trafalgar, he still had he had electoral votes being 303 to Trump, but he had Arizona and Nevada going for Trump. He had Wisconsin going for Biden, but he had Michigan going for Trump. Let's see. And he has Pennsylvania going for Trump. So let's see.
Trump is climbing up in Arizona. He's at 46% now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was at 45 last time we checked. 46.1.
So as of yesterday, Trafalgar had Georgia had Trump at 4.3% lead. In Nevada, he had Trump at 0.7. Razor thin Trump lead there, 0.7. Florida, like I said, he had 2.1 was his final tally there. Where's his other one? Pennsylvania. He had Trump winning just under 2, 1.9.
How do you not call North Carolina with you've got 100, you got 94% reporting, 100,000 in. What's going on with you guys in North Carolina? We've got
Pez says don't worry about it. Pez says don't worry about it. He's got us.
Communism is a thing that runs very deep in the world.
Let's see.
Great for nations.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's still holding 105,000 lead in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So he kind of keeps seeming, as it gets updated, it went from 81 to 85%. He seems to keep holding that. Pennsylvania, I mean, yeah, he's still up 670,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
It's over with. It's too much. It's done.
Wow.
It's got to be done, man. It's got to be done.
Over with.
Call it already.
It was fun. It was fun while it lasted, Democrat.
And they still have, I mean, Allegheny County is still only 40% in.
They refuse to call it. This is
shenanigans, man.
What we are witnessing is the data is clear. They will not analyze it.
They got to go back into their war room to figure out where they get bodies, man.
They're trying to figure out how to spin this.
Yep.
This is unconscionable, man. You can't do this.
It's what the deep state does, man. It's what we're all up against. Every one of us.
What district was June Cutter running in?
77.
Yeah, so
wow, it is a 50-50 split.
No way.
Now.
Her and Manshine?
Yeah.
Trump's lead's down to 250,000 in Georgia from what was it, 330 earlier?
Yeah.
Let me go to the.
But the good news is, if this is right now, DeKalb is at 90% in. Gwinnett's still showing 0.
I'm only getting 39% in DeKalb.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah. So Cobb County's 100% in now. So it was 56-43. Douglas County went for Biden. So yeah, they've got to hold it. Luckily, Floyd County has got 4%, as my friend Brad pointed out earlier. Only 4% of the precincts have come in Floyd County. So that's not very. It's only like a 90,000 population. So Trump could pick up a little bit there, but otherwise, man, it's all going to come down to Gwinnett. If they just drop a huge number, and I mean, he's 57-42 in Gwinnett, it shows. So if that holds, then he's at 15%.
Gwinnett, I'm seeing 80% reporting.
In Gwinnett, you are?
Yeah.
And what's the total? What does it show what the total is? Is it 57-42?
Gwinnett, hold on. It is 56-42.
Okay. So, I mean, again, if your number is right, because my vote totals is 2,273,000 roughly for Trump. So if that includes now DeKalb and Gwinnett at 80%, then, I mean, again, it could happen, but I don't see them being able to find 250,000 votes out of those. What are you showing for Fulton? 95?
For Fulton, I'm seeing, let's see here, 72% reporting, 72 in favor of Biden, 26 in favor of Trump.
Okay. So this NPR showing 95% in.
Which is similar to his 2016 result.
Okay.
So I think we're good to go there.
Yeah. Yeah, because most all of the other cities or counties outside, at least they're showing 100%. But again, I don't know if that means that their votes are all counted. But it's looking like it may be difficult for Biden to make up that gap there just in those two counties.
We've got Kristen Gaspar at 40% to Tara Lawson Reamer 60%.
Let's see.
Brutal.
Yeah.
It's just brutal, man. 60% in.
What district is that in California?
It's the county board of supervisors.
So the New York Post is showing that the race is tied right now, 209 to 209 between Trump and Biden.
Come on, man. But like with no coloring as to the actual swing of what's swinging.
Right.
That's what's totally disingenuous. It's like of what's been called.
Right. Yeah.
You're not saying something statistical.
Nevada is in a little bit of a standstill right now, which is interesting. We're getting more votes coming in, but still nothing out of Clark County, which I don't really get. I mean, the polls closed at 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock.
All right.
50 minutes out. So I mean, some stuff should be dropping relatively recent, pretty soon.
I don't see how in Pima County, if you had that one car caravan was 96 miles long, they said, and yet Trump only gets 37% of the vote with 86% reporting. It's like, how does that happen, man?
Let's see.
We
have why haven't they called Texas? This does not make any sense to me.
Yeah.
Texas should be called.
They're communists.
I thought they haven't called Texas.
No, Fox called Texas.
They're communists.
Yeah, I think Fox finally did.
This is why communists always try to win like this. They're communists.
Let's see.
38 electoral. Yeah, no, they're calling it. They're calling it. They must be calling it because they got. I mean, that's part of Trump's 212, right?
Communists.
Right now, it's
yeah. You can't. Yeah, you can't.
213 to 237. 237 for Biden, 213 for Trump.
Yeah, which makes sense with where we are right now.
Yeah, but they haven't added Georgia, which once again seems a little bit ridiculous. States in Georgia, he's still 200. Yeah, around 270,000 votes. About 250,000 votes up.
You know, maybe Biden is they're waiting for the hammer to drop in those 8 counties or those 8 states that McInerney was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The hammer.
Trump's still ticking up in Arizona, 46.2. He was at 46.1 before. I think as these votes slowly start to trickle in, I think you might be right, Derek. I mean, especially in Maricopa County.
Right. If he had a big day, coming in on election day,
we saw
then
reports earlier that it was a pretty big day.
Yeah.
That turnout.
Okay. Yeah, because I know on America's Voice or the First, one of them today, they were showing a guy was going from poll place to poll place, and he said that in what would normally be the Democratic strongholds in Maricopa and Phoenix, there was nobody there. And so then he went around and found some more kind of mixed dim and independent and Republican polling places, and it was going. I think he said it was 41% Republican, 18% dim, and like 30% or something independent. So if you're in the biggest county and you're only getting 18% of the vote.
Yeah. Let's see here.
And just make sure everybody's aware, Jim Acosta just said that there's now 93,000 cases of coronavirus today, just so you guys know that we had 93,000 cases today.
I think we should cancel the election in social distance
so
we don't get coronavirus.
Yeah. I may catch it across this Zoom at this call. So
about allergies.
You guys put your masks on.
I mean, does that count?
Yeah, so Trump's up 110,000 in Wisconsin now as of 7 seconds ago with 85%
I've
reporting.
been slightly depressed lately. I don't know. Does that factor in?
And so
let's see. We are getting some results out of Nevada, 3% now.
No, Nevada's been sitting at 3% for a while.
No, Google has it at 3%. New York Times has it at 5%. Texas, we called on the map.
Don't they count cars in Nevada? Can't they count quicker?
I don't know. Babylon B just released a heartbreaking tweet that said that Fox News calls Arizona for Biden after one vote was counted.
God, I love them. Babylon B for the win.
That's crazy.
Have they called North Carolina yet?
No. Dude, there are so many people in D.C. right now marching. Jeez, Louise, man.
Listen, more power to them. Fuck it.
No.
Well, Nate Silver just came out and said with things starting to look better again for Biden, the Fox News call in Arizona looms pretty large as a check against the claims Trump might make that he's winning.
Okay, so we have 50. Nevada just dropped.
Okay.
Nevada just dropped 40. Well, this is at 50%, 49% reporting. 51 for Joe Biden, 46 for Donald Trump. So that you can come back from that at 50%.
Well, what's Clark County looking like though?
Let's see. Clark County is light blue. Reno's also.
What percentage?
It's not showing me on Google what percentage.
Well, all the Washoe County, that'll go for Trump, right? Because it's up near Carson City in the north.
Mm-hmm.
Douglas County is a small county, so that won't really move the needle. Outside he's got to bring the noise in Washoe County.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what? No, honestly.
How did he do? What did Clark County do in 2016?
Clark County in 2016 went 52-41 to Hillary Clinton.
Okay, so he's
so 52-40. 46-45 to Hillary Clinton.
Okay, but Clark County went 50. You said 52-40 what?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so
going to Gary Johnson.
Okay, so right now Biden's overperforming, but Trump's overperforming. It's 54-44, right?
Right now it's 51-46.
No, but I mean in Clark County.
Oh, I don't have the Clark County numbers yet. It hasn't.
Okay.
Updated on.
Derek and I both have.
I'm showing 65%.
Okay, so New York Times has finally called Texas.
I'm showing 75%.
Oh, well, great. Thanks, New York Times. We appreciate your help. Clark County is showing 65 on NPR's site, 65% in, 54-44 for Biden.
54-44 for Biden.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
but
pretty.
Nothing in on Washoe County as of now. Let's see. Carson City. He went out to Carson City, right? It's a population of 54,000. Do you show what he went for Carson City in 2016?
Carson City.
It's basically right at the elbow, the small one.
Let's see here. It does not show me what he got. Where is there a Carson County?
It just says Carson City, so I'm assuming it's Carson City County.
It looks
it's literally
it's not reported yet.
No, but I'm trying to figure out what it went in 2016.
Oh yeah.
Every other county in 2016 outside of Washoe and Clark went for Trump in 2016
Okay.
by healthy margins. But like the population centers are in Reno and Las Vegas. So once again, a group of people who probably moved from California to Las Vegas to get away from the
Crazy
from,
Lakes.
yeah, to move away from why, you know, they literally moved away and then are creating the place that they left. I mean, that's fundamentally what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah. So supposedly Georgia hasn't counted the mail-in ballots yet.
I'm going to get another drink.
So supposedly that's what they're waiting for is the mail-in ballot for Georgia. Yeah.
That could change things.
Yeah, big time. Well, I mean, if Cobb County's going 56-43, I mean that's, and but we don't know how many people voted by mail because but the lines were never really that long here. I think it took me about 30 minutes. Like my parents, like 20 minutes to vote, and so. But yeah, so it still gives me a little bit of pause on Georgia. But Trump, I mean, so Trump's up 56-42 in Pennsylvania, 53-44 in Michigan, and 51-47 in Wisconsin.
With 75% reporting in Wisconsin, 60% in Michigan, and 66% reporting in Pennsylvania. So I mean, those are sizable leads.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard for them to unless again they haven't counted, mail-in ballots. But if they haven't counted mail-in ballots, again, according to what Target Smart had, that's going to go for Trump. He was leading the mail-in ballots by 7 points in Wisconsin.
Let's see.
I enjoyed the beer. Are we worrying yet? No, I think we're good. I think we're just witnessing the lag factor of people admitting defeat.
I mean, the map outside of Arizona is looking very similar to 2016. I have them side by side right now. And yeah, I mean, pretty much the only spot that we're having some issue is in Arizona. But if the mail-in ballots go through, then the map is going to be fundamentally, it's going to be identical. Which would give 306.
Oh, you mean
but
the total.
But outside of including Arizona,
well, again,
Georgia has some upset.
Yeah, because if he loses Georgia, I mean, he can lose Georgia, right? As long as he holds.
He's got a 300,000 lead or 220,000 lead right now.
But if he holds Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and we just say, fine, let him take Nevada and Arizona and Georgia, he still wins at 278, right? What have they done with Nebraska? Have they done anything with Nebraska and Maine yet?
They've called Nebraska, but they have not called. Actually, hold on. Let's see here.
No, they haven't called Maine, but
they have not called Maine. Maine is 51-44, trailing towards Biden.
Okay, but Trump is up right now in Maine too. 52-45 with 82% in. So, and that's the one he won last time.
Where in Maine?
Maine 2 district, which is the one he won in 2016. Okay. And so that's 2 votes there. And then with Nebraska, he would take, right now he's taking 3, right? Nebraska at large 2, Nebraska 3, got 1.
Currently, Nebraska leading 56-41, so with 90% reporting. So it looks
so if he gets the 4 votes in Nebraska and the 2 in Maine, then let's see, how does this go then? We've got,
and he would be at 282 if he got Nebraska and Maine, but lost Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, but kept Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Right, yeah.
Not Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin. Yeah, then he'd be at 282, so he'd still win.
Okay, so then let's see. So Nebraska 2 is going to go for Biden. All right, so Nebraska 2. That's blue. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So if he, as long as he can lose Georgia, as long as he holds Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, which again right now look good, and we don't know what's going to happen overnight while we go to sleep and the evil comes out and they figure out how to take some of these things. But if he can lose Nevada and Arizona, as long as he holds Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and he can lose Georgia, and he still wins at 278. And given that he's in, I mean, look, I'd rather be in our position right now, right? He's in the lead. So you've got to go find these votes, and now you're going to know what states you're definitely going to be fighting in. So the entire war teams are going to be going to these states.
Focus on those states. Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, again, anything can happen. We know that. But I think that even if you give up, unless again they're going to somehow find votes in North Carolina, Pez dropped off, so maybe he lost hope.
I think last time I heard from Pez, he said he was going to grab another drink.
Oh, okay.
Could either be a positive or a negative.
Right. And for what it's worth, the markets have kind of just settled in right now. They're kind of in neutral zone, so they're basically right between where they started off the night and where they bottomed and where they topped. So we're right in the middle. So the markets aren't really telling you anything.
Wait. Oh, there I am. Can you hear me?
The Nasdaq is pulled.
Got his drink.
The Nasdaq did pull back quite a bit from its high. It pulled back almost 200 or over 250 points. So the euphoria that took off at 10:15 has pulled back. And so, but yeah, I think right now, if you're looking at the votes, well, they've got Washoe County right now, 52-45 to Biden.
Okay.
You said that went what, 51-46? In
2016, it went 46-45 Washoe County to Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, so it's at 52-45 right now.
How much reporting?
71%.
Okay. Yeah.
And they've got Clark County now at 54-44. Well, same thing, 54-44 with 65% in. Carson City's 54-43 Trump. Other counties around there are really small. Yeah, he's going to have to dig out. Everything's going to have to come out of either he's got to eat into that lead in Washoe County by a significant amount, or pull quite a bit out of Clark County now. And then let's see, we've got Arizona. Yeah, Arizona is still down by 160,000, right? That's going to be hard to make up. 77% in. Yeah, Maricopa County 71% in. So he's got to really eat into that lead. It's a big population, so he can definitely do it. But do you show what Maricopa County was in 2016 for Hillary?
Maricopa County in 2016 was 47-44.
Hillary, right?
No, Maricopa went for Trump.
Oof. Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy. Okay.
47-44.
So yeah, so I guess at this point you just have to hold now the Rust Belt of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And like I said, you can let Georgia go. Or if you hold Georgia, you can let North Carolina go. North Carolina is obviously much closer, but all the votes are in. So it'll be hard for them to find their votes there. Trump is now up almost 700,000, 694,000 in Pennsylvania.
Bitches.
With 64% in. North Carolina, he's right. They basically haven't counted any more in North Carolina, so they're trying to find some votes.
They're just like, oh, please, but it's 80,000 votes. You don't find 80,000 votes.
Unless you have a software program.
Right.
The Trump campaign is already messaging their supporters online. Price, we are going to have a great victory. The support for President Trump is unmatched right now. I don't know if I'd call it unmatched, but it's better than what the polls predicted.
Well,
oh yes.
Right now the popular vote, is 63,200,000 for Biden, 61,800,000 for Trump. So, granted,
now it's 64,006,044 for
Biden,
and 62 million 939,000 for Trump. Yeah. Fox has like a real-time counter on their website that's constantly going up. Let's see. But what did he say in this piece of campaign mail? To support the president and the support for the president is unmatched. The results are rolling in, and we're well on our way to winning big. But it's only a matter of time before the Democrats try to steal the election and manipulate the results. They've made it clear that they'd rather destroy our nation than have 4 more years of our president's incredible leadership. The stakes have never been higher, which is why I'm reaching out to you tonight for an urgent request. We need your help to ensure that the proper resources to protect the results. The left wants to undermine this election, and we need you to fight back. And it says,
I'm like, motherfucker, I already gave
but yeah, no. So I mean, it seems like that's probably going to be the line from the Trump campaign is they are going to try to steal the election. If you take your eye off the ball, if you step away for 1 minute, they are going to try to steal the election.
Right.
They're not stealing the election. Don't worry about it.
So I just updated my thing for Georgia, 89% in, and he's got a 223,000 lead here in Georgia. And so yeah, so I'm starting to feel better since they're showing basically 90%. It's and again, it's not impossible. But it's a 5-point lead. So
yeah,
be hard pressed to wake up in the morning and see him, lost
just
by 1.
Summon all these votes out of nowhere.
Yeah. So hopefully they have their poll watchers here. But yeah, looking at the Senate, Purdue held. He's up by 300,000 votes. So he definitely had more support for him than Trump got as far as just the total number of votes. They're almost right on top of each other. 2,302,000 and 2,297,000. Yeah, so they're pretty much identical.
In California, it's literally 31. 31.2 million or 31.5 million in 2016, 31.2 million so far in 2020.
Wow. Jeez.
So almost identical.
Interesting.
Wow. 8 million. Biden's actually underperforming compared to 2016 with the results out so far.
I just want to say to those that are still following us and watching us. I know we've lost probably a few people here that's gotten late. Thank you for tuning in and paying attention. So hopefully we're informing you guys as to what's going on and providing a little bit of decent commentary anyway. So thank you for staying on.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, there's only so much you can say as the results come in.
Yeah.
But,
well, especially this late in the game because nothing really moved that much. Yeah.
But at this point, the most you can do is just keep giving them the info and the numbers that are coming out and keep looking into it and comparing to 2016, seeing if that's good or bad and seeing how they compare. So 74% of the vote in Nevada's in. Yeah, no, it's gonna go to Biden as expected. So 51-46 split with 74% of the vote in.
Well, guys, we're 6 hours plus. We're 6 hours plus.
Well, let me just look at Twitter real quick and see if Trump has made any more or any of his surrogates have announced anything.
I think the key thing here is the fact that, like Raina pointed out, hey, look, why is it that Georgia and Pennsylvania are having problems with their voting machines and unable to give us more information? This is their plan.
Well, because what time is it in the East Coast? 1 o'clock now, Derek?
Yeah, it's 1:40.
Yeah, so you're the one really burning the midnight oil over there.
Yeah. I'm just watching Newsmax, and one of the guys on here, I forget his name, used to be on CNN. He said he just got a tweet from somebody at some, I guess, polling group or Democrat group, strategist in Pennsylvania, and said that in Allegheny County and Philadelphia, there's still 500,000 mail-in ballots left to count, but that in York County, which was, I guess, Trump's biggest county there as far as percentage goes, that there's outstanding ballots to be counted there. So the guy just asked him, he goes, there's 700, you're down by 700,000. So is he going to pull 100% of those 500,000 and then figure out how to make up 200,000 points more? So, and he's basically saying, well, it's just you have to count every vote and stuff like that. So, but if
Pennsylvania.
if there's truly only 500,000 votes left to count in mail-in ballots in the two biggest counties for Pennsylvania, it's not going to go. I mean, even if it goes 80-20, right? I mean, you're still not going to, you're going to get 320,000, right? So you're not going to get, or 400,000. So you're still not going to make up the gap. So I don't see how Pennsylvania, unless there's just massive fraud that all of a sudden pops up overnight, I don't see how Pennsylvania goes for Biden.
I think you're right.
So Daryl Issa has pulled ahead of Amar Campos-Stajjar district.
All right, that's great.
It's 50-50.
Well, Georgia just tightened up a lot, just moved to a 3-point lead. Trump's up 118,000 votes now.
I mean, that's good for us though, because they're taking more off the board.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope there's not more there. It's like Virginia a while ago showing 99 and 100% in all these counties, but their vote totals all of a sudden jacked up dramatically.
DeKalb, we're at 80%, and Combe, we're at 89%. So in these counties, Trump 42, 55 to Biden, and DeKalb, it was going here.
Gwinnett's moving away from us a little bit.
83-16, which, like I said, is average compared to what he did in 2016. And that's these. I mean, the numbers. I mean, they're running out of people to bring up.
Right. Well, now they're going to be saying, well, maybe we've got the mail-in ballots we've got to count.
Mm-hmm.
So
let's count the mail-in ballots twice and see what happens.
Exactly. Right.
Let's see.
But again, on my map, as long as we hold Pennsylvania and hold Michigan and Wisconsin and hold North Carolina, we can lose Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada and still win at 275. Going to be tight. So,
yeah, I mean, Trump's edging up a little bit as the votes are coming in Nevada. It's 51.6 to 46.5.
Well, maybe you get the late day voters or whatever in Nevada breaking for Trump. Independents, maybe.
And there's still a bunch of counties that have not come in yet that all voted red in 2016.
Okay.
And then, some of these counties are pretty small. Like
Lincoln
County only has around 1,600 votes, total.
Right.
Or Lander County, you're looking at around 1,800 votes. So, hey, they all count. They all add up.
Right. Well, Michigan's still playing. They shut it down because they're still only showing 64% of the precincts reporting. And Trump has a lead of 310,000 votes. But, they're showing basically all the big red states are, 79, 93, 96, 100. But the big blue states are still 54, 61. So Oakland, Wayne, and Washtenaw counties are all showing 54, 61, and 74. So, but Monroe County is only at 30%.
And then you said the Republican Senate race in Michigan was successful, correct?
Yeah.
That bodes great for Trump.
That's really good.
Yeah.
For John
James got 1.846 million votes in the Senate race. He won by 10. Trump's got 1,866,000 votes. So they're literally running almost on top of each other. So Gary Peters got 1.5 million exactly almost on the Senate race, and Biden right now sitting at 1,557,000. So Biden's outperforming Peters, but and Trump outperformed.
So how
John
does that
James.
So how are we looking in the Senate then?
Let's see.
And the Senate, it says we flipped one and they flipped one. But if we are able to, we have that seat in Alabama.
Right.
If we have that seat in Michigan, that's another incumbent that we flipped over to the Republican side.
Right.
And we have a lost. Yeah.
Well, we have a runoff here in Georgia.
Correct. So let's see. Here. But does it go to a runoff if you get less than 50% of the vote?
Yeah, so the one race is going to be a runoff between Warnock and Loeffler.
For the
Because
Senate?
you had,
in Georgia?
yeah, because you had,
I'm seeing right now David Perdue with 51% of the vote.
yeah, Purdue. They're both Senate races were up for election this time. So
Okay.
Purdue's going to win, and then the other race for the other Senate seat was Doug Collins, Loeffler, and Warnock. Warnock looked like he's coming in with 30% of the vote, and Loeffler got 28%, and what's his name got 22. So,
and then Susan Collins has a pretty steady lead in Maine as well.
Wow,
52 to 41.
Jeez, if she holds that,
with 55% of the vote. In North Carolina, Tom Tillis.
Yeah, Tom Tillis.
Yeah, he's at 48.7 to 46.9 with 94% recording, so that might go to a runoff. Let's see, and then we're depending on how the mail-ins go. McSally's not looking great, 54 to 45. But if we pick up that, and then let's see, and then we're maintaining our race up in Montana. Looks like that lead is holding. So if we hold that seat, get the Michigan seat, get the North Carolina seat, can continue to hold on to Susan Collins' seat in Maine, and Purdue comes ahead in Georgia, then we maintain control of the Senate.
Okay, that's
great.
crucial. Yeah,
I mean that's 100% crucial.
Yeah, you have to have that.
I mean, you're gonna have if we lose the Senate and we don't get back the House, we're gonna have a lame duck president, even if Trump wins.
Yeah,
right, for 4 months. Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
At least until 2018, when the next third come around for re-election.
Let's see.
But that's just based on what I'm seeing right now.
Supposedly, the Texas Attorney General arrested a mayor tonight for voter fraud. Wow. Huh.
Let's see. Arizona, yeah. So in most of these races, according to the New York Times, they're calling them for Republicans outside of Colorado. And Colorado and Arizona, they have.
Wow. So as of right now, I mean, this is Kayleigh McEnany just sent this out over a tweet about the Rust Belt states, saying that Trump's winning them by enormous margins. So in 2016, Trump won Wisconsin by 22,748. Right now, he's up 105,000. In Michigan, he won it by just over 10,000. He's up 290,000 now. And in Pennsylvania, he won it by 44,000. And as of right now, he's up 700,000. So, I mean, his biggest splash was widening his lead in the Rust Belt states, some hard blue, what normally is the blue wall. And so, wow, it's crazy.
Let's see. Any more?
And so,
80%. Okay, so Trump is 46.3% with 80%.
That's what you want to see right there. What she just tweeted. You're right.
Right.
I'll go ahead and tweet it from our.
So we're almost at 70% reporting in Pennsylvania. It's just been slowly ticking up. And yeah, I mean, Biden would have to close a 700,000 vote hole.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, it's not to say it can't be done, but that's a huge, huge haul.
Compared to 2016, for sure. Look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. In 2016,
it was a 44,000 spread.
It was 48 to 47. 48 to 47. Now it's 56 to 42.
Yeah.
Based on the current numbers. I mean, obviously, like you said, Derek, that can change.
Right.
But let's see. Alaska.
What do we get? Yeah, I just don't. I don't see him. I don't see where they can make up in Wisconsin. I don't see where they can make up for Biden on that. Trump's up 702,000 votes in Pennsylvania now, according to NPR. North Carolina, again, they're just sitting on 94% in with a almost an 80,000 vote lead, and then Georgia. I don't want to hit refresh, but I'm going to have to. Yeah, it's holding at the same thing, right? 100 and He's up 118,000 in Georgia right now, 51.48.
Mm-hmm. I have it at 50.48, 50.6 to 48.
Okay, yeah, they just round up here. So yeah, 2,366,000 votes for Trump. And then Michigan, yeah, he's still up 340,000 or 331,000, but only 64% reporting. And again, most of the precincts that aren't reporting conveniently are Detroit, right?
I mean, that's what we're dealing with, guys. We're
Yeah,
we're dealing with numbers that are showing their momentum, and
right.
nobody just wants to call it as they see it.
Right.
That's I think we got to feel positive about this. The media's against this president.
Correct. Yep.
We got to feel positive about it. I mean, this is the right direction. We're in the right direction.
Yeah. And, I mean, let's see, he's still at 54.44. So right now, I just refreshed Nevada. You're probably seeing the same thing, Price. Trump's down roughly 32,000 votes in Nevada now.
Mm-hmm. He's, like I said, he's ticking up.
Yeah.
He's slowly ticking up. That's 67% reporting. Let's see. In terms of counties that have reported, let me go back here. Yeah, no, you're still missing out on Lincoln County, Lander County, Mineral County, Douglas County. Haven't reported. Clark County is only at about 75%.
Right.
Washoe County is at 82%. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's
Trump's closing that lead. It was a little bit bigger earlier. Now it's 52.45 in Washoe. So he's closing that lead.
Story County will be one to look at because that one Trump won that one in 2016, and there looks to be around 20 to 30,000 votes in that area.
Which one? Which county?
In
Carson I see
County,
it.
Right.
Oh,
right, pardon me, Carson County. Story County.
It's a small. It's like
I was on the wrong one. They're right next to
each other. He's 32 behind, right? 32K.
Yeah, but Carson City is 75% in, and he's up. He's got an 11-point lead there, but it's only a 54,000 population. So
Douglas County hasn't reported yet either, and there's about 17,000 people voted for Trump there in 2016.
In Douglas.
In Douglas County, correct.
Okay. Oh yeah.
So in Douglas County, and then let's see, where's Carson County?
So one of the races that the GOP won was Miami. Carlos Jimenez beat the incumbent.
Oh, great! Was that a House seat?
Yeah. So now Trump's within 30,000 of Biden in Nevada. According to my ticker, he's now down just under 30,000, 50.48.
That's what I'm getting to. Biden's lead is just slowly dropping.
Yeah, we need it to drop quickly.
They planned the reporting per county in just the way.
Right.
So in Nevada in 2016, neither candidate got a majority of the vote.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. That was a good state for Gary Johnson. He got a little over 3%.
Wow.
So I think what you're seeing now is a lot of those voters spinning off to go vote for Trump.
For sure. Who's going to vote for Gary Johnson and then freaking
Joe Biden?
Or Joe Jorgensen, I guess.
Joe Bidems.
Right.
Bidems.
Let's see.
All right.
It's.
I think we can sleep. Good.
Hold on.
I think we can sleep good tonight, guys.
It's still going. Some more votes just got added in Nevada.
Oh, now it's up to 67%, huh?
We're at 47.6 to 50.5.
Okay.
What?
And then 93% of the precincts reporting in Atlanta. It's showing here that 99% of DeKalb County is now in, and 96% of Fulton, 100% of Cobb, 100% of Douglas, 100% of Gwinnett. So a lot of the counties outside of Atlanta are all 100% now, and he's still up 118,000. So, I mean, unless they go and find votes, right? 118,000 in Georgia is, I mean, you got 5 million votes cast, or 4.6 million. Yeah, a little over 4.7 million. right at 4.7. So at those numbers, you can all of a sudden find 100,000 votes in the mail. That here's a few boxes here. Here's a truckload. And so, yeah, interesting.
So far we've flipped 3 seats
In the House.
in the House. Yeah, with a net gain of 1.
Okay.
So
see, wow, New York Post is showing that we've lost 2 and they've gained 2. That's updated as of 1:53, so just updated. But
this was just updated 2 minutes ago.
Interesting.
So,
okay.
It looks like we're kind of in this back and forth. It says according to the Democrats, we only flipped 2 seats. According to this.
Yeah, and according to New York Post now, as far as popular vote goes, Trump's only down 1.5 million nationwide.
Yeah, no, he's barely under.
Yeah.
64.9 to 63.1.
Wow. So down 1.8 million. Jeez.
Yeah, they're just flying in.
So what is that then? That's 126 million, and we had 136. How many votes did we have in 2008? 136 million, I think, was the most we've had, and that was for Obama.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think the most vote total popular vote was 136 million. I think that was in 2008. Last year was like 127,000, so we're almost eclipsed that. But of course, we haven't counted provisionals and military ballots. So let me see what 2006 election results. Let's see here. What was the popular vote? Yeah, we're basically right there at the popular vote we had in 2016. Hillary had 65,853 votes, and Trump was at 62,984,000. So she won 48.5 to 46.4.
Let's see.
Yeah, man, jeez. Yeah, and then Pennsylvania, 44.
51 to 40. The Republican in Nevada's 4th congressional district did relatively well. He's still lost, but 46% to 51%, or 72% reporting against a Democratic incumbent. So not horrible.
No.
Let's see, and then going down into Nevada itself. District 1, 62-33 for Democrats. District 2, 49-45 for Democrats. So that was another close one for a Democratic incumbent.
Can you believe Trump's going to make a statement? I mean, it's going to be 2:00 in the morning. Well, I switched over to newscasts to see TDB, Newsmax.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I think we missed him. I think he just gave his update, but it's serious.
Here.
I mean, how are they not calling Georgia? How?
And what percent of the vote is in Georgia right now?
According to Newsmax, 99% right now.
Yeah, 99%.
And it's 117,000, so it's 51 to 48. And they're also saying that they were just looking at Arizona, and they said that they can understand why New York Times took it off, because it's tightening up. Let's see.
Biden is still ticking down in Nevada too. I just don't think it's going to be enough with how many votes are left.
Yeah, I know. Let's see what we got. Yeah.
Kevin McCarthy maintained his seat in California.
Where is it?
Tim McClintock maintained his seat in California. Doug LaMalfa maintained his seat. And the close race in District 8. Hey, Mike, you want to text Morgan and see if he wants to come on?
He's probably asleep.
I don't know if he's still asleep because that ISA race, if he was doing anything with ISA, that ISA race is still 50-50. I guarantee you they're going to be up till, and this is based on my experience with elections. I mean, they're probably going to be up until they make a final announcement.
Well,
just text him and see if he's still up.
I just texted him. Oh man. Oh. Oh.
So
I can't believe they're doing it.
Young Kim is it's so close.
Is she? Is she hanging on?
51-48 with 77% left. It's yeah.
She spent so much money on Facebook, like nonstop. I mean, she's been running.
I mean, the race is within 5,000 votes, so it's very possible. Currently, Brian Marriott actually did better than expected.
How close is he?
56-43.
That's too bad. What are we at? 70% precincts reported.
Yeah. Let's see.
What
district was that Weber fella running in? Eric Weber, I think is what his name was.
Eric Early? You mean the guy running against Schiff?
Oh yeah. Let's see.
I think that's CA.
Errol Weber. This is what I was thinking of. Yeah, he got destroyed.
Did he really?
Yeah, 12% of the vote.
Oh, geez. Oh, he got destroyed. Oh, man. Oh, dude, Schiff is crushing him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do these criminals get to stay in power? I don't get it.
Well, how is someone like Maxine Waters continued to be? He's been in office longer than I have been alive. I'm 23 years old. You know it.
Oh God!
What has she accomplished?
She got 3.
Yeah, over on the War Room, they're talking about how Trump can make up the Arizona difference.
Are they really?
They just had that Barris guy from People's Pundit. So Trump's getting ready to speak.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, they're getting ready to put him on.
Derek, are you ready with your microphone so you could?
Yeah, I'll be ready to turn it on as soon as we see him come out.
I wonder how the Young Turks stream is going right now. Probably great.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think it's interesting that Biden can come out and say, "Hey, I'm on the path to victory," and yet you're down by big margins in the 3 states that you need, right?
Yeah, looks like Trump's about to go on. Let's see. Any update on these ballot propositions? Okay, so it's looking like Prop 15 is not going to pass, which is good.
Yeah. So what does Trump say when he comes out? Does he, how presidential does he look versus how much does he want to pound the table and be like, dude, this is being stolen. You're watching it happen in real time. Or does he just say, hey guys, just stay cool, stay calm. Like, we're in the lead. Like, we have this, just, sit tight. We're monitoring everything. We won't let this happen.
My prediction is he goes out. I think he does a mix of both. I think he tries to keep it calm, cool, collected, but at the same time emphasizing the fact that there are forces at work
that
are trying to steal the election.
Yeah.
Then again, it's also 2 a.m.
Exactly.
So we don't know which Trump we're going to get. Let's see. Cash sale, no. Dialysis clinic bureaucracy, no.
Yeah, I would think, if the governors of these states were Ron DeSantis, right, or whatever, Chris in 2000, these I think would have already been called, right? They'd just been like, look, we're going to report our results. We're going to make all the tabulations come in, because Michigan supposedly has a law, according to Sean Spicer earlier. He said that Michigan is required by law to submit their votes at the end of the night, and clearly they didn't do it. But of course, their governor doesn't really care about the laws, we all know. So, but yeah, Pennsylvania's Democrat, Michigan's Democrat, Wisconsin's Democrat, and Nevada's a Democrat governor, right? And so,
no, I'm still ticking down, but it really hasn't. We're still sitting at 78%.
In what state?
In Nevada for reporting.
Okay, right.
Let's see. Let me move over here. Show all states. Yeah. Hold on. I'm hearing the standby in the background.
He widened his lead in Wisconsin by 7,000, so he's at 117,000 in Wisconsin with 90% reporting.
Why won't they call it? Why won't they call it with those numbers?
Yeah. Pennsylvania, he's holding that 700,000 lead. He's at 703,000 still.
I mean,
yeah, North Carolina.
How much can the hammer make up? How much? How
3?
They say,
according to McInerney, it's only 3%.
It's a 3. It can only modify votes by 3% of totals. So it has nothing to do with the actual number of votes. It's just 3% of total. All right, they got Spicer as a fluffer, waiting for.
Hey, Derek, are you getting some audio lag on Mike's end through yours?
Am I?
I don't think so.
Am I lagging?
Hold on.
If I lag, if you're looking at my preview screen, it's different than what goes live. Dude, I think we have this locked up, guys. I think it's just a matter of optics.
Yeah, I mean, again, he definitely has the clearest path to victory, right?
For sure.
And so, I mean, from that standpoint, yeah, you're looking at he's got such an insurmountable lead that seems to be maintaining. So, but the issue is that all of these states, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, are all Democrat governors, and so therefore you have Democrat secretaries of state, right? Democrat DAs. So they can hold this up as long as they really want. They got 35 days to do it, right? They don't have to actually submit their results until December 10th, I think, or 13th or something like that.
Around that time, yeah. December.
So, I mean, they can drag this out as long as they want.
So,
right.
I mean, so it's the Secretary of State, like here in California, it's Alex Padilla, right?
Right.
Or Padilla. Whoever the Secretary of State certifies the election, right? So they say, here are our results, and we decide if it's a constitutional, if there's enough people who are to make it a constitutional.
Right.
We like the Constitution says that the federal government can decide if the states were righteous in their submission of the results, right? So,
okay. Sorry, my audio wasn't coming through. I had to reset.
So the fact that these governors and secretaries of state could uncertify or delay certification of these votes.
Right.
So we have now also flipped 4 seats.
Really?
Yeah. Chip Roy. I know. Chip Roy was the incumbent. Now we flipped 4 seats with a net gain of 2 in the congressional races.
In the House or in the
House? In the House, correct.
Okay. Does that get us to what do we need to get to? What was our delta before?
It doesn't get us close to it. We need 218 for control. And we have 168 right now. And the Democrats have 176.
Oh, okay.
So there's 91 remaining seats. Once all the California races come in, that's going to fill the gaps.
Yeah, but we see
how
that's going.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Congress is going to be that. I mean, maybe in Orange County a little bit, but
okay. Darrell Issa is finally polling it actually ahead of Amar Campos-Najjar. Let's see. That's one of some of the competitive races here. We've got
what do you guys think Trump is going to say?
Well, like I said, I think he's going to have he's going to. We don't know what kind of Trump we're going to be getting right now, but there's a very real possibility that we could either get fire and fury Trump, or we can get State of the Union Trump. So
I think Trump's getting ready to come out. I saw a shadow.
All right, cool.
I'm listening to the War Room. They've got that guy People's Pundit on, and he's saying that Wisconsin. He's like, sure, Biden can find some votes here. He can find some votes here or whatever. But he's like, Trump is now accelerating in this one county and getting more votes. So he'll flip Greene County. But he's basically saying that Wisconsin, you're not going to be able to find enough votes that you can maybe get 40,000 votes in Monroe or in Milwaukee. But other than that, he's like, you just can't find 100,000 votes in Wisconsin. So, and then he just walked through Michigan, saying that Michigan is, you can find more votes there, but not at the margins necessarily that you got to make up of 300,000 votes. So, they're talking about Georgia. So let me hear what they're saying.
In Illinois, we have a seat that we have the possibility to flip. Congressional seat, Illinois District 14. There's a Democratic incumbent named Lauren Underwood, and the Republican Jim Oberweis is currently sitting at 50.9% with 57% reporting. So if those numbers stay strong, it's right outside it's a Chicago suburb. So if those numbers stay strong, it looks like he's going to be able to flip another House seat. Let's see. Can you guys hear me, or did I lose my audio again?
No, I can hear you. Okay. I've just got it on mute so that you don't hear my background noise.
Okay, no worries. I was just curious because it went pretty Wyatt. 71%. Yeah, no, I mean, Trump is almost at 900,000 votes. I mean, he's at 2,857,000 right now. Biden's at 2,158,000. So the more votes they count, the larger Trump's lead gets.
Yeah, what Barris was just saying about Georgia is he said that the big move was Fulton County. It was 180,000 votes that came in, but he said that you basically have to carry all of that. And he said that you're going to maybe get 60,000 votes. He's like, best case scenario that I've run through for Biden is he gets 60,000 votes, but he still loses Georgia by 40 or 50,000 then.
So there's also another district in Iowa, Iowa's Congressional District 1, where there is a Democratic incumbent named Abby Finkenauer with 48% of the vote, and Ashley Hisson with 51.3% of the vote, with 91% of the vote recorded so far. So once again, looks like another seat with a Democratic incumbent that a Republican's going to flip back red.
Nice.
Let's see.
Wish
There's an
Trump would
open
hurry up and
seat,
get in.
Iowa. Yeah, I know. Iowa District 2, split down the middle, 50-50 with 89% reporting. Another Illinois District 17, Esther Joy King, the Republican, is beating currently with 55% reporting the Democratic incumbent 51.948.
Tuberville won his Senate race by 700,000 votes. 1.5 million to 700,000. He doubled that dude.
Wow.
And I don't know if it means anything to you guys because it's not college football fans per se for the South, but Tommy Tuberville was an Auburn head football coach. Alabama and Auburn hate each other. And so to win 1.5 million votes in the state of Alabama, that means a lot of Alabama fans had to swallow their hatred for Auburn and go vote for him and basically put country over rivalry.
Wow. That's good.
So
good backstory.
Yeah.
So Michigan District 3, there was a no incumbent seat. The Republicans leading by almost 60% in Michigan. Let's see. In Michigan's 8th congressional district, the Republican is leading it with a 51-46 margin over a Democratic incumbent. So what you're seeing is a lot of these incumbent seats where Republicans are coming in and just flipping them one after the other. Michigan's 10th district, Lisa McLean, a Republican, this was a no incumbent seat, is beating Kimberly Bism by 72%. So
how many seats are you showing that have flipped on the House then? Because New York Post is still showing gained one, lost one.
These seats are still in the moment. They're reporting, like they haven't confirmed them yet. They haven't called them yet, but we're looking at like 70 to 80% vote count.
Okay.
In all these seats. So they haven't called them yet. Like if you look at Michigan on the congressional map for the New York Times, they haven't called any of these races yet.
Okay.
But if you just look at the vote counts and the vote tallies and the percentage of vote that's been counted,
right,
it's looking really good for Republicans, which really bodes well for Michigan as a state entirely.
Right.
I mean, it kind of gives you a good little mini sample of how the state could be going. Like, let's go down here. The incumbent.
I don't see how Hank Johnson, who's a Democrat congressman here, he's the one that thought that Guam would flip over because of the climate change and overpopulation. He won with 79% of the vote in Georgia's 4th district. I mean, that guy who thinks that an island is going to flip over because of climate change and overpopulation gets elected at 79%.
Yeah, so Oklahoma's 5th congressional district between Stephanie Bice and Kendra Horn. Kendra Horn, a Democratic incumbent, she is losing to Stephanie Bice in a 52-47 margin with 95% of the vote in.
Wow.
That has not been called yet.
Hmm.
Let's see here. What else we got?
Hold on, this guy's talking about Nevada. Hear what he says. He said he's got to fight Washoe to a draw to have a chance.
We should do it.
He's moved it. He's 51-46 now.
Let's see. Some other House seats to look at. Open seat in Texas is District 23. The Republicans leading there. In Virginia, this is a really close race between a Republican and a Democratic incumbent, where there's only 50% reporting or 54% reporting, and it's a 50-49 split between the Republican and the incumbent Democrat, which is, like I said, you're looking at a lot of these Democratic incumbents, which I'm sure a lot of these seats went blue in 2018.
Right.
But in Virginia's 7th district, you have Abigail Spanberger, who is a Democratic incumbent who is currently losing her race with 50% reporting on a 60-39 margin. And this is in Virginia.
What Barris just said is that Trump needs to get to about 47 in Clark County to have a shot. He's at 44 right now.
Trump's going on right
president.
now. Here, put him on.
There we go. You got it?
Yeah. See his body language when he comes out.
Eric Tiffany now coming out. Everybody looks
Can you guys hear okay?
That's a good sign and probably not an accident. Yeah, happy Warriors. Yeah. Well, we're still getting America happy again. Wanted to just report the New York Times reporting in Georgia 91% of precincts reporting. So that's what they have. That makes not sense. Quite. That does make more sense. So
I'm not getting.
Georgia's still dicey.
I'm not getting the president coming through. I'm getting a news report.
And we're still waiting on the president. It's 2:20 in the morning. Out of
Like
California.
I'm watching it live right now. He's on.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just on my phone. Here he comes.
Are you on Newsmax?
Yeah.
And millions of people voted for him tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people.
Wow.
We won't stand for it.
Yeah, he looks like he's wide awake.
More awake than me, that's for sure.
I appreciate it very much. I want to thank the American people.
Can you guys hear okay?
And a very sad group of people.
There, that's a lot better.
To disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. Yeah. I want to thank the First Lady and the entire family. Vice President, Mrs. Pence, for being with us. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it to support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. We won
the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, so we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. And he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. And I tell you what, nobody has.
The press, sometimes you have to show people.
With 81% of the vote. It's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight. And then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000.
Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Nice.
So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
There's such a difference in how Pence speaks versus how Trump speaks. I mean, it's just night and day difference. A politician versus I'm a New York businessman, and I'm a bulldog. I'm going into this fight, and I'm just leave the bones out because I'm going to town. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, to be fair, like we've been looking at these numbers, going, okay, look, here's the spread.
Right.
We've been having this reaction. We're not seeing the exuberance from the media.
Right.
But clearly, by any statistical means, the pathway to victory is much easier for Trump than for Biden, and any statistician would call it for Trump if they weren't a partisan hack. So that's the bottom line, man. I mean, how it goes, and I'm glad he didn't. You know, I mean, it would have been weak for him to get up there and go like, well, we got to figure it all out. Every vote needs to count, which of course it does.
Right.
But you can see where things are headed, and you just can see unless duffel bags of ballots are delivered from weird sources in a nefarious fashion, you're not going to see Biden win this. And so come on, man. Like, let's get fired up. This is it. This is the moment that I fell asleep before on November 2016. So it's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah. Let's see what where's Michigan? So yeah, according to this People's Pundit guy over on the War Room, he's saying that one, Trump is actually going to do a lot better in Monroe County in Michigan. And so if he keeps growing it there, and then he doesn't have, there was one county that there was nothing really in yet. He's basically saying that Michigan is just out of the realm of possibility. And because he's showing that if you look at how the other counties are going versus how they were in 2016, he's growing his lead in all of those primarily, especially the big ones.
Right.
So they're just like, where do they find these votes?
Right.
So he said, he just said there's so much more Trump vote out in Michigan than there is Biden vote.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what we're seeing across the country right now.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we're going to see anything more tonight. That's going to be
I don't think so.
decisive or whatever. And I think I'm glad we stayed up through Trump.
Yeah, no, I'm glad we did too.
You really put a button on that in a way that says, okay, look, the trends are here, the motion's there. You don't have you've got a press that's very reluctant to admit what's going on. So that's what we're dealing with. And they because they didn't want their meltdowns to be live. They didn't want that highlight reel that we've been playing for the last 4 years.
Correct.
Oh my God. And so they didn't want to react and be able to say anything. And they want this to be a court-based battle now. And that's not how we roll, man.
Right.
I'm glad Trump got on there and put a button on it. It was the important thing to do.
Yeah, no, take to the court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bryce.
It's all another world.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have at least 9.
In the stodgy manner that we are, Donald Trump, 30.
He got 31.6 last time. So is he statewide 35 right now?
I don't know.
He's 32. He's 32.
32.
So
Okay.
Yeah, he's doing better.
Yeah.
Half a percentage point.
But yeah, I think let's see. I mean, again, according to this guy over on People's Pundit, he's saying the Florida lead keeps widening. Damn. Trump's taking 46% of the vote in Miami-Dade County. Jeez. That's unbelievable.
That's awesome, dude. Bring it.
Now, I keep seeing this on
president
on Twitter from a few different spots. They talk about how there's still 2 million votes that have not been counted in Pennsylvania. Is that true? Like I said, I've seen it on a few places on Twitter, but I really have not seen any source.
On which one?
That there's 2 million uncounted ballots in Pennsylvania that have yet to be included in the count.
Again, according to what the guy on Newsmax said a while ago, he got a text message from somebody at the Philadelphia Inquirer or some that does the polling and politics. He said there's 500,000 outstanding, not 2 million.
Okay.
So
that's. I've seen it all over the place. First was 2 million. Trump has claimed victory. There's 1 million votes not counted in Pennsylvania. So, there seems to be a lot of misinformation going around the internet right now about what is actually happening, what's there, what's not there,
right,
and what's actually going on the ground. So it's just something to be aware of as well.
And
Pavlich
just said that Arizona's breaking, Maricopa County's breaking 2-1 for Trump.
Really?
Yeah. She just said 600,000 ballots outstanding. Maricopa breaking 2-1 for Trump. So,
I mean, currently in Maricopa, it's a 53-45 split. They'd have to make up around 823,000 to 702,000. So,
yeah, he's staying about 29,000 behind in Nevada. So,
I think we can call Nevada.
Yeah,
I think we're good there, but. Well, guys, I think that we're like you said, we're not really going to find out anything more tonight.
I don't think we're going to find anything out. I think we know the battle's been set. So
the lines are drawn. I'm sure we're going to be covering this in the following days.
For sure.
Yeah. Well, especially now that you know that Pennsylvania has until Friday, I think, or Thursday to count all their votes. They're going to drag this thing out all week just to keep all of us in limbo, man. The Democrats don't care about America, right? We've learned that, right?
I would be very, very surprised if a lot of those votes that came in after Election Day don't get thrown out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to go to court, and they're going
now that Trump made that statement. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my prediction. That's where I'll leave it. But guys,
guys,
thanks
for all the scragglers on that waited. We got 4 people still watching us this late in the night. I think one of them maybe my buddy in London too. So Anthony, if you're listening in London, man, we appreciate it.
Appreciate all the views.
Hey guys, great digging, great, awesome. We were able.
This was fun, man. This was our first annual presidential election, right? Live stream.
This is really good. Yeah, exactly. And I think we're up to almost 7.5 hours or something. Not bad. No.
Yeah. Excellent, man.
Perfect.
All right. Let's send the word out. Let's find our highlights and let's carry on tomorrow and try to carry on with find out what happens here.
Yeah, we'll keep pushing.
Okay.
Keep pushing.
Do it.
Stay strong. God bless.
All right, everybody.
See you guys.
Bye from America's New Clothes.
Bye-bye.